हेलो एवरीवन, गुड मॉर्निंग टू ऑल ऑफ यू, गुड आफ्टरनून, गुड इवनिंग। वेलकम वंस अगेन टू दिस लाइव एनालिसिस। स्टार्ट करते हैं आज का सेशन। कल क्रूड ऑयल में बाइंग अच्छी थी, मोमेंटम रेजिस्टेंस पे आया तो था, क्लोजिंग भी रेजिस्टेंस पे हुई थी। आज सीधा गैप अप ओपन हुआ है। अगर ओवरनाइट होल्ड किया था तो एसएल हिट हो चुका है इसमें। लेट्स सी कुछ फ्रेश ट्रेड बनता है तो। बाकी नेचुरल गैस कल सेलिंग में था, कंटिन्यू सेलिंग ही आ रही थी। आज हल्का सा गैप अप ओपन हुआ है। नीड टू सी सस्टेन करता है नहीं करता। सपोर्ट पे तो नहीं आया एग्जैक्टली निफ्टी में। मैंने आपको बताया था निफ्टी फ्यूचर में एक काफ़ी अच्छा ट्रेड मिला है मॉर्निंग से, अभी भी रनिंग ही है। निफ्टी फ्यूचर मैंने आपको बताया था एक रेजिस्टेंस 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पे हमारे पास है, वहां से प्राइस में रेजिस्टेंस मिल सकता है। ये फ्यूचर चार्ट है, ध्यान रखना। निफ्टी फिफ्टी 25,870 से 25,890 के अराउंड एक रेजिस्टेंस मिल सकता है। मार्केट ओपन हुआ, वहीं से रिजेक्शन लिया एंड कंटिन्यूसली 15 मिनट में सेल ऑफ कंटिन्यू है। नीड टू सी क्या और गिरेगा, बिकॉज यहाँ पर कोई सपोर्ट मुझे दिख नहीं रहा है फिलहाल निफ्टी में। ऑलरेडी हाफ एन परसेंट डाउन है बैंक निफ्टी भी एंड सेंसेक्स भी। सो कंटिन्यूसली फॉलिंग इन निफ्टी फिफ्टी, एग्जैक्ट हिटिंग द रेजिस्टेंस टुडे एंड बस वहीं पर हिट करके कंटिन्यूसली सेल ऑफ ही आ रहा है। ठीक है। मैं एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा हूँ कि थोड़ा सा प्राइस निफ्टी का यहाँ से और फॉल हो सकता है, बिकॉज अनटिल अनलेस कोई नया सपोर्ट क्रिएट नहीं होता। बिकॉज यहाँ पर अभी करंटली तो कोई सपोर्ट मुझे नजर नहीं आ रहा फ्यूचर में कि प्राइस होल्ड करे इस पर्टिकुलर जोन को। सो एक्सपेक्टेड है, अगर यहाँ पर कोई सपोर्ट नहीं मिलता है, इसके चांसेस मुझे तो नहीं लग रहे। प्राइस 25,500 तक भी जा सकता है उस केस में। ठीक है, यहाँ से 150 पॉइंट और गिरने के चांसेस हैं। ऑलरेडी प्राइस देखोगे काफ़ी अच्छा गिर चुका है, थोड़ा कंसोलिडेशन करके गिरे या फिर पुल बैक के बाद गिरे, लाइक दिस काइंड ऑफ थिंग्स। ठीक है, ज़्यादा बेटर रहेगा। इस तरह का मोमेंटम नॉर्मली सस्टेन नहीं करता है। बाय द वे यहाँ पर कोई सपोर्ट नहीं है, ऐसा मैंने बताया, मेरे अकॉर्डिंग तो कोई सपोर्ट नहीं है। रेजिस्टेंस था एग्जैक्टली वहां से ऑलरेडी सेलिंग कंटिन्यू है निफ्टी फिफ्टी में। नीचे अगर आता है प्लान कहाँ पर हो सकता है, देखो या तो कोई नया सपोर्ट ही बना दे, दैट विल बी अ बेस्ट केस सिनेरियो। अदरवाइज एक मेजर सपोर्ट फिर आपको सीधा 24,800 पर ही दिखेगा, बट ऑब्वियसली वहां तक तो नहीं गिरेगा डायरेक्टली। बट यहाँ 25,500 टू 400 विल बी रेंज जहाँ पर प्राइस हो सकता है थोड़ा बहुत कंसोलिडेशन करने की कोशिश करे। ठीक है, अब ऊपर जाना है तो ये रेजिस्टेंस ब्रेक होना बहुत जरूरी है निफ्टी फिफ्टी में। तो किसने सेल किया हो तो ट्रेल करते हुए चलते रहो। ठीक है, कोई नया सपोर्ट जब तक नहीं बनता, मैं एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा हूँ कि प्राइस गिरना चाहिए कंटिन्यूसली। चाहो तो प्रॉफिट बुक कर सकते हो, चॉइस इज योर। नाउ क्रूड ऑयल में फ्यूचर का चार्ट ये ऑलरेडी नेक्स्ट मंथ का ही हम यूज़ करेंगे, बिकॉज ऑप्शन एक्सपायरी हो चुकी है, तो नेक्स्ट मंथ का ही चार्ट यहाँ पर यूज़ करना ज़्यादा बेनिफिशियल है। सो क्रूड ऑयल में अभी वैसे आज एक्सपायरी है फ्यूचर की, तो एक दिन और बचा हुआ है, बट अब वहां पर उतना वॉल्यूम है नहीं करंट मंथ के फ्यूचर चार्ट में। सो यू कैन यूज नेक्स्ट मंथ फ्यूचर चार्ट इन क्रूड ऑयल इंस्टेड ऑफ करंट मंथ फ्यूचर चार्ट। ठीक है, ऑप्शन तो ऑलरेडी एक्सपायर हो चुका है, फ्यूचर की एक्सपायरी रहेगी तो फिर वॉल्यूम थोड़ा सा कम रहेगा, लाइन नहीं हो पाएगा ऑप्शन नाउ। कल लास्ट दिन लगाया था हमने फ्यूचर का चार्ट। तो इस चीज़ का ध्यान रखना क्रूड ऑयल में जो लोग ट्रेड कर रहे हैं। ठीक है, क्रूड ऑयल फ्यूचर फेब्रुवरी मंथ का मत यूज करना, मार्च मंथ का ही यूज करना। ऑप्शन ऑलरेडी नेक्स्ट मंथ का यूज कर रहे हैं, मार्च मंथ का एक्सपायरी हो चुकी है, तो इसलिए ध्यान रखियो एक्सपायरी है आज क्रूड ऑयल फ्यूचर की। बाकी कल आई थिंक नेचुरल गैस ऑप्शन की भी एक्सपायरी है, तो उसका भी ध्यान रखेंगे। ठीक है, तो मैं रिमूव कर रहा हूँ थोड़ा सा चार्ट यहाँ पर क्रूड ऑयल में, बिकॉज ऑफ वी आर यूजिंग नेक्स्ट मंथ फ्यूचर चार्ट फ्रॉम ऑनवर्ड्स। ठीक है, ये नेक्स्ट मंथ का चार्ट है। नेक्स्ट मंथ मतलब अभी के लिए तो आज एक्सपायरी है, तो ये मार्च मंथ का चार्ट है, कल से तो वैसे भी यही लगेगा। So this is a March month chart. Price is trading around 5,900 5,940 to 45 between that, तो 43 है। ठीक है, ये चार्ट है, सेम है। वॉल्यूम भी अच्छा है। फरवरी मंथ में ट्रेड करोगे वहाँ वॉल्यूम थोड़ा कम मिलेगा, फ्यूचर चार्ट में अगर ट्रेड कर रहे हो तो मार्च मंथ का ही यूज करना। बेस्ट केस सिनेरियो इज दैट यू हैव टू यूज द ठीक है। बाकी कल जिस तरह की रिपोर्ट आ रही थी, हम कल डिस्कस कर रहे थे, यूएस और इजराइल मिलके अटैक कर सकता है बहुत जल्दी ईरान पे, जिस वजह से क्रूड ऑयल थोड़ा सा बुलिश हो गया। गोल्ड और सिल्वर ने भी थोड़ा बहुत रिवर्सल दिखाया, स्पेशली सिल्वर वो $72 के लेवल को स्टिल होल्ड करके बैठा हुआ है, तो उस वजह से थोड़ा सा मार्केट बुलिशनेस में चला गया है। क्रूड ऑयल का प्राइस एक्शन के अकॉर्डिंग अगर देखोगे, रेजिस्टेंस था कल, वो भी ब्रेक हो गया, तो अब वो एक्ट करेगा सपोर्ट की तरह। बाकी और कोई मेजर न्यूज़ तो अभी है नहीं। एफओएमसी मिनट्स ऑलरेडी रिलीज हो चुके हैं। अभी 1:30 न्यूयॉर्क सेशन, सॉरी लंदन सेशन ओपन, शाम को 6:30 न्यूयॉर्क सेशन, 7 पीएम पे यूएस, सॉरी 7 पीएम पे अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट क्लेम्स का डेटा है यूएस का, 8 बजे यूएस मार्केट ओपन, 8:30 पेंडिंग होम सेल्स का डेटा, और आज ही नेचुरल गैस और क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री है। नेचुरल गैस की इन्वेंट्री 9 बजे आएगी, और 10:30 पे क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री। वैसे क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री कल आ जानी चाहिए थी, कल नहीं आई, आज शेड्यूल है। ये कोई अगर अपडेट होगी रिगार्डिंग द यूएस ईरान कॉन्फ्लिक्ट, तो वी विल सी दैट।
Barack Obama, Caroline, was recently asked if aliens are real. He says they're real, but he hasn't seen them. The president's daughter-in-law, Lara Trump, told Miranda Devine of the New York Post that the president has a prepared speech on this issue that he prepares to deliver at the right time. Is that true? And does the Trump administration believe aliens are real?
Well, a speech on aliens would be news to me. That sounds very exciting, though. I'll have to check in with our speech writing team. And that would be of great interest to me personally, and I'm sure all of you in this room, and apparently former president.
थोड़ा सा क्रूड ऑयल अगर डाउन आता है तो एक बाइंग का ट्रेड प्लान करेंगे। न्यूयॉर्क टाइम्स, द यूएस बिल्डअप सजेस्ट एन एरे ऑफ पॉसिबल ईरानियन टारगेट्स इंक्लूडिंग शॉर्ट एंड मीडियम रेंज मिसाइल स्टोरेज डिपोट्स, न्यूक्लियर साइट्स एंड अदर मिलिट्री टारगेट्स सच एज हेडक्वार्टर ऑफ ईरान इस्लामिक रिवोल्यूशनरी गार्ड कॉर्प। मेजर न्यूज़ लग रहा है मुझे होने वाला है कुछ ना कुछ, देखो मेजर डेवलपमेंट हो सकती है, स्पेशली सैटरडे संडे को। इस तरह के इवेंट नॉर्मली सैटरडे संडे को ही होते हैं, तो किसी के पास कोई बुलिश पोजीशन हो कहीं पर भी तो थोड़ा ध्यान रखना। अगर ऐसा हुआ तो थोड़ी सी क्रूड ऑयल के प्राइसेस तो ऊपर ही जाएंगे उस केस में। अपनी इक्विटी मार्केट हो सकता है थोड़ा सा क्रैश कर जाए, एंड गोल्ड और सिल्वर के भी उस केस में ऊपर ही जाने के चांसेस रहते हैं। ठीक है, थोड़ी देर पहले न्यूयॉर्क टाइम्स की ओर से ये एक Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov said that any new US strike on Iran would have serious consequences and called for restraint to find a solution to enable Iran to pursue a peaceful nuclear program. Trump administration has ordered FEMA to suspend the dep- uh, deployment of hundreds of aid workers to disaster-torn areas around the US while the Department of Homeland Security is shut down, sources tell CNN. Second aircraft carrier, the Gerald Ford, and its three destroyer escort could be in the Mediterranean by the weekend or early next week. The Ford is likely to be deployed initially near the coast of Israel to defend Tel Aviv and other Israeli cities and towns, official tells the New York Times. Israeli forces, which have been on heightened alert for weeks, have been making more preparation for a possible war with Iran, and a meeting of Israel's security cabinet was moved to Sunday from Thursday, according to two Israeli defense officials. The US Air Force has recently moved dozens of jet fighters and support aircraft to Muwaqqaf Salti Air Base in Jordan and Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia, while the US Navy currently has 13 ships in the Middle East and the Eastern Mediterranean Sea to support a potential Operation Wall Street Journal. It looks like the war between Israel and Iran is imminent. होने ही वाली है, डर लग रहा है जिस तरह के ये बिल्डअप यूएस करे जा रहा है, एंड स्टेटमेंट अब आना शुरू हो गए हैं। वैसे नेक्स्ट वीक आई थिंक इंडियन प्राइम मिनिस्टर भी विजिट करने वाले हैं इजराइल, तो मुझे नहीं लग रहा उससे पहले कुछ होगा। एक दो वीक के बाद ही शायद मुझे लग रहा है कुछ बड़ा हो सकता है, क्योंकि यूएस के एयरक्राफ्ट करियर भी अभी आने एक दो बचे हैं अभी। तो मुझे नहीं लग रहा पीएम मोदी के इजराइल विजिट से पहले यूएस और इजराइल कुछ अटैक करेंगे, नहीं तो फिर तो इनकी विजिट ही कैंसिल हो जाएगी, एंड इजराइल डोंट वांट दिस। पीएम मोदी टू विजिट इजराइल ऑन February 25 एंड 26, अनाउंसेस नेतन्याहू। तो 25-26 मतलब मान के चलो नेक्स्ट वीक तक ही कुछ पॉसिबिलिटी है, 25-26 को। एंड संडे को इनकी मीटिंग भी होने वाली है इजराइल कैबिनेट सिक्योरिटी की, संडे है 22 को, एंड 25-26 को पीएम मोदी वहां जाएंगे। नेक्स्ट 2 वीक्स में उनका जो एक यूएस का एयरक्राफ्ट करियर है, जो कि अभी ऑलरेडी इन रूट है, जो मैंने बताया था जेराल्ड फोर्ड, इट कुड बी इन द मेडिटेरियन बाय द वीकेंड और अर्ली नेक्स्ट वीक। तो वो भी नेक्स्ट वीक तक ही आएगा, तो मोस्टली आप मान के चलो, मुझे लग रहा है फेब्रुवरी लास्ट सैटरडे 28 27 के बाद से तेज अ वेरी हाई चांसेस कि कुछ बड़ा हो सकता है। पीएम मोदी की जो विजिट है 25 को वो जाएंगे, 26 को वो भी रिटर्न हो जाएंगे, तो 27 फ्राइडे, 28 के बाद पॉसिबिलिटी बन सकती है एक स्ट्राइक की। सो बी कॉशियस जो लोग लॉन्ग हैं अगर इक्विटी मार्केट में स्पेशली, वेरी हाई चांसेस रिस्की एसेट में एक फॉल देखने के लिए मिल सकता है उस केस में। ठीक है, क्रूड ऑयल में देखो अब क्या होगा। कल एक मेजर रेजिस्टेंस था वो, यहाँ पर याद होगा 5870 वाला, ये ब्रेक हो चुका है। ठीक है, तो वो एक रीटेस्ट की तरह काम करेगा। नीचे आता है तो बाइंग ही प्लान करेंगे। ऊपर अगर रेजिस्टेंस की बात करें तो 15 मिनट में तो ऐसा कोई रेजिस्टेंस वहाँ पर शो नहीं हो रहा। 30 मिनट का रेजिस्टेंस है, वो कल दिखाया था मैंने आपको, काफ़ी दूर है। तो अभी तो बेरिस में बिल्कुल नहीं हूँ अब क्रूड ऑयल में। मंथली टाइम फ्रेम का चार्ट भी देखोगे क्रूड ऑयल का, इस मंथ मार्केट ने अभी इसी तरह से क्लोज होती है, अगर ये अभी तो टाइम है वैसे, बिल्कुल एक हैमर कैंडल बना के क्लोज होने के चांसेस लग रहे हैं काफ़ी हाई। क्रूड ऑयल थोड़ा सा नीचे आता है तो एक बाइंग प्लान करेंगे। कल का रेजिस्टेंस तो ब्रेक हो गया है तो अब वो काम का नहीं है। रेजिस्टेंस इज ऑलरेडी ब्रोकन आउट, सो दैट इज नॉट वर्थ इट टू टेक इट न्यू ट्रेड ऑन दैट पर्टिकुलर जोन। नीचे 5850 860 विल एक्ट लाइक अ जस्ट सपोर्ट नाउ। वो एक सपोर्ट की तरह काम करेगा। कोई बहुत मेजर न्यूज़ नहीं आती तो तब तक क्रूड ऑयल के अब डाउन आने के चांसेस तो कम ही है। ये दो ही चांसेस थे, एक ईरान और इजराइल के बीच में और यूएस के बीच में क्या वॉर होगी नहीं होगी, जो बातचीत चल रही थी। इंडिकेशन तो ऐसे ही दिख रहे थे कि इनो बातचीत होगी, क्रूड ऑयल के प्राइस डाउन जाएंगे, बट ऐसा लग रहा है कि यूएस का मन नहीं है बातचीत करने का। सो देयर इज अ पॉसिबिलिटी ऑफ वॉर। और जिस तरह से यूएस अपने एसेट्स को मिलिट्री एसेट्स को डिप्लॉय करके रखा हुआ है मिडिल ईस्ट में और करे जा रहा है कंटिन्यूसली। आई डोंट, इस तरह से अपने एसेट्स को, स्पेशली जो मिलिट्री एयरक्राफ्ट है उनको डिप्लॉय करे जा रहे हैं। वो कोई नॉर्मल स्ट्राइक के लिए तो नहीं होने वाला। there's a very high chances there's a very high chances कि एक लॉन्ग लास्टिंग अटैक हो सकता है। बिकॉज अगर सिर्फ कुछ न्यूक्लियर साइट को ही अटैक करना होता या फिर कुछ एक दो जगह पर ही अटैक करना होता तो वो तो यूएस अपने बॉम्बर से भी कर सकता है, ऐसा उसने लास्ट टाइम किया था। इस तरह का मिलिट्री बिल्डअप करना, या तो कुछ वेनेजुएला जैसा कुछ हो सकता है कि उनके मिलिट्री इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पे कोई बहुत बड़ा अटैक कर दे और फिर उनके लीडर को उठा ले। देयर इज अ पॉसिबिलिटी, और रिजीम चेंज हो जाए, दूसरी की इतनी बॉम्बार्डमेंट कर दे कि फिर मौका ही ना मिले ईरान को रिटेलिएशन का। ये तो क्रूड ऑयल का चार्ट ही अलग है करंट मंथ का, वाह, ऐसा कैसे हो गया। करंट मंथ का ही यूज करना पड़ेगा फ्यूचर का चार्ट, नेक्स्ट मंथ में तो लेवल ही अलग है। क्रूड ऑयल में करंट मंथ का ही फ्यूचर चार्ट यूज कर रहे हैं, नेक्स्ट मंथ में लेवल थोड़े से बिल्कुल ही अलग दिख रहे हैं। हाँ नहीं, फिर तो ट्रेड ही नहीं बन पाएगा। ठीक है, करंट मंथ का ही चार्ट यूज कर रहे हैं, थोड़ा वॉल्यूम कम है तो ध्यान रखना। और थोड़ा सा एक्सपायरी है तो प्राइस थोड़ा सा अलग तरीके से बिहेव भी कर सकता है इस पर्टिकुलर जोन पे इन क्रूड ऑयल, बट या दिस इज अ करंट मंथ, आज एक्सपायरी है तो थोड़ा ध्यान रखना। 5840 850 के अप्रोक्सीमेटली आता है, तो वहाँ एक बाइंग बनेगी। So this is a support area 5858 4850 first support zone. और कोई सपोर्ट तो नहीं है, वो परसों वाला सपोर्ट है, वहां तक मुझे नहीं लग रहा गिरेगा प्राइस, दैट इज टू फार। अपर लेवल पे 15 मिनट में देयर इज नो सपोर्ट रेजिस्टेंस सॉरी। भाई नेचुरल गैस में कल कोई ट्रेड नहीं बना था, अभी भी कोई खास ट्रेड तो चल नहीं रहा है इसमें, बना ही नहीं है। लेट्स सी कुछ सपोर्ट बनाता है फ्रेश। 6300 वाला जो रेजिस्टेंस है, मुझे लग रहा है प्राइस वहां तक जा सकता है एक्सट्रीम कंडीशन में, क्योंकि नीचे से तो लिक्विडिटी मिल चुकी है इसको। परसों का जो लो बनाया था वहां से लिक्विडिटी जितनी लेनी थी ले चुका है ऑलरेडी। 5630 का ये जो लेवल बना था, हैवी लिक्विडिटी थी, चली गया ऊपर। एक मेजर रेजिस्टेंस कल का था यहाँ, ऑलरेडी ब्रेक हो गया वो, तो वहां से वापस सेलिंग तो नहीं आने वाली। कोई नया सपोर्ट बनता है तो दैट इज अ डिफरेंट थिंग। रेजिस्टेंस ऊपर 15 मिनट में हो सकता है, बीच में यहाँ कहीं बना हो, दिख नहीं रहा है चार्ट में। 30 मिनट का ही लेवल है फिलहाल के लिए। एक्सपेक्टिंग ये जो लेवल था पेंडिंग, 6360 to 380 यही लेवल दिख रहा है फिलहाल। 30 मिनट में, 15 मिनट में तो लेवल नहीं है, कहा मैंने। सो ये एक रेजिस्टेंस है फिलहाल के लिए ऊपर। कोई नया रेजिस्टेंस जब तक फॉर्म नहीं होता, 15 मिनट में मुझे लग रहा है होंगे जरूर रेजिस्टेंस यहाँ कहीं बीच में। ऐसा तो नहीं है कि रेजिस्टेंस फॉर्म ही नहीं होंगे, बट या एटलीस्ट 15 मिनट में चार्ट में शो नहीं हो रहा है, तो वी कैन कंसिडर दिस एज अ रेजिस्टेंस एरिया। थोड़ा सा फिर एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं, थोड़ा डाउन साइड पे प्राइस फॉल होना चाहिए, देन वी विल सी अगर सपोर्ट मिलता है तो, जो कि मुझे लग रहा है मिल ही जाएगा सपोर्ट मोस्टली। जिस तरह से यहाँ पर एक करेक्शन मिला है, एक्सपेक्ट करेंगे कोई शायद यहाँ पर एक पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट हो सकता है नेचुरल गैस में, मोस्ट प्रोबेबली। ठीक है, मुझे रेजिस्टेंस शो नहीं हो रहा तो मैं नहीं लगा रहा हूँ, ध्यान रखना। पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट कंसिडर करते हैं। सिनेरियो तो यही रहेगा क्रूड ऑयल के लिए कि ये थोड़ा सा एक फ्रेश रेजिस्टेंस बना के गिरे अगर सेलिंग में आना है तो, नहीं तो थोड़ा सा डिफिकल्ट हो जाएगा रेजिस्टेंस को एग्जैक्टली फाइंड करना इस पर्टिकुलर जोन पे। सोप कोई रेजिस्टेंस बना के गिरे या फिर गिरता है तो ज़्यादा सेफ है मेरे अकॉर्डिंग। नहीं तो नीचे आएगा तो नीचे सपोर्ट पे बाई करना प्लान कंसिडर करेंगे। ऊपर वो पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट है, याद रखना, दैट इज नॉट अ रेजिस्टेंस एग्जैक्टली। 15 मिनट में कुछ लेवल शो नहीं हो रहे हैं तो 30 मिनट के अकॉर्डिंग नेक्स्ट रेजिस्टेंस फिर सीधा 6370 380 के आसपास ही है। बट यार लिक्विडिटी लेना है तो नीचे तो आना ही पड़ेगा। अब पहले लिक्विडिटी बाइंग साइड की लेने आता है या फिर सेल साइड लिक्विडिटी क्रिएट करके आता है, नीड टू सी। बाकी क्रूड ऑयल फ्यूचर की एक्सपायरी है, ध्यान रखना। मैंने बट करंट मंथ का ही चार्ट लगा रखा है बिकॉज नेक्स्ट मंथ के चार्ट में वहाँ पर प्रॉपर लेवल्स हो नहीं हो रहे हैं अभी। सो इसलिए फर्स्ट करंट मंथ का चार्ट ही यूज कर रहे हैं। ऑलरेडी एक्सपायर हो चुका है तो वहाँ पर तो आप नेक्स्ट मंथ का ही फ्यूचर चार्ट लगाना चाहो तो यूज कर सकते हो। नेचुरल गैस में कुछ ट्रेड नहीं है अभी भी। कल भी मार्केट एक सपोर्ट था, वो सपोर्ट को इसने डिस्कार्ड कर दिया, यहाँ पर कोई ट्रेड नहीं बना। वॉलेटिलिटी थी, ऊपर नीचे कर रहा था, गैप अप ओपन हुआ है। अभी भी फर्स्ट 15 मिनट की कैंडल के अंदर ही ट्रेड कर रहा है तो नीड टू सी। एग्जैक्ट सपोर्ट पे तो नहीं आया था कल भी, और कोई फ्रेश सपोर्ट भी नहीं बनाया है अभी तक। मैं थोड़ा एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा था कि अगर ये 260 के आसपास जाके कोई सपोर्ट बनाता तो बढ़िया रहता, बट नहीं है। ठीक है, इसके नीचे होते होते एक बड़ी कैंडल जरूर बनाई थी लास्ट वाली नेचुरल गैस की, देखोगे लास्ट कैंडल क्लोजिंग बेसिस पे बनी थी जो सडनली वॉल्यूम जनरेट जरूर हुआ था क्लोजिंग बेसिस पे। लुक्स लाइक प्रॉफिट बुकिंग। ये तो एक दो कैंडल थोड़ा सा नेचुरल गैस में देखते हैं क्लोजिंग कहाँ पर होती है, उसके बेसिस पर ही कुछ डिसाइड कर पाएंगे अभी। अगर एक कैंडल क्लोज करती है 276 के अप्रोक्सीमेटली अपर लेवल पे ना, ये करंट कैंडल या फिर नेक्स्ट कैंडल, तो फिर एक सपोर्ट बन सकता है। पुल बैक में फिर बाइंग का प्लान करेंगे नहीं तो। सो लेट्स सी कैंडल कैसे क्लोज होती है। अभी तो ये बिल्कुल इनसाइडर कैंडल पे इनसाइडर कैंडल ही फॉर्म हो रही है इस पर्टिकुलर जोन पे। नेचुरल गैस ने ना ये बड़ी क्या कहें इसको, लाइक अनसर्टेन रेंज बना दी है। डायरेक्शन ही क्लियर नहीं कर रहा, जाना कहाँ चाह रहा है। सो यू कैन से लाइक नेचुरल गैस इज नॉट इन अ ट्रेडिंग विंडो कि इस पर ट्रेड किया जाए इस पर्टिकुलर जोन पे। वेरी डिफिकल्ट। मोमेंटम तो देखो आ ही जाएगा, ठीक है, किसी ना किसी साइड मोमेंटम विल पॉसिबल, मार्केट हो सकता है अपसाइड जाए, हो सकता है डाउन साइड जाए, बट अ प्रॉपर मूव वी कैन एक्सपेक्ट कि प्राइस फिर उसी डायरेक्शन पे थोड़ा अच्छा खासा मोमेंटम दे। जैसे नेचुरल गैस रेजिस्टेंस से आया, सेलिंग में आया, नीचे एक सपोर्ट था वो डिस्ट्रॉय हो गया, फिर वॉलेटिलिटी में चला गया। सिमिलरली बाइंग आई क्रूड ऑयल में कल लोअर एंड से ऊपर चला गया, बहुत अच्छा रेजिस्टेंस था, ऐसा लेट हो गया, निकल गया रेजिस्टेंस। नाउ अगेन न्यू सपोर्ट है, तो वहां पर हम एक्सपेक्ट करेंगे कि बाइंग या सेलिंग जो भी है, बट इट इज इन अ स्मॉल रेंज स्टिल कंपेयर टू गैस. India aims to produce its own permanent magnet by the end of year. ठीक है, बाकी सिल्वर को और गोल्ड को कल भी हम डिस्कस कर रहे थे, याद होगा आप लोगों को. सिल्वर में प्राइस वो 74 लेवल को अभी भी होल्ड करके बैठा हुआ है. एक चीज ध्यान रखना, डॉलर इंडेक्स में हम कल मैं कल देख रहा था, मार्केट वैसे वापस 97 डॉलर के ऊपर ही चला गया है. काफी हैवी शॉर्ट बना के बैठे पड़े हैं लोग इसमें. तो एक पॉसिबिलिटी ये आ सकती है यूएस डॉलर इंडेक्स में कि एक स्क्वीज हो सकता है अपसाइड की ओर, क्योंकि इतनी हैवी शॉर्ट पोजीशन जब भी बनती है रिटेल्स की, उनको ट्रैप करने के लिए एक चांसेस रहता है कि प्राइस थोड़ा सा अपसाइड मूव कर जाए. तो शॉर्ट टर्म में हो सकता है डॉलर थोड़ा सा और पॉजिटिव हो जाए. कि कंटिन्यूसली 97 डॉलर के आसपास ही होल्ड करके बैठा हुआ है. कभी ब्रेक कर रहा है, कभी नीचे आ रहा है, कभी ब्रेक कर रहा है, कभी नीचे कर रहा है, बट 97 डॉलर के ऊपर अगर सस्टेन करता है, डेली के ऊपर तो कैंडल भी क्लोज हो गई है, वीकली या मंथली के ऊपर क्लोजिंग देता है, तो जा सकता है वापस 100 की ओर. उस केस में गोल्ड और सिल्वर में थोड़ा सा हो सकता है ड्रॉ डाउन देखने के लिए मिल जाए ओवरऑल. तो थोड़ा सा ध्यान रखना डॉलर इंडेक्स के मोमेंटम को. गोल्ड 1% पॉजिटिव. ठीक है, गोल्ड भी देखो, मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है गोल्ड में भी, क्योंकि यहाँ पर कोई सपोर्ट तो नहीं है. कल 4 आवर टाइम फ्रेम पे मैंने चार्ट लगाया था, एक बार देख लेते हैं. ठीक है, फॉरेक्स गोल्ड में भी कल मैं चेक कर रहा था, लोअर एंड पे 4 आवर टाइम फ्रेम पे एक पॉसिबिलिटी गोल्ड में बन रही है वापस से, क्योंकि अभी तो ये बिल्कुल ही एक रेंज के अंदर बना हुआ है. जिस तरह से ये कंसोलिडेशन करते 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 जा रहा है, अगर कुछ ईरान और यूएस में कॉन्फ्लिक्ट हो जाता है, तो ये वापस से 5400 टू 5500 जा सकता है. वहां पर एक पॉसिबिलिटी है कि प्राइस फिर से थोड़ा बहुत रिजेक्शन ले. तो ऊपर अभी हमारे पास स्पेस है 5400 टू 500 का. लोअर एंड पे देखोगे मार्केट ऑलरेडी 20% करेक्शन के बाद सपोर्ट लेके जा चुका है. अपर लेवल पे 4500 टू 4600 का, तो नीचे वही एक सपोर्ट बनता है. एनी क्लोजिंग 4 आवर टाइम फ्रेम पे प्रॉपरली एक के नीचे एक दो प्रॉपर कैंडल क्लोज हो जाए 4500 के नीचे, विल ट्रिगर सेल ऑफ अगेन. फिर लोअर एंड पे देखोगे तो मार्केट के पास काफी सपोर्ट है, काफी ज्यादा ही सपोर्ट है. 3400 से 3800 के बीच में, दैट विल बी अ मेजर सपोर्ट जोन. तो ये कुछ लेवल है 4 आवर टाइम फ्रेम पे. मार्केट अभी इस अपर लेवल की रेंज में फंसा हुआ है. और अभी इंपॉर्टेंट रहेगी ये जो करंट कैंडल है, ये विदाउट एनी विक लास्ट 4 आवर की जो कैंडल बनी है, इनसाइडर कैंडल, जिसका हाई 5010 है, इसके ऊपर आज अभी क्लोज कर जाती है. वैसे कैंडल देखोगे ओपन इक्वल टू लो है, अभी 2.5 घंटा है, बट अगर ये क्लोज करती है 5011 के ऊपर, तो फिर आप मान के चलो 4900 भी एज अ सपोर्ट की तरह काम करने लग जाएगा ये लेवल. तो अभी फिलहाल के लिए स्पेस दिख रहा है प्राइस जहां पर थोड़ा बहुत रिजेक्शन या सपोर्ट ले सकता है. इट इज़ कम्प्लीटली अनडिसाइडेड जोन. ठीक है, सपोर्ट पे आया था, वहां से ऑलरेडी सपोर्ट लेके जा चुका है. सिल्वर भी देखोगे 4 आवर टाइम फ्रेम पे ब्रेक ही नहीं किया परसों, भी याद होगा मैंने बताया था यहाँ पर, जब तक ये ब्रेक नहीं होता तो नीचे जाएगा नहीं. इसके नीचे एक के नीचे एक दो कैंडल 4 आवर की क्लोज आती है, तब फिर एक एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते थे $60 के आसपास, 59 टू $60, बट ये एक कैंडल जरूर क्लोज करी, रिवर्स कर गया वापस प्राइस ऊपर. एंड अगेन प्राइस इज होल्डिंग दिस लेवल. तो इसमें भी पॉसिबिलिटी है और ऊपर जाने की. इसमें इवन दो कोई रेजिस्टेंस भी नहीं है, गोल्ड में तो रेजिस्टेंस भी बना हुआ है, सिल्वर में अभी तक कोई रेजिस्टेंस 4 आवर में क्रिएट ही नहीं हुआ है अपर लेवल पे. ये भी एक बार वापस टेस्ट करने चला जाए 87 to 90 डॉलर, अगर गोल्ड ऊपर जाता है तो। 4 आवर में नहीं है तो डेली में भी नहीं होगा। 1 आवर में है क्या? ठीक है, 4 आवर के थोड़ा सा सपोर्ट रेजिस्टेंस ज़्यादा स्ट्रॉन्ग लगते हैं शॉर्ट टर्म मोमेंटम के लिए। सिल्वर में बने नहीं है, विच इज़ वेरी स्ट्रेंज। निफ्टी या कंटिन्यूसली फॉलिंग, नीचे ही जा रहा है निफ्टी भी। एक्सपेक्ट किया था वही 25,500 400, इसमें देखो सपोर्ट ही नहीं है जहाँ तक मैंने थोड़ी देर पहले ही बताया था निफ्टी फ्यूचर में। तो पॉसिबिलिटी है कि गिरता ही रहे अब। मॉर्निंग से सेलिंग ही चल रही है रेजिस्टेंस एरिया से, एग्जैक्टली रेजिस्टेंस पे ही हिट किया था मॉर्निंग पे, वहां से प्राइस कंटिन्यूसली फॉल ही कर रहा है अभी के लिए तो। कल ही मैंने आप लोगों को बताया था, मॉर्निंग पे भी बताया था 25,000, 3 4 दिनों से कंटिन्यूसली आपको बता रहा था, प्राइस वहां आया नहीं था। 25,870 to 880 मेजर रेजिस्टेंस है, इट इज नॉट स्टॉपिंग। ऑलमोस्ट 1% सेल ऑफ। क्लोजिंग वीकली देख लेते हैं क्या रिजेक्शन मिला है। की कैंडल ऑलमोस्ट इन्वर्टेड हैमर बनाने के पास है, एक दिन बचा हुआ है बस। अभी अगर सेलिंग कंटिन्यू रहती है तो कंप्लीट इन्वर्टेड हैमर लगेगा। 5,500 तो ऑलमोस्ट आई है। है 25,400 to 500 आने वाला है निफ्टी फ्यूचर, अनटिल अनलेस कोई नया सपोर्ट अब क्रिएट नहीं होता, इसके चांसेस भी कम है। तो ट्रेल करते रहो, जो लोग सेलिंग में सपोर्ट बनेगा तो मैं बता दूंगा, अभी तो नहीं है इसमें भी, निफ्टी में भी। हाँ ठीक है, वो तो लेवल पे निकल जाएगा इजीली। बाकी नेचुरल गैस में वेट कर रहे हैं, उसमें कोई ट्रेड है नहीं है, कैंडल क्लोजिंग का वेट देखते हैं कहाँ पर कैंडल क्लोज होती है, उसके बेसिस पे ही कुछ डिसाइड कर पाएंगे। चाइना में निफ्टी में क्या चल रहा है। ये बाकी यूएस मार्केट कल थोड़ा बहुत प्रॉफिट बुकिंग के बाद वापस रिटर्न तो जरूर किया था, क्लोजिंग बेसिस पे पॉजिटिव भी क्लोज हुआ था 1%। स्टिल थोड़ा बहुत सेलिंग का प्रेशर इसमें भी लग ही रहा है, काफ़ी ज़्यादा कंसोलिडेशन हो गया निफ्टी यूएस 100 भी। डाउ की तो और हालत ख़राब है। बैंक निफ्टी भी कल अपने ऑल टाइम हाई के बाद वापस रिट्रेस कर रहा है अपने ऑल टाइम हाई को के ऊपर, क्लोजिंग नहीं दे रहा है। वाओ, डेली टाइम फ्रेम स्टिल। आज की कैंडल भी देखोगे, ओपन इक्वल टू हाई है निफ्टी बैंक में फ्यूचर में 61,590, ओपन फिर 61,590 हाई। क्लोजिंग तो जरूर आई थी ऑल टाइम हाई के ऊपर, प्रीवियस ऑल टाइम हाई के ऊपर। अगर आज क्लोजिंग नहीं आई तो फेक ब्रेकआउट माना जाएगा 61,300। हाई के ऊपर फेक ब्रेकआउट सही नहीं रहता है। निफ्टी में भी यही हुआ था लास्ट टाइम, अपने ऑल टाइम हाई पे जब गया था प्राइस, ब्रेकआउट किया था डेली टाइम फ्रेम पे। जितना हायर टाइम फ्रेम पे फेक ब्रेकआउट होगा उतना प्रॉब्लमेटिक है। मंथली में तो निफ्टी अभी भी बैंक निफ्टी फ्यूचर अभी भी ब्रेकआउट कर रहा है, क्लोजिंग में तो अभी से 8 दिन है मंथली टाइम फ्रेम की। तो मंथली में तो अभी भी इतना कुछ बेरिसनेस लग नहीं रही है, बट डेली में कंप्लीट रिजेक्शन है ऑल टाइम हाई के ऊपर। वीकली में भी प्रीवियस ऑल टाइम हाई के ऊपर प्राइस गया नहीं है, तो नॉट वैलिड प्राइस एक्शन। बट या डेली इट इज कंप्लीटली, अगर आज ये क्लोजिंग देती है लेवल के नीचे, थोड़ा सा प्रॉब्लम क्रिएट कर सकता है बैंक निफ्टी के लिए भी, क्योंकि प्रीवियस ऑल टाइम हाई 61,300 के ऊपर कल क्लोजिंग आई थी। अगर आज रिजेक्शन मिल गया तो चांसेस रहते हैं कि सेल ऑफ में मार्केट थोड़ा कंटिन्यूएशन में चला जाए। ठीक है, मार्केट हमेशा ऐसा ही करता है, जब भी अपने प्रीवियस ऑल टाइम हाई के ऊपर फेक ब्रेकआउट करता है, या तो कंटिन्यूसली दो कैंडल क्लोज कर दे एक के ऊपर एक, या फिर एक के ऊपर एक क्लोज ना भी करे तो दो कैंडल, एक आज क्लोज हो दूसरी कैंडल लेवल के ऊपर कल क्लोज हो जाए। दैट इज नॉट अ फेक ब्रेकआउट। उस केस में पुल बैक आते भी हैं तो दे विल सस्टेन इट। बट अगर एक प्रीवियस ऑल टाइम हाई के ऊपर एक कैंडल आज क्लोज हुई है, नेक्स्ट डे नेक्स्ट मंथ या नेक्स्ट वीक की कैंडल वापस नीचे आ गई, वो फिर कंटिन्यूएशन पे ही सेलिंग करता है हमेशा। नॉट ऑलवेज वेरी बिग, बट या रिसेंट पास्ट में ऐसा ही देखा गया चार्ट पैटर्न के अकॉर्डिंग, कि कभी भी मार्केट अपने प्रीवियस ऑल टाइम हाई के ऊपर अगर फेक ब्रेकआउट कर रहा है उस पर्टिकुलर टाइम फ्रेम पे, तो उसी पर्टिकुलर टाइम फ्रेम पे सेलिंग कंटिन्यू होती है। बैंक निफ्टी में ऐसा कई बार हो चुका है, निफ्टी में भी। अपने ऑल टाइम हाई के ऊपर डायरेक्टली ब्रेकआउट करे ही ना, विक बना दे, बट अगर ऑल टाइम हाई के ऊपर डायरेक्टली कैंडल क्लोजिंग आ रही है और फिर नेक्स्ट डे वापस रिवर्स कर जा रही है कैंडल लेवल के नीचे, नॉट गुड। कि डेली टाइम फ्रेम की कैंडल बड़ी इंपॉर्टेंट है निफ्टी बैंक की, क्लोजिंग कहाँ होती है ध्यान रखेंगे। तो अभी भी मार्केट निफ्टी बैंक ठीक ठाक ही है, लाइक ब्रेकआउट तो कर चुका है ऑलरेडी। क्लोजिंग देखेंगे इस मंथ कहाँ आती है। प्रीवियस ऑल टाइम हाई मंथली टाइम फ्रेम पे 60,544, तो यहाँ पर तो अभी चांसेस कम ही लग रहे हैं। वीकली में ऑल टाइम हाई के ऊपर इस वीक मार्केट ने ऑलरेडी एक ब्रेकआउट देने की कोशिश करी है, क्लोजिंग नहीं दी है। तो अगर क्लोजिंग नहीं आई तो फिर ये लेवल वैसे भी कंसिडर नहीं किया जाएगा, बट डेली टाइम फ्रेम इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। डेली टाइम फ्रेम लास्ट ट्रेडिंग सेशन पे मार्केट ऑलरेडी ब्रेकआउट कर चुका है। 61,300 के ऊपर प्रॉपर कैंडल क्लोजिंग आई थी। आज कैंडल वापस नीचे आ गई है 61,300। कल का लो बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट है, कल के लो के नीचे अगर क्लोजिंग आ गई तो बड़ा प्रॉब्लम क्रिएट कर देगी बैंक निफ्टी डेली टाइम फ्रेम पे। लेट्स होप बैंक निफ्टी कल के लो के नीचे क्लोजिंग ना दे। 61,000 कल का जो लो है डेली टाइम फ्रेम का, दैट इज बैंक निफ्टी फ्यूचर में 61,053.20। इसके नीचे क्लोजिंग नहीं आती है तो सेफ है। इसके नीचे क्लोजिंग आ गई तो फिर थोड़ा सा मैं बेरिश हो जाऊंगा बैंक निफ्टी में डेली टाइम फ्रेम पे। एक्सपेक्ट करेंगे जितना पुल बैक आएगा सेल ही करूंगा। हाँ, अगर आज ये क्लोजिंग नहीं आती है कल के लो के नीचे या फिर रिकवर कर जाता है ऑल टाइम प्रीवियस ऑल टाइम हाई के ऊपर 61,300 के ऊपर, तो फिर कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, देयर इज नो इशू ऑन दैट। बट अगर ये कल के लो के नीचे क्लोजिंग देती है अगर बैंक निफ्टी फ्यूचर डेली टाइम फ्रेम पे, देन वी शुड बी बेरिश। निफ्टी का हाल थोड़ा सा अलग है। निफ्टी में मार्केट अभी अपने ऑल टाइम हाई पर है नहीं तो कुछ कहा नहीं जा सकता। बैंक निफ्टी फॉल भी करता है ना तो नीचे वापस रिट्रेसमेंट अगर आता है तो अच्छा रहेगा। ऑल टाइम हाई पर काफी दिनों से पहुंचा हुआ है, कंसोलिडेशन कर रहा है। रिजल्ट्स ऑलरेडी आ ही गए हैं कंपनीज के। यूएस मार्केट जब तक संभला हुआ है तब तक तो खैर कुछ ज़्यादा इशू नहीं आएगा। यूएस मार्केट में अगर थोड़ा करेक्शन आ जाता है, एंड मेनली देखो करेक्शन के दो ही रीजन हो सकते हैं यूएस में। या तो यूएस ईरान का कॉन्फ्लिक्ट स्टार्ट हो जाए, दैट इज़ वन ट्रिगर पॉइंट। सेकंड कोई एआई बबल बस्ट हो जाए। बाकी एआई बबल बस्ट एक दिन में तो होता नहीं है, उसके लिए मल्टीपल रीजन चाहिए कि मार्केट फॉल करे। और जिस तरह से एनवीडिया और बाकी यूएस के जो एआई स्टॉक्स हैं वो कंटिन्यूसली ठीक ठाक प्रॉफिट तो जनरेट करके दे ही रहे हैं, कम दे रहे हैं लेकिन करके दे रहे हैं। तो अगर ये कंटिन्यू रहता है तो थोड़े चांसेस उसके कम ही रहेंगे। हाँ, जितना अगर एक्सपेक्टेशन है प्रॉफिट उससे बहुत कम आ जाए तो बात अलग है। प्रॉफिट आए, कम आए तो भी प्रॉब्लम हो जाएगी उस केस में। तो उस केस में हो सकता है हमारे इंडियन बैंक स्टॉक्स भी फॉल करें। केस में अगर प्राइस थोड़ा सा फॉल करके आता है मेरे अकॉर्डिंग ठीक रहेगा, 57,000 के अप्रॉक्सीमेटली अच्छा लेवल है वापस से। 7 से 8%। टीम नेचुरल गैस में मुझे लग नहीं रहा कुछ बनने वाला है आज भी। वो लेवल रहेंगे अगर निफ्टी बैंक निफ्टी फ्यूचर कभी फॉल करता है, बैंक निफ्टी फ्यूचर, तो एक नीचे लेवल रहेगा स्मॉल 57,000 का, विच अराउंड 7% ऑल टाइम हाई से करेक्शन आता है। और दूसरा फिर मेजर सपोर्ट, ये तो स्मॉल सपोर्ट हो गया 57,000। सेकेंड मेजर सपोर्ट विच इज अराउंड 50,000 टू 48,000, दैट विल बी मेजर सपोर्ट। इसके नीचे तो मैं एक्सपेक्ट नहीं कर रहा हूँ। वहां तक प्राइस गिर गया तो ऑलमोस्ट 20% करेक्शन आ जाएगा, हाईली अनलाइकली अनटिल अनलेस कोई बहुत मेजर इवेंट नहीं होता। एंड मेजर इवेंट दो ही चीज़ हो सकती हैं, या तो कोई बहुत बड़ा कॉन्फ्लिक्ट हो जाए या फिर यूएस में कुछ ज़्यादा ही बड़ा सेल ऑफ आ जाए। हेलो गाइस, स्ट्रीम को डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम। यहाँ पर मिला था रिजेक्शन, ये काफी लेट रिजेक्शन मिला था इस लिक्विडिटी एरिया के अराउंड। जैसे 4 आवर टाइम फ्रेम पे देखोगे, निफ्टी बैंक और निफ्टी 50 दोनों में ही 4 आवर टाइम फ्रेम पे ऐसा कोई रिजेक्शन कैंडल तो नहीं है, पैटर्न नहीं है। सेलिंग हो सकता है वैसे अलग आ जाए, बट इतना कोई खास रिजेक्शन कैंडल तो नहीं बना है अभी तक, विच इज रियश्योरिंग बैंक निफ्टी स्पेशली। देखोगे वापस से पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट की ओर चला गया। रिलायंस इंडस्ट्रीज के शेयर को भी देखोगे, मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है शायद इसके भी थोड़ा सा करेक्शन और मिलने के चांसेस हैं। जैसे करंट लेवल से ऐसा लग रहा है कि प्राइस हो सकता है थोड़ा सा और करेक्ट हो जाए 1200 के अप्रोक्सीमेटली। ऐसा हुआ तो निफ्टी शायद और गिरे आने वाले टाइम हाई से ऑलरेडी एक 12% डाउन है। 1200 के आसपास आया तो ऑलमोस्ट 25-26% करेक्शन मिल जाएगा, तो ऑलमोस्ट 25 से 30% करेक्शन ऑल टाइम हाई से। बारह सौ से 1100 के बीच तक हो सकता है निफ्टी रिलायंस में भी एक करेक्शन देखने के लिए मिले, विच इज अप्रोक्सीमेटली 25-30% करेक्शन। अभी ऑल टाइम हाई से जैसा मैंने बताया ऑलरेडी प्राइस 12% के करेक्शन में जा चुका है। मान लो यहीं से प्राइस और फॉल करता है तो लगभग 15 से 20% निफ्टी में इसका इम्पैक्ट 3 से 4%। नेचुरल गैस में देखो कल भी ट्रेड नहीं बना था, अभी भी मुझे कुछ पॉसिबिलिटी लग नहीं है ट्रेड बनने की इसमें। जब तक या तो लेवल पे नहीं आएगा या फ्रेश सपोर्ट रेजिस्टेंस बनाएगा नहीं, मेरे साइड से तो कोई ट्रेड होगा नहीं। चाहो तो बता दो नेचुरल गैस के बदले क्रूड ऑयल का चार्ट लगा देते, सॉरी क्रूड ऑयल का तो ऑलरेडी चार्ट है, गोल्ड का चार्ट लगा देते हैं इफ़ यू वांट इट। गोल्ड में अगर ट्रेड कर रहे हैं लोग या सिल्वर में, नेचुरल गैस में पॉसिबिलिटी कम ही लग रही है नए फ्रेश ट्रेड की।
Confident and you see further upside in 2026. There's a lot of focus, of course, on the Beazley deal. Do we get a binding offer before March the 4th? And how do you plan to finance this acquisition, Mario?
That needs to be seen. Now we are in a due diligence phase. We need to complete that, and then we will think about the next steps after.
But you have, just to follow up on that, Mario, you have financing in place? You are ready to go on in terms of the financing? I know we can't talk much about the deal, and I know that the UK regulators have pushed out the deadline for this, so you're still in the due diligence phase. But you have confirmed financing. You know how you're going to finance this deal if it were to go through?
Let's talk about all of that when we will get to a firm offer. And I'm sure that we can reassure everybody about how we will finance it.
OK, let's park that one for the time being and come back to it. Mario, insurance companies have been really volatile over the last few days. We've seen, obviously, concerns growing about how AI will impact this industry. How are you getting ready for AI? And do you think the recent turbulence has been overdone?
Look, AI is an incredible opportunity for the insurance industry. We are all in on AI. We're investing, we're using, we're testing. We want to bring AI to really revolutionize our business. I don't think there is any reason to fear it. It's a great opportunity. My concern is how quickly I can get the full power of AI supporting our customers, our business growth, but it's not about defending from AI. This is a great opportunity for the industry.
Mario, how much are you going to be spending on AI, and are you going to be reducing? Will you need fewer people, ultimately, as you implement AI?
Look, on people, the truth is we are actually hiring AI experts. So we're hiring competencies that we never had before. So very likely, net, it won't change very much the number of people, but it definitely changes the skills. Because people will be required over and over again in the next years to know what they're doing with AI, to be competent on that. And so they will either develop themselves new skills, or they will be people with different skills.
OK, switching focus a little bit, Mario, to the UK, to London. You're getting closer to launching your first syndicate, Lloyd's of London syndicate. Where are you in that journey? Why is that significant?
Look, as it is with the Beazley opportunity, we're actually connecting these two things. And so we will hold the launching of the syndicate until we understand better if there is or there isn't an opportunity to make a firm bid on Beazley.
Mario, just to kind of wrap this conversation up, what you've delivered here, according to the analyst notes that I'm reading this morning, appear to be very good numbers. They're ahead of expectations. The concern is that you are about to deliver a big equity raise. How should I read the share price reaction to today's numbers if it doesn't go sharply higher on the back of these figures? Do you think you'll be disappointed, or do you understand that the market is worried about that equity raise potentially being there, and that is a bit of an overhang in terms of the stock?
Look, when we went public on our intention to make an offer for Beazley, we wanted to hear our shareholders' reaction, and that was super positive. Our shareholders have been supporting us in the bid, have been supporting us in the strategical vision behind the bid, and have been supporting us on the financials of the offer that we were disclosing. So as long as I have the support of my shareholders and my customers, I feel very strong.
Mario, before we let you go, you're coming up for 10 years as CEO of Zurich Insurance Group. Do you get through 2027, Mario? Are there succession plans afoot?
I think I have a complete support also from my board to execute, complete this deal and deliver the benefits to Zurich customers and Zurich shareholders.
OK, deliver the deal. And you've got the backing to do that. Mario Greco, Zurich Insurance Group CEO, on the profit beat coming through from that business as well. We appreciate your time. Really interesting in terms of particularly the life part of business, the property and casualty part of business, their US exposure. But question marks about succession as well, because Mario Greco is going to be there for a decade. That time frame's coming up.
Does he become the next chair? I think that is the question a lot of people are asking, or anticipating that he will sort of step to that position. It's interesting on the Beazley story. He's going to hold off on the Lloyd's decision until we get some clarity on what that. He says he's got support of investors. The analysts are saying these are good numbers, but they're going to be held back by the fact that you potentially have a big equity raise coming to pay for Beazley, but you don't know. So you can't mark the stock up because you worry about the kind of the raise that's coming through.
March the 4th is the deadline for that, so we wait additional details coming up. It is the opening trade, of course. And let's check in on futures after a decent session. Bit mixed, currently pointing lower by around 0.2%, but after a strong session for European stocks yesterday. This is Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Stephen Engel at Japan's Akasaka Palace in Tokyo, and this is Bloomberg.
We're at the epicenter of a global realignment on a scale not seen for decades. At the intersection between markets, economics and geopolitics, a forum for sophisticated conversation. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
From the beating heart of global finance, economics and politics, and wherever newsmakers are moving markets, Bloomberg brings you conversations that allow for deep discussions and important insights. What do you think the future is for inflation? Is this new normal? Are markets too optimistic? How do you worry about the things that are outside your control? How does the current fighting completely stop? I'm Francine Lacqua, and this is The Pulse, every weekday only on Bloomberg.
Making money isn't about drowning in emotions. It's about understanding what's actually happening. Markets are the best way to glean signal from noise, and that is what we try to do every morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
The Middle East and Africa regions are home to some of the biggest deals and fastest growth in the world. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. I'm Jumana Versace. Join me on Bloomberg Horizon's Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insights shaping the decisions of traders across this exciting region.
You had heightened levels of volatility.
There's still room to maneuver.
Reduce the opportunities.
It allows you to increase significantly your net income.
Every trading day, only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it's happening. I'm Anne-Marie Hordern in Caracas, Venezuela, and this is Bloomberg.
Africa, a region rife with potential for growth and opportunities, but not without its challenges. Bloomberg highlights the biggest stories, interviewing key players, and reporting on the issues impacting the region. Join us as we get to the heart of African business, politics, and economics, and ask the question, what's next? I'm Jennifer Zabasaja, and this is Next Africa.
New episodes every month, only on Bloomberg.
Welcome back. Thursday morning. Couple of minutes to go until the start of cash equity trading here in Europe. This is what yesterday looks like for the S&P. The S&P was up by around 0.5%. Decent rotation within the market, back towards tech a little bit. Market kind of reached its peak, actually, kind of at the time that Europe went out. That's the European close. We faded into the US close before getting a little bit of bounce. US futures are up a little bit this morning, so you can kind of continue that move. But nevertheless, actually from a European perspective, there's a little negativity that we need to price in. And that's why we're seeing what we're seeing in futures right now. This is the picture. Euro Stoxx 50 futures are down by around 0.2%. DAX futures are down by around 0.5%. FTSE futures are a little bit higher. Keep an eye on the oil price this morning. That could boost names like BP and Shell. You've also got the pound as a factor in the story as well. Look at what is happening in terms of future pricing for the pound. It looks fairly negative, and there's a kind of mechanical effect, or historically has been, around the FTSE. Pound down, FTSE up. So that's maybe what we're seeing this morning. A little bit of divergence, but basically what you are getting this morning is a little negativity coming from the States being priced into Europe, Tom.
It is another big day for earnings, so some individual stocks in focus as well. We're looking at Renault, we're looking at Nestle, we're looking at Airbus. When it comes to Renault, it's a squeeze in terms of the margin story, increasingly competitive space. So the operating margin forecast coming in below the estimates, so watch that stock on the back of that story. Nestle coming through with some pretty decent results as on the other side of the story in terms of targets, reiterating their targets, seeing that growth there. So that could see a bit of a boost. Airbus, the deliveries coming in below expectations, so missing on deliveries could weigh on Airbus gold.
The Renault call has just started. You can see the headlines trickling onto the Bloomberg right now. OK, here we go. Let's talk about this market open. We're expecting a little negativity to come through. CAC's going to be interesting in terms of the open we get from the French market on Airbus this morning. FTSE 100 is expected to go higher. Expect some of the commodity names maybe to deliver on the upside, but at the moment, a fairly flat open. We are expecting that to turn a little bit more positive. But the FTSE at the moment actually struggling to make headway. 600, that's just a reflection maybe of what we've got out of the UK at the moment. We're going to watch and see what the CAC does this morning. How bad could it be for Airbus? I'm going to talk to Guillaume Faury, the CEO, a little bit later on. We'll get his take on what is happening in terms of the engine problems that company is facing. The IBEX is out and it's down 0.2%. The CAC is down 0.2% as well. FTSE's just struggling a little bit, actually. We're expecting a little bit more positivity. We're not getting that this morning. We'll come back and find out exactly why in just a moment. We await the DAX and the SMI. Tom, what are you seeing?
The sector-by-sector breakdown. Top of the list right now is media, up 0.7%. Travel and leisure, up 0.6%. Energy, to your point about higher oil prices, Brent around $70 a barrel on those geopolitical risks story. Currently second in terms of the sector story on the upside. Up 0.6% is energy. Media gaining 0.9%. On the downside, the safe haven tilt to utilities. Utilities down 1.3%. Basic resources, after a strong session yesterday, currently dropping 1.3%. So basic resources on the downside. Media is the top performing sector right now. Beneath the hood, we're seeing, there's the Airbus story, then down 3.3%, 3.2%. On the other side of the print, you're seeing gains, pretty decent gains for Nestle, up 2.5%, Guy.
Yeah, Nestle certainly responding. New CEO over there talking about kind of rationalising that business around 4 core operating units, and the news out of Veve looking a little bit better now. So that stock up by 2.5%. But Airbus is the big weight this morning on the downside of the market. Actually, considering what people were expecting in terms of the calls I saw early on, a drop of only 3.3% looks fairly benign. Could have been worse, maybe is the message there in terms of the news out of Toulouse. Astra is also a weight. Iberdrola is also a weight as well. And you say some of the mining names are coming down as well. I just saw ASML. ASML's a little softer this morning, but I know that SAP is a little higher. Relex is a little bit higher as well. So some of those beaten up software names we've been talking about over the last few days may be coming back.
Let's get more analysis right now. Bring in Madeline Ronner, Global Equities Senior Portfolio Manager at DWS. Madeline, good morning. Thank you for joining us. Is it the earnings story? Is it Fed expectations, a slightly more hawkish Fed? Or is it modest, at least around the edges, renewed optimism around AI? What for you is the catalyst, at least in the near term, for equities?
I think actually a mixture between positioning for earnings, especially as we get NVIDIA earnings. I think that's one of the reasons. The second one is for sure AI optimism. So I think the news around OpenAI closing another funding round is something that reassured markets, because obviously they were getting a little bit of nervous of how dependent the cycle is on OpenAI. So their ability to get funding obviously is a huge factor. And you also clearly see on the software AI loser side, I would say, kind of a stabilization and the market trying to figure out more clearly which companies exactly could be potential winners, where the market has been overreacting over the recent weeks. So that's kind of what the market is currently trying to figuring out. And you see it today as well, and in the last few days, that a lot of these names started to bounce a little bit and saw a little bit of just stabilization.
Yeah. So, Madeline, on that AI story, where do you think the disruption, or the overselling, I should say, has been most acute, in your opinion?
So I think it has been kind of, especially like at the end of last week, it has been getting more and more, okay, what could be next? Like, what is the next story? Where is anything sitting with software that was getting hit? And I think that is a little bit over-exaggerated. So what we are looking for is especially, obviously, proprietary data sets, which can be a continued barrier to entry, even as AI continues to move forward. It's also, obviously, because it moved also in the industrial space, for example, with industrial software, everything that here has to do with that is connected to hardware, we think is better protected. So these are areas that we look at. That's the one side of it. So just where we think fundamentally these companies are still well positioned. And the other one I would say is just be where valuations have been hit so hard that you can say it's an over exaggeration. That's really on a stock by stock basis, honestly. And this one is the harder one to do because obviously it's very hard to see how low multiples can go in that kind of situation, because there is a real risk of basically competitive barriers starting to decrease with AI and startups being able to provide very competitive products. And even if that is not, I mean, the whole seat discussion, even if that only goes basically into the pricing power of a lot of these companies and the gross margins that they've built up, obviously that's a huge shift potentially in the business model. So that's all something that you have to consider. But there are some names that have gotten under so much pressure on the valuation side that they're starting to look interesting again as well.
Madeline, good morning. It's Guy. Are you de-risking portfolios, and will you continue to de-risk portfolios? And if you are, how are you doing it?
For sure. So I think we already had been underpositioned in software, honestly. But exactly what I've just told you is what we've been doing. So not necessarily decreasing the overall software exposure, but generally shifting around what we have within software towards, again, where we think moats are just higher, where we think, again, the market has been overreacting. We saw yesterday, for example, EDA, for example, is a space where we have a higher conviction that barriers are there because of the proprietary data set. That's kind of how we started to de-risk, but it's honestly also difficult to just sort out, and I think that's what the market is struggling with as well, because a lot of companies tell you that their data set is proprietary and that this is giving them a benefit. So it's hard to disentangle as an investor, basically, where you have really high convictions. But yeah, so that's what we're generally doing. We obviously also had some positioning on the side of the more defensive sides of the market that have moved up quite a lot. And that is also something where we honestly right now getting a little bit more cautious again than we were at the beginning of the year, because these moves, obviously, for example, in the consumer staples sector have been quite large.
Okay. So we're struggling to kind of have a degree of certainty, particularly around some of the software stories. The VIX is at 19. Do you think volatility increases from here? Do you think we continue to see higher levels of volatility? And what impact do you think that could have?
I think with volatility, it has been very interesting because obviously the index volatility has been much lower than the single stock volatility, right? So on the surface, it looks pretty calm, but underlying, obviously, there has been a massive rotation. So I think that we think that can continue. So basically, index levels being stable, obviously for that, you would need the large hyperscalers to basically maintain on a more sideways note. And then the market broadening just continuing, especially also as we see that the same thing happening on an earnings side, right? So in the last 3 years, the earnings have been very much heavily, earnings growth has been very much tilted towards the Magnificent Seven and the technology sector. And that is starting to broadening out. We see more of a cyclical acceleration potentially. We had a very strong PMI print in January. Yesterday, we got very strong industrial production numbers in the US. So there is a case that you can make for cyclical acceleration and a broadening out of the market that can continue. And that should help, especially like on a VIX and index level, to keep volatility in check.
Madeline, does that apply to small caps as well?
I mean, if you look at a cyclical acceleration, obviously, small caps are very interesting, right? And it has been a space that has been underperforming for quite a bit. This year, they've been stronger. So it is something that we continue to like. We have it on overweight, and we are positioned in our portfolios that way. And we continue to like it still. So it is something that you would want to have a larger positioning in if you are a believer in, again, a cyclical acceleration in Europe and in the US.
Yeah. How correlated do you think Europe and the US is? How correlated do you think Asia and the US is? If US equity indices go lower, how insulated are positions in Europe and Asia going to be? How are these absolute trades or relative trades, do you think?
I think we're actually more in a scenario where we have more relative trades. I mean, obviously, you also have to do markets like in the US, for example, go down of an overall level, or is it again what we see more? Okay, obviously, return potential right now is more limited than in the last few years. We expect more mid-single-digit, high single-digit upside, even though earnings growth is still very well supported. But we would expect like a slight derating of the US. Obviously, for Europe investors, then you could have like a weakening dollar again, weighing on overall returns for Europe investors in the US. That is obviously something, if you have that dynamic, that would help Asia and emerging markets. Again, that is something that we expect would happen. In Europe, I think you have also a lot of idiosyncratic drivers when it comes to the fiscal support, especially in Germany, that is coming. We are a strong believer that that will accelerate growth, and there will be some, again, kind of effects on the whole of Europe. And that could potentially lead to a stronger growth dynamic in Europe. So, I mean, last year we already had quite a bit of re-rating in European stocks. So the majority of stock performance last year really came from re-rating towards the US, whereas in the US we still had higher earnings growth. So we really do need to see that acceleration in Europe of earnings growth. And then that momentum we think can continue and valuations can hold or even still extend a little bit compared to the US. So there is a good case to make that even if we don't get a large downside, but just like a stable slight downside in the US, that Europe can still do quite well.
Does that growth, that potential growth picture in Europe, improved growth picture, does that unlock the European consumer, and how would you play that?
That's the hope, right? Because the fiscal stimulus in itself is not enough, obviously. It can be the trigger, the initial trigger, but then two things that basically need to happen. For one, obviously, we know European consumers have a lot of savings, so that can obviously help as soon as sentiment improves. That's the one thing, and that you can obviously play with the consumer sector. For example, luxury is also something that we still like. Obviously, that's also dependent on Asia, but it's also the private investments then as well. That's kind of the next leg. So you need to make Europe more basically attractive for corporate investments as well. So you don't only have the fiscal impact, but you combine it basically with deregulation, etc., to move not only like the consumer capital, but private capital as well. And I think that is the mixture that would be really, really powerful, and that is not yet priced in, and where markets are still a little bit skeptical and on kind of the wait and see mode.
Madeline, great to catch up. Yeah, wait and see mode, definitely. Madeline Ronner, Global Equities Senior Portfolio Manager at DWS. Thank you very much indeed. Call 6 looks like this morning. What are we watching in Europe? We'll give you some of the earnings stories. Nestle outperforming this morning, as you can see, doing very well on the back of what has been delivered today. Elsewhere, a little bit more mixed. Defence stocks are coming to the fore once again. Maybe a little bit of a fade on some of the tech bounce that we've seen over the last couple of days. Let's start off with what we're seeing out of Toulouse, though, this morning. Airbus front and centre for Chloe Mellet.
Good morning, Guy. Indeed, and Airbus is struggling quite a bit this morning. We're down more than 5% after it said that it will still be dealing with engine supply issues, and that will delay and complicate the production and delivery of its A320 jets, and that means that it might struggle to meet the record demand for that particular family of aircraft, and therefore the shares are taking quite the hit this morning on the back of that. Moving on to Euronext, which is also in the red this morning, more than 4%, and that is after it said that costs will accelerate this year. And that is because of some strategic investments, but also costs related to the acquisition of the Athens Stock Exchange, which happened late last year. And so the earnings also came in a little bit softer than expected. So that coupled with the cost, that is leading to a little bit of weakness this morning. Pernod Ricard, however, is up 3% this morning. The first half sales were actually weaker than expected because of the continued weakness in demand for spirits in the US and China. But the company said that sales will actually accelerate, will do a little bit better in the fiscal second half. And therefore, that is what analysts and investors are focusing on this morning. And therefore, we are in the green. Tenaris is also in the green. This is a steel company, and that is because the outlook commentary implies some consensus upgrades according to analysts. And so we are are up quite strongly, about 5.5% for that company. And finally, Arcadis is down quite a lot. This is a consulting and engineering firm. It is cutting headcount by about 1,000 roles and also expects really flat revenue this year. And so this is really leading the shares down. We're down almost 14% for that company this morning.
Chloe Melee on some of the stocks on the move this morning. Thank you very much. Coming up, Nestle planning a revamp then, including offloading its ice cream businesses. We'll bring you the details next. This is Bloomberg.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
Why is it that NFTs have not recovered in the same way that, say, Bitcoin has?
Bloomberg is covering all things crypto.
It's a pretty spectacular story.
The people.
This is the future. This is the 21st century economy.
The transactions.
It snapped up nearly $1 billion of Bitcoin.
And the technology.
We need to build a digital Fort Knox.
That gives people financial freedom, and that's a wonderful thing.
That's extraordinary.
We ride the wave that is Bitcoin.
Bloomberg Crypto, only on Bloomberg. U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers Jobs Day like Bloomberg. The countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day. Get ahead of tomorrow's trading with The Close. Weekdays on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories.
The economy has been doing well. That does not tell you what the future is going to be.
We are taking a step-by-step approach, a very systematic approach with India.
This is a time to put a little more defense into your portfolio.
Insight with Haslinda Amin, only on Bloomberg.
Astonishing day for US technology.
Shaping the region's technology ecosystem.
Asia's biggest tech news and innovation.
Tune in to Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
We got to talk crypto.
From the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead.
What's the conversation around your company?
Bringing you insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy.
Planning very big things.
A new level of premium.
Plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens.
The floodgates of innovation are going to open up.
You can't fake passion. You either are or you aren't.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily, only on Bloomberg. Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield around the world right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Welcome back to watching the opening trade. We are 17 minutes into the equity market session. The surprise actually is what we're seeing out of the London market, which is down today. So you've got some of the big mining names under significant pressure, and that is adding to the downside. Names like Rio. Some of the pharma companies are also softer this morning. You are seeing weakness in AstraZeneca, certainly acting as a big drag on that market as well. So the outperformance of London has not materialised.
The food and beverage space getting a lift from Nestle, though, and that stock is popping in the session, up more than 3% right now. Nestle saying its sales growth may quicken this year as the new CEO seeks to reorganise the world's biggest food maker. The company also reporting it's in advanced talks to sell its remaining ice cream businesses, as it says it will take a financial hit from the ongoing baby formula recall. For more, let's bring in Bloomberg's Gillian Deutsch. Gillian, what kind of stands out to you from these numbers? Investors reacting positively. Some pretty significant changes, though, being thought through at the top of Nestle.
Yeah, Chief Executive Philip Navratil is less than 6 months into the job,
And his real task this morning was to really show he is serious about turning this company around. And he had positive news for investors who are really desperate for good news. The top line, of course, is predicting sales growth of between 3% and 4% this year. That's positive news for investors. Shares are up this morning. He also announced a reorganization of the company around 4 segments. That's pet care, coffee, nutrition, health, and food and snacking. Nestle also confirmed a scoop from some of my colleagues that broke last night that they're seeking to reduce or sell its stake in Froneri, an ice cream joint venture they have, includes brands like Häagen-Dazs. That might be familiar to some listeners. They also announced last night a board shakeup, brought in Thomas Jordan, the former president of the Swiss National Bank, and also Fatima Francisco, top executive Procter & Gamble. That's really to show that the company is taking governance issues seriously. This is on top of previous announcements of 16,000 job cuts, also moving away from the struggling vitamins and water unit sales. So it's a crucial year for Nestle, and this is a good morning for Philip Navratil.
Yeah, good way to start. One of the issues that certainly, though, that we are watching very carefully around this business is what is happening with this ongoing issue around tainted infant formula. What clarity can the company provide at this point, and what do we know about some of its rivals?
Yeah, that is certainly a crucial question this morning. Nestle did kind of price in this impact of the recalls into their growth targets. And they did say that they estimate it'll be about 20 basis points that they expect to get hit from revenue this year. Just to take a step back, this infant formula recall really began in December when the company found a contaminated ingredient from one of its third-party suppliers. That's ballooned into the company's largest ever recall, impacting consumers in more than 60 countries. And this is really going to play out in terms of both the recall costs, but also the reputational damage that it could perform for Nestle, because we'll really see this cohort of parents, if they keep choosing Nestle products or if they switch for the duration of their child's formula consuming years to an alternative. This will definitely be an issue as well for Danone tomorrow when they report results.
Yeah, that's interesting. So we watched that from Danone as well. Gillian, you talked about the potential spin-off of the ice cream business, Häagen-Dazs. What is the rationale for that? Why are they thinking along those lines? When could that happen? What is behind that strategy?
It's a great question. I mean, I think everyone thinks, oh, ice cream, that's a great business. And while they individually do perform quite well, they're really tricky business to actually have. So if you think of Unilever, they have actually just spun off their ice cream division as well. It's very capital intensive. It's also, obviously a lot of ice cream sales happen in the summer months and not so much the winter months. So it's a very kind of fluctuating business. So a lot of times these multinationals are taking a really hard look at their portfolios and saying, who doesn't fit in here? And the ice cream business, because it is so volatile, because it's so capital intensive, it doesn't often fit into these multinationals that are really trying to streamline their companies and say, okay, who are the big power brands? Who can we really put a lot of our capital, our marketing budgets behind and just see growth take off across markets internationally? And so I think Nestle is taking a page out of Unilever's book and saying that's gone really well for them. They can focus more on things that don't require quite as much capital and are kind of these kind of power brands that are already succeeding.
Gillian, thanks for the update and the analysis. Really appreciate it. Gillian Deutsch joining us on the numbers out of Nestle. Looking forward to Danone tomorrow. Let's talk about what is happening in the oil market right now. Decent rise yesterday, and we're picking up speed now in terms of what we're seeing with the oil price on the upside as well. This comes, of course, after we've seen these reports of imminent American military intervention in Iran. The White House warning Iran would be wise to take a deal. Paul Wallace joins us now to talk about this. Paul, we're starting to see a more significant move to the upside now beginning to develop in markets this morning. What do we know about what happens next and what the options are from a US point of view vis-a-vis Iran?
Hi, Guy. Well, I think you've got a number of things happening here. You do have the US military continuing to build up its forces in the Middle East, in and around Iran, around Iran, let's say. And, it's already got a massive amount of firepower there in terms of ships and jets. But it's, another aircraft carrier group is on its way, a second one. Publicly, the next thing that's meant to happen is Iran is going to send to America written proposals about how to bridge the gaps they still have in their ongoing talks. We had the second round of those talks in Geneva on Tuesday, and it sounds as if Iran has, roughly 2 weeks to get back to the Americans, and then if they're broadly satisfied, the Americans will say, okay, let's go to round 3, and we don't know where that will be. But of course, there are plenty of people, including in the oil market, who think America might be essentially trying to lull Iran into a false sense of security, and maybe willing to strike the country, before Iran, returns with those proposals, because that's, in some senses that echoes what happened in June last year with the 12-day war between Iran and Israel, and then America at the end. That will happen when, or at least it started when, the US and Iran were in the middle of nuclear talks, and so there are potential similarities this time around too. However, publicly the Americans are saying they are going to give diplomacy a chance. They want the talks to succeed. They say those will be very difficult because negotiating with Iran is anything but easy. However, that doesn't rule out imminent strikes.
Paul, if we do get those strikes, and we continue to monitor, of course, the talks between Iran and the US that, as you say, are paused now, it seems, or are coming back maybe in 2 weeks' time. How vulnerable is the Strait of Hormuz? Is there a way for that to be kept open in the event of a strike? Is that the option Iran goes for, particularly if Israel is pushing for regime change?
Exactly, and I think there are a lot of questions. Even if the US does strike with or without Israel, how it goes about that, what exactly its intentions are, matter a lot. If it's sort of a one-off strike and Trump quickly comes out and says, look, we're not going to do anything more. Let's just end this now. He claims victory and says he's taken out, Iran's ballistic missiles or whatever the case is. And Iran might not retaliate in too aggressive a fashion. However, if the US decides to go for regime change and, effectively say we're not doing a one-off strike, we're going to continue this until there's something like a change of regime in Iran, then in that case, I think that's the situation where Iran is most likely to be very aggressive. It may not shut Hormuz, but it could well attack some tankers that are going through it. And of course it could attack US bases in the region and Israel itself. So all these things on the table. Just to note, in June, during the 12-day war, Iran did not really attack any, let's say, energy facilities that are crucial to global energy markets, and neither did Israel when it came to their attacks on Iran. So oil did rise at during that war, but it came down pretty quickly. But that doesn't mean there's going to be an exact repeat if we see strikes again.
OK, Bloomberg's Paul Wallace. Paul, thank you very much indeed. An important update as we continue to monitor that region. Of course, there is a bit more risk premium in the oil markets today, with Brent at $71 a barrel, so up 1%. WTI at $65, close to $66 a barrel, Guy.
Yeah, we've come up quite quickly. And I think the kind of the rate of change is going to be really interesting to watch in terms of what we're seeing with the oil price. Regional crude, like Dubai, is trading above Brent. So that tells you that the region is actually quite concerned about what is going on here. OK, we continue to monitor that, of course. Up next, though, we're going to get into the tech story. We're going to focus on what's happening in terms of AI disruption, but also Europe and deep tech. We're talking defence, space tech. We're going to be speaking to Canberra co-founder Jan de Vries about his vision and that fund that they've just raised. Stay with us. This is Bloomberg.
This is a 15, 16 grams tuna. Then sushi rice is still a little bit warm. So take one, like a very, don't make it too tight. So from now, and very light, like a ball. Put wasabi in the middle. Then my process 1 to 6. 1. This is putting the between the rice air. Then make the 4 fingers curl, make sushi shape. Then touch this. 2, then turn. Now these 2 fingers, top to the bottom, make the sushi shape more beautiful. 3, then, looks like pushing, not pushing. 3, 4, turn, same way, 5, and 6. So this is the 1, 2, 6.
From the beating heart of global finance, economics, and politics, and wherever newsmakers are moving markets, Bloomberg brings you conversations that allow for deep discussions and important insights. What do you think the future is for inflation? Is this a new normal? Are markets too optimistic? How do you worry about the things that are outside your control? How does the current fighting completely stop? I'm Francine Lacqua, and this is The Pulse, every weekday only on Bloomberg.
The Middle East and Africa regions are home to some of the biggest deals and fastest growth in the world. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. I'm Jumana Versace. Join me on Bloomberg Horizon's Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insights shaping the decisions of traders across this exciting region.
You had heightened levels of volatility.
There's still room to maneuver.
Reduce the opportunities.
It allows you to increase significantly your net income.
Every trading day, only on Bloomberg.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
This is the opening trade. We're 30 minutes into today's session. So after some very strong gains yesterday for European stocks, a bit of downside pressure coming through right now. Down 0.2% on the benchmark. The DAX is off 3 tenths. Airbus is a weight on the CAC current. That index is currently down 0.3%. Airbus is under pressure. The FTSE 100 also down 30 points, having had a very strong year-to-date session, or gains, I should say, for the FTSE 100. The flip side on the positive earnings story is Nestle. Guy, what are you looking at?
Let's take a look at how the internals look this morning. Quite balanced, actually, is the takeaway from what I've seen in front of me. In terms of the stock 600, 278 up, 301 down. So kind of 1 for 1. Not quite, but kind of just about 1 for 1 in terms of what we're seeing on the internals. Volume's a little light, but not by much. You've got a lot of single stocks that we need to work our way through in terms of the earnings picture. Air France, KLM, up very strongly this morning. That's the demand story. Ben Smith talking positively about that. Still sees the North Atlantic being very strong. Still sees the front of the plane being very strong. That's where Air France KLM makes its money. We also saw the stock dropping yesterday, so just be aware of that. We saw obviously the higher oil prices, seeing airline stocks come south, so we're just kind of recouping some of that as well in terms of the position that we're getting. Orange is up by 5.45%, but the real standout story, I think, on the upside in terms of the weight this morning we're seeing in the market comes out of Burberry, comes out of Nestle. New CEO coming in. 4 lines are now being talked about in terms of the focus, and the stock is responding positively to what we're getting in terms of the reorganization. Downside looks like this. Airbus is the big standout story on the downside. Guillaume Faury, CEO of Airbus, building gliders effectively. Ongoing issues with engine availability for particularly the A320 lines. That stock is down by 3.2%. Rio is a real weight on the FTSE 100. We're expecting the FTSE to be stronger this morning, but Rio on the downside, down by 3.21, and Arcadis down by 14.16. So some real mix of stocks in terms of driving the downside performance this morning. Feels like a single stock story, but obviously there's that kind of index rotation that we're getting as well that we need to watch out for, Tom.
OK, here's what else you need to know this Thursday morning. Former South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol has been found guilty of leading an insurrection and sentenced to life in prison over his 2024 martial law declaration that triggered the country's most severe political crisis in decades. Yoon can appeal the ruling, which would proceed to a higher court and could take months to resolve. Fed officials appeared wary of cutting interest rates at their January meeting, with several suggesting the central bank may need to raise rates if inflation remains high. The minutes of the meeting showed most officials believed last year's labour market weakness was fading and that the risk of more persistent inflation remains. And Bloomberg has learned that OpenAI is close to finalising the first phase of a new funding round that is likely to bring in more than $100 billion. The record-breaking financing deal would give the startup additional capital to build out its artificial intelligence tools. Guy.
Okay, let's stick with that AI theme. The president of Microsoft said the company is on track to spend $50 billion by 2030 to expand AI infrastructure to the global south. Brad Smith has been speaking with Bloomberg's Eslinda Armin on the sidelines of India's AI Impact Summit.
I think it remains a critically important partnership for Microsoft. We bet on each other, but it's not as exclusive as it was, say, a few years ago. OpenAI uses our compute, they train models in our data centers, but they work with other companies as well. We critically rely on OpenAI's frontier models. They are among the best. On many days, they are the best in the world, but we have a relationship with Anthropic. We use open source models. We're developing our own models. So on both sides, we work with more partners. But I think the partnership between the two of us remains an imperative. It's a huge priority for us at Microsoft.
The question is why? Is it a hedge? Is it a strategic pivot? How would you describe that move looking at alternative partners?
Well, look, if you want to think about the partnership between OpenAI and Microsoft, all you have to do is ask one question. Would any of this generative AI sector even exist if the two of us had not come together? OpenAI created something that no one else even understood was possible when they launched ChatGPT. And OpenAI could never have created that without Microsoft's compute and really frontier data centers on which to train that. We built something special. We'll each do special things on our own. We'll each do special things with other companies. We'll each do, I think, very special things with each other.
Just one final question, because we're running out of time, apparently. Copilot, is it losing traction?
I don't think so. It's gaining ground. It's getting better every week. It's getting better every month. I say this as a user, not just of M365 Copilot, but our consumer Copilot, our researcher agent, our other agents. You know, we're seeing usage grow. We will continue to add features and functionality. I personally think it is an important part, not just of Microsoft's past and present. It is a key part of our future. It is a key part of, I think, making everyone more creative, more productive. I certainly find that in my own work each and every day.
Okay, the president of Microsoft, Brad Smith, speaking to Eslinda Armin over in India at the AI Impact Summit there. And as that summit in India continues, the scale and scope of the technology around AI is proving difficult for investors, certainly, to pin down. Kambara is the first dedicated UK and European €1 billion deep tech growth fund. Growth is an important part of that story. Investing in AI, robotics, space and clean energy. The fund recently launched with a first close of €750 million. Jan de Vries, co-founder of Kambara, is with us now. Jan, we want to get onto the deep tech story. How do we draw the dots between OpenAI raising $100 billion with a valuation north of 800, maybe $850 billion, with what you are doing? Is that good news for European deep tech? Are you comfortable with these kind of numbers? You've had deep experience in the tech ecosystem. When you see these kind of numbers from labs like OpenAI, how do you respond? How do you react?
Look, we are going to be riding the wave of AI. I think we are investing in deep tech. So this infrastructure that is being built out is actually good for us. This is going to unleash a lot of innovation in science and technology.
Is it sustainable?
So the demand out there for AI is we're just at the beginning of this massive transformation. It's going to transform all our industries. And so we're just at the beginning of this huge demand. They actually cannot build fast enough to compute globally. AI will be pervasive into our societies, in our education, in our governments. So I think that is sustainable. What is not, but where there's froth, however, is in the investors are still trying to find out where the long-term value is.
Yes.
And AI is completely reshuffling these cards, right? So incumbent software SaaS companies are now being under attack, both from the AI platforms like Google and OpenAI, but also from hundreds of startups that came out overnight, which have now AI to build new software services at a fraction of the cost. So this is completely unsettling this whole software ecosystem, and that's why you've seen a lot of readjustments in the multiples of some of these large software companies, and that's creating tension. We're not operating there. We're operating on the deep tech side of things. So we're looking at companies that have deep science, big scientific breakthroughs. They're solving massive global problems like climate change. You're not going to solve climate change with software. You're at the intersection of science and hardware, and we're leveraging AI to make these big scientific breakthroughs. So that's what's the interesting part.
So when you look at the market ruptures that we've seen in the software space in the last, few months, frankly, does that make you more comfortable with leaning into deep tech? That you want more exposure to deep tech, even though it's a longer term horizon in terms of getting the returns?
Deep tech is where the future is in terms of, I think, making returns. The big difference with deep tech is you have very strong moats. You have lots of IP. These companies are doing mission-critical stuff, and it's very different from software companies that have almost very little defensibility today. And so that's the first part. And then you have almost unlimited upside. Look at companies like SpaceX or NVIDIA. If you crack a big global problem, you can create $100 billion plus companies. Now, on top of that, with the geopolitics today, Europe is finally realizing that it needs to own these strategic technologies. So there's a massive $1 trillion program in Europe to back deep tech across space, robotics, AI foundations, etc. And so we have tailwinds behind us. And deep tech initially was very capital intensive. But today, what you can do is you can actually leverage these non-dilutive financing tools like debt, like grants, to actually scale these companies, build these factories, and while not necessarily diluting massively the early stage investors. We're going to help those companies do that. This was not available 3-4 years ago. SpaceX was actually a great success story for that. They raised more than $30 billion. Elon Musk still owns probably 40% of the company. So if you do this right, you can scale those companies into giants, you can solve massive problems, and you can create outsized returns for investors. That's what we're focused on.
What needs to happen to achieve all of that? What are the biggest problems, bottlenecks that you face right now?
So Europe doesn't have an innovation problem. It doesn't have a startup problem. What it has is a scale-up problem.
Okay.
The biggest problem today that Europe has is it doesn't have anybody today that is focused on deep tech that can lead $50 to $100 million rounds.
Right.
And that's what we are doing. We have a specialized team that's been in the space for the last 25 years who knows how to scale those complex businesses. And we're here to help these entrepreneurs go from lab to global scale. This is the critical missing part. And the people, the founders are not able to get this financing. Either they go to the US to scale over there, or they're sold on the cheap. Look at what happened with DeepMind, right? Sold for $400 million. Today, they are the forefront of Google's AI engine. Yep. And look at the opportunity cost for Europe to lose minds like that.
Are you big enough? Do you need to be bigger?
So look, this is just the beginning. It's the first one. It's actually a huge step.
How big do you need to get?
We don't need to get bigger because the sweet spot for us is the Series B and C.
Okay.
That's where you're at the critical inflection point for those companies.
Okay. Do we need more of you then?
Yes, definitely.
Okay.
Yes, Europe needs more capital, more growth capital, more funds like us, for sure, to stay competitive.
So how do we make that happen?
So there's a lot of initiatives underway. We actually were one of the beneficiaries of the EIF ETCI program. They put $350 million to anchor a fund. That was a huge way to get us started. There's other funds that are getting these. And then on top of that, there's a big scale-up fund now in Europe, which is actually planning $5 billion to $20 billion to do big rounds of $100 million into those scale-up rounds. So lots of initiatives are underway in Europe to make that happen.
So when do we see the effects of those coming through? When do we solve this scale-up problem? How quickly? Is it going to be a year, 2 years, 5 years? How quickly do we solve it?
This takes time, right?
Okay.
But the good news is we're here now. We can help those founders. There's lots of gems in Europe that are ready to scale. Yeah. And we can unleash a lot of
Let's talk about some of those gems, because you do collectively have that depth of experience. And some of the names there in terms of what you and the team have invested in the past. SpaceX, tick. Palantir, tick. OpenAI, tick. Lilium, cross. What happened with Lilium?
So I was there initially as an investor in the Series A for 3 years on the board, and then I joined the company full-time, and I helped them scale from 200 people roughly to 1,000 people until the IPO. The big problem with Lilium, this is actually a good example of what Europe didn't do well.
And this was a flight startup, an aircraft startup.
Yes, one of the most ambitious deep tech projects in Europe, an electric aircraft.
And they went bankrupt ultimately.
They went bankrupt, sadly. But they didn't go bankrupt because they didn't have a great team or didn't have great technology. They went bankrupt because they were struggling to find growth financing. It was incredibly hard to find people who want to invest in hardware, in new engines, in new batteries.
So if Canberra had existed then, Lilium would be
in a much better space. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay. Which part of deep tech? It's funny. Some of our producers are asking what is deep tech, but they think they've been educated now. I don't want to dismiss them, but we were questioning what deep tech was, and I think they've got better answers. They've got some answers now from you. Which parts of the deep tech ecosystem are looking most attractive to you right now? Is it space tech? Is it defence? Is it renewable energy? Which parts of defence tech?
You know, the good news, it's across the board. And Europe is actually playing its strength now. So future of compute, quantum computing, new AI chipsets, there's lots of interesting things happening there. Climate is not going to be solved. And the US is turning its back to it. Europe has amazing technology there. So we're going to be looking very closely at that.
Haven't investors turned away from climate? Aren't they less attracted to that?
So some in the US, yes, but actually there's a lot of really good funds that are now looking at Europe to invest because they're really struggling in the US given the geopolitics.
Okay.
So this is actually a good time to invest in climate right now, if you know what you're doing.
Okay.
If you know what you're doing.
If you know what you're doing. Jan de Vries, fantastic. Really interesting insights. Thank you very much indeed. Co-founder of Canberra on that €1 billion deep tech fund. Coming up, different type of technology, online travel platform Booking is planning a share split after becoming one of the highest price tag stocks on the US market. So we're going to ask you just how much have the shares rallied since the dot-com bubble? Take a punt. The answer when we come back. This is Bloomberg.
You don't think the court was hurt by the perception that it was a political decision?
The court's always hurt, it seems to me, if we look political. One of my concerns, my present-day concerns, is there's too much partisanship. It's true historically that most presidents have appointed justices to the Supreme Court who are members of their own party. The partisanship should not be an overriding factor. What you look at is temperament, learning, background, reputation, whether or not you have those qualities of independence and caution that make for a good judge.
Increasingly, you see dissenting opinions in the Supreme Court that aren't quite as civil as maybe you might prefer. And is that of concern to you?
Yes, it's of great concern to me that our civil discourse, our civic discourse, is not civil enough. Aristotle said that a democracy depends on an open debate where you respect the dignity of those with whom you disagree. He said democracies only live if they are sustained over a period of time by a thoughtful, rational discourse, a discourse in which you respect the dignity of those with whom you disagree.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade. Watch Bloomberg Tech. This is the Asia Trade.
This is Wall Street Week. Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg Television.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute political news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Tyler Kendall in Washington, and this is Bloomberg.
Welcome back. Now, before the break, we asked how much have shares of Booking holdings risen since the dot-com bubble? The answer, about 16,831%. The growth of its online travel business driven a significant rally then in the stock over the last decade. That's an understatement, leading it to become one of the highest price tag stocks in the US equity market. The shares hovering at just over $4,270 a piece at the close yesterday. The sky-high stock price then leading the company's board of directors to approve a stock split that will give investors 25 shares each for each one they own. I think we're showing pictures of Miss Piggy because there's some advertising going. Miss Piggy has been recruited to some of these.
That's not Miss Piggy.
That's not Miss Piggy. That's a different character.
Morticia.
Morticia, yes. Picking, I think, spooky holiday destinations, but Miss Piggy is into luxury, and that is very much where Guy Johnson sits.
Absolutely. Wednesday, obviously, has been a huge. That's why I guess they're using Morticia. Yeah, my kids call me a Muppet on a regular basis. I thought that's probably how you were going to transition back to me. OK, Tom, thank you very much indeed. Let's carry on the conversation, talk more about these markets. Skylar Montgomery-Koenig from Bloomberg MLive and Bloomberg senior strategist Michael Masika joining us around the table to discuss. OK, I got various things I want to discuss. Is the Fed about to hike rates? The answer is probably no, but potentially at some point soon. Is tech making a comeback? Skylar, what do you think?
Which one do you want me to start with?
Let's start with tech.
Yeah, okay. So I think what we've seen yesterday is a more sustainable bounce. And I say that because I think what we've seen over the last couple of months in this rotation is more of a valuation adjustment in terms of you're going from stuff that's very expensive into stuff that's less expensive, but it's not selling of all tech. And by that I mean if you plot the tech weight in MSCI indices globally versus performance over the past 3 months, that's still upward sloping. So a higher tech share still means that you're outperforming. Now, admittedly, that's quite skewed by what's happening in Taiwan and Korea. But it just means that you can't just sell all tech and you can't just buy stuff that has very low weights of tech. And so as we get to better earnings and de-rating and better prices, then people are increasingly saying, I want to buy the dip.
There's a bit more nuance in the story there. I saw there was an intake of breath from Skylar when you said, I think this is becoming more rational or more nuanced and more balanced at the rotation, or more sustainable, I think you were saying, in terms of the rotation. How do we think? The markets didn't seem to react too much to what looked like a pretty hawkish Fed in terms of the Fed minutes that came out. Does that become a risk for the markets, that there's some voices suggesting they may have to think about rate hikes at some point?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a different market reaction for equities versus fixed income in the dollar.
Yes.
So we have seen yields bounce, especially because the 10-year was approaching that kind of key 4% level. I think it makes sense, right? We're at neutral range, right? Some of the estimates that we have are there. And so at that point, you need a more symmetric policy reaction. You need to react to what the incoming data is telling you. Now, on the data front, growth has been very strong. Inflation's a bit softer, but core PC in particular is very sticky around that 3% level. And so you need to be thinking about hikes, certainly. Now, because that's growth motivated, it's not necessarily negative for equities. It's only when it's supply-driven inflation that's forcing the Fed to hike that it's very negative for equities, but it can still be negative for bonds and positive for the dollar.
OK, let's bring in Mike on this. US equity markets are going sideways. US growth is really strong. Tell me what's going on here. I would have thought the super strong pre-midterm growth would drive earnings, which would drive US indices. Why is it not happening? And what does it tell us about what's happening really below the surface, not on an index level?
So, it's still happening. Like, you have very strong growth. You have results coming in from companies that are pretty positive generally. The thing is, you have such a big weight of those mega cap tech stocks in the benchmark that if they don't do well, the benchmark doesn't do well. And actually, you get the consequences of that into portfolio management. We've been talking about that, the fact it's a stock picker's paradise. It is actually. Since the start of the year, 57% of mutual funds in the US are outperforming the benchmarks. That hasn't happened for the past 20 years. About that. Or maybe
stock pickers are finally outperforming.
Yeah, exactly. Because you buy anything but the mega cap tech that you can't own. At a proportion at the same level of the benchmark, because risk management would not allow you to, that you are actually outperforming, because those stocks are not doing well.
This isn't just I'm amazing at stock picking. This is just I'm not allowed to own that stuff, so I just have to own this stuff, so I'm going to outperform.
Yes.
Excellent.
It's the anything but mega cap tech trade.
And there's a lot of that as well. I mean, the mega cap, you got a lot of software companies. The software company, people have a lot of exposure to them. They're dumping them. You've seen it. All the Oracle, all the Workday, etc. Even the ones that are kind of immune to supposedly immune to the AI disruption, like Microsoft. They're not doing well. They're not doing well this year. So the exposure is being reduced in all that cohort at a very fast pace, and the result is you go into other sections of the market, you make money because those other sections are doing very, very well, but at the same time, the benchmark isn't doing anything.
Isn't doing anything. Exactly. Walmart's out later. How big a tell is this going to be?
I mean, it certainly gives you more information on how strong the consumer is.
Yeah.
I think I'm more interested in kind of the aggregate level data. I think increasingly, yes, the economy is K-shaped, but it's maybe not as increasingly K-shaped as some people are talking about in terms of we're not heavily reliant on these top consumers, more so than we were 10 years ago in a significant way. So yes, I care what the bottom end consumer is doing, but I also care more about what will PCE data tell me? Is the consumer strong in general? Is growth holding up? Looking forward, we have more fiscal coming in the pipeline in the first quarter, and we're going to get that bounce back in GDP in the first quarter from fiscal, but also from shutdown related, from inventories no longer being drawing down. And so I'd rather look forward and at overall growth.
But when does the market start to go, actually, the midterms are in November. I'm going to put a date on this. Say they're 3 months away. Does the market go, after the midterm, there's no fiscal? In fact, we get fiscal drag, and we start to see a more negative picture emerge. At what point does the kind of the positivity from the fiscal push that we're seeing,
and you could potentially get a divided US government, 2.7% growth is the expectation at the end of this week. We got a Bloomberg piece on the terminal today about a boom in the US, a jobless boom in the US. So if we have a jobless boom in the US, that's going to be a drag, presumably, on the consumer at some point. How do we think about that?
Yeah, I mean, I think depends on when you think about the labor market, the supply and the demand side. So yes, you don't have a huge number of jobs being created, but you've had supply come down quite significantly because of restrictions from immigration. And so yes, you might not be having jobs created, but it doesn't mean that you're necessarily very worried. I think you start to get worried when you have unemployment rise, when people are losing their jobs, because that means that you get less consumption because wages are no longer being picked up, and that feeds very negatively into profit margins.
How will the market react if oil prices go sharply higher from here? If we do get conflict in the Middle East, in Iran, oil's up quite sharply again this morning. If that continues, how much of a financial market problem could that be?
We've seen it in the past. When that happens, you get a very short-term shock, usually. And it's very concentrated into oil stocks and like...
It wouldn't be seen as an inflationary issue.
It will feed into inflation, but the thing is, like, the interest rates are already still quite high in the US. The ECB is down cutting rates. The next move will be a move up. It's almost guaranteed. Not this year, but probably sometime next year. So at the end of the day, the inflation worries is not there yet, and you would need a real oil shock to have one. That's what it seems like at the moment.
Okay. Thank you very much indeed. Of course, Bloomberg M Live, Skylar Montgomery-Koenig, and Bloomberg senior strategist Michael Masika on these markets and that potential geopolitical impact as well. We continue to monitor Iran. Meanwhile, the India AI Impact Summit sees Modi, Macron and tech leaders attending. We continue to get interviews and sound from that major AI and tech event. And at 1:30 p.m. UK time, we're going to get US initial jobless claims, talking of the labour market in the US, followed by Euro area consumer confidence at 3 p.m. UK time. And Walmart, Guy mentioned this, delivering earnings results before the market, plus money firms Newmont and Dropbox after the market. And more Fed speak today with Bostic, Goolsbee and Kashkari.
Rafael Grossi is going to be joining us shortly, Director General of the International Atomic Energy Agency, on the pulse in around 15 minutes' time. That as we continue to monitor what is happening in the Gulf very, very carefully. Tessa Randos is going to be joining us, co-CEO of Netflix, a little later. This is Bloomberg.
Africa, a region rife with potential for growth and opportunities, but not without its challenges. Bloomberg highlights the biggest stories, interviewing key players, and reporting on the issues impacting the region. Join us as we get to the heart of African business, politics, and economics and ask the question, what's next? I'm Jennifer Zabasaja, and this is Next Africa.
New episodes every month, only on Bloomberg.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg.
The trading day is about to start.
And you're already looking for that edge.
The opening trade brings you everything you need to know as markets open across Europe.
I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Anna Edwards.
And I'm Tom McKenzie.
This is your opening trade.
Only on Bloomberg.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
Why is it that NFTs have not recovered in the same way that, say, Bitcoin has?
Bloomberg is covering all things crypto.
It's a pretty spectacular story.
The people.
This is the future. This is the 21st century economy.
The transactions.
It snapped up nearly $1 billion of Bitcoin.
And the technology.
We need to build a digital Fort Knox.
That gives people financial freedom, and that's a wonderful thing.
That's extraordinary.
We ride the wave that is Bitcoin.
Bloomberg Crypto, only on Bloomberg.
What is going to be the consequence for U.S. markets?
We are seeing modest gains across European equity markets.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories.
The economy has been doing well. That does not tell you what the future is going to be.
We are taking a step-by-step approach, a very systematic approach with India.
This is a time to put a little more defense into your portfolio.
Insight with Haslinda Anand, only on Bloomberg.
Fed officials appeared surprisingly wary of cutting rates when they met last month, but some even suggesting the central bank may need to raise rates if inflation remains too high. Despite Washington and Tehran sounding cautiously upbeat on nuclear talks in Geneva, European gas prices spike following a report that U.S. military intervention in Iran could come sooner than expected. And Bloomberg understands that OpenAI is close to a record-breaking financing deal that could value the company at more than $850 billion. So we have a packed show for you. We're also speaking to Rafael Grossi on nuclear capabilities of Iran, but also look at the nuclear capabilities, or actually the nuclear stations that we're seeing in Ukraine. Now, look, U.S. stocks are seeing a little bit of a rebound. Once again, this seems to be a tech-led risk appetite rebounding after a recent bout, I guess, of volatility, suggesting that concerns about disruption from AI are easing somewhat. Some stock pickers flagging some fresh buying opportunities. And then I'm looking at yields on shorter treasuries, shorter dated treasuries actually advancing for a third straight session. Traders dialing back bets on an interest rate cut. Now let's take a look at the European markets map again. Yesterday, a lot of the speculation was on the ECB and whether we're going to see some political rearranging if Madame Lagarde leaves a little bit earlier. We also have quite a lot of earnings season, and we're seeing the FTSE, the CAC, but also the FTSE maybe in Italy down. So for the conversations that matter and the insights you need, let's get started.
Newsmakers and market movers. This is The Pulse with Francine Lacqua.
Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to The Pulse. I'm Francine Lacqua here in London. Now, the latest Fed minutes show officials were surprisingly wary of cutting interest rates when they met last month. Several officials suggest hikes may be needed if high inflation persists, putting the Fed at odds with President Trump, who has repeatedly called for lower rates. Well, joining us to discuss the rate outlook, the AI boom, and what it all means for commodities, Jim Reed, head of global macro and thematic research at Deutsche Bank, and Evie Hambro, global head of thematic and sector investing at BlackRock. So thank you both for joining us. Look, it's all about the Fed until it's not, because it's AI that, will disrupt everything. Jim, what do you think is driving the markets right now?
Well, I think the biggest story is the AI disruption story at the moment. Look, I'll be honest with you. I've spent 30 years plus in this business looking at productivity go down all the time. So I'm genuinely excited by AI because I think it will increase productivity. I do think the last 2 or 3 weeks markets have gone a little bit crazy. in assuming that everything will be disrupted by AI. I think it will take a little bit longer, and I suspect a lot of the companies that are being massively hit today are actually going to use AI to benefit their business. So I think it's an interesting kind of period. The market won't know a lot about the AI story for another year or two at least, and markets are moving quicker than that, and I don't think they've got the ability to stay that disrupted, if that makes sense.
But Jim, do they also have a good read on inflation? Because actually half the people I interview on this program says, look, the Fed will cut, and the other half will say absolutely not, because inflation is coming up quite significantly.
Well, I think there is a narrative that AI will be deflationary, and therefore it gives you scope to cut rates. And I think it's an eminently sensible argument. I would just say that in the last 250, 300 years, humans have been phenomenally innovative. They've invented, it's just been the most brilliant period for innovation. Inflation has soared, or has flown in that period because of policy. So inflation is a policy-led vehicle. It's not an innovation-led vehicle.
What's your take on commodities right now? Again, when you see there's dollar dynamics, there's inflation, which would be supportive of commodities, except when you look at valuations, it's really AI that takes it all.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing what's going on in this regard. And what I've noticed in the last probably 18 months, and it's kind of just starting in that kind of time period and started to accelerate in the second half of last year, is investors within the context of AI have been very focused on the kind of the new thing. And there's just a huge kind of one bet in the market. And this kind of race to spend more and more and more has kind of dazzled people. And I think what we're now seeing is a bit of a reality check, saying, like, where's this money going? Who are going to be the beneficiaries? And clearly there are some obvious ones. But I think when we're starting to think about the potential for disruption and the kind of against the kind of concentration of bets and concentration of wealth and returns, people are starting to think about the second order beneficiaries. And when you think about the dollars that are being spent, what are they actually being spent on? Sure, a lot of it's semiconductor chips and so on, but a large part of it is actually physical, tangible stuff, and that's made out of materials. And so the kind of financially irrelevant resources sector, because it's become so small relative to the kind of huge tech behemoths in the market, is starting to see a flow of capital as people rotate out of some of the bets they've had for a very long time. But also the money that's being spent is turning into demand for commodities. That's turning into price change, which is elevating earnings. And, we've seen some fantastic numbers from companies, in the last few days. We're likely to see more of that in the future.
What benefits? Copper, yes, check, because that's, renewables, everything that we need for this new AI, even data centers. Yeah. Silver, unclear what it is for me for now, whether it tracks gold as a new asset class or whether it's actually because we use it for the chips in our phones. So what are you most bullish on? So
I would say all of the above, which is a pretty easy answer, but there'll be different outcomes. But the demand impact is very significant. You will remember the kind of China-led boom of the early 2000s. We had one demand engine come into a market that had underinvested in capital for well over a decade. We've seen the same trend, peak investment into resources supply in 2011, the decline to 2015, underinvestment since 2015, and now we've got this massive new source of demand that is elevating interest in this sector. Supply is unable to respond in the short term, and we're seeing this price appreciation. So we're going to see margin growth across a lot of companies, and that's going to translate into earnings. And what I've been really excited about in this results is just the growth in dividends. Companies are being very disciplined in the way they allocate capital.
I've always been a gold bug because I believe that fiat money is inherently inflationary. But I do think there's a bit of speculation in the gold price now as it is. But if you look at silver, we've got a long-term chart that shows you that in 1790, the year 1790, the price of silver in real terms was $80. This morning, I think it's in the mid to high 70s. Yep. So it's actually gone nowhere in 235 years. So you have to remember that commodities like silver, that's not necessarily a store of value, are a factor in production rather than an asset you just hold and gain real returns on.
But Jim, when you look, for example, at what we're seeing in gold, how much of that is actually a play against U.S. assets? Because we've had a lot of pushback in saying, well, this is not an Trump policy play, but at the same time, you see central banks buying it maybe more than treasuries in the future.
Yeah, I think it goes back a bit further. I think with the geopolitical world as it is today, maybe this took a spike up after the start of the Russia invasion of Ukraine. I think reserve managers around the world probably felt that it was best to diversify out of a very, very heavy dollar holding and hold other assets, just in case the world changed that those dollar assets might not be available. So I think a lot of the demand for gold in the last 3 or 4 years has come from central reserve managers buying gold. So there is a genuine demand story as well. I think there is an element of speculation there, and there's an element of kind of store of value against inflation and combined.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with that. Good to meet another gold bug. But I think there's an element of speculation in everything. So I don't think that's any different. To me, what's happened is we've seen this concentration of exposure to dollars in central banks, in investor portfolios, and so on. And we're now starting to see people think about that and say, do we really need to have as much as we've got? And then
But going into what? Because there's no real alternative, maybe apart from certain gold assets.
And that's exactly the point. So if you're going to be coming out of US Treasury bills, where are you going to go? Are you going to go into euros? Maybe, maybe not. So where are you going to go? And obviously the flow we've seen, both from a retail investor, but also from central banks and other sources, is into physical bullion. And we've seen this fantastic move. It's basically been a rebasing of gold prices relative to the loss of purchasing power. So the price of gold will will be an outcome of how much you lose in purchasing power. And that's what we're seeing right now.
Jim, why is the market not paying enough attention to geopolitics? They don't know how to price it, or is it impossible to know where it ends?
Look, we've done extensive work looking at what geopolitics does to markets, especially focusing on the US markets. It's the biggest, most liquid, and tend to find that in the last 70, 80 years, geopolitical shocks tend to have a short half-life in terms of their impact on the market. And, within a month and a half, markets are usually back where they were before the shock or higher. So I think it's fascinating at the moment, because there's no doubt geopolitics are more important than at any point in the last 3 or 4 decades. But the history has been that you should probably fade geopolitical news flow. But it's getting so intense that there probably will be a geopolitical event that kind of defies that at some point. So that's the risk markets are taking, that you should probably fade it, but we are building to a level where one won't be faded.
Is it fair to say that there's also just a lot more risk out there? So actually the different outcomes, the kind of Venn diagram of different outcomes is much larger than in the past. So does that lead to more policy mistakes potentially, or even chief executives making the wrong decision?
Yeah, look, I mean, it's difficult if you're a CEO to plan 5 years out, because, do you plan for a bipolar world? Do you plan for a multipolar world? Or do you kind of plan for the world that we've kind of grown up in? And that's, I think, the most difficult thing for a business now in planning. And as much as countries are trying to encourage investment, that will hold some CEOs back, that they don't kind of know what the geopolitical landscape will be in 5 years.
And that also has an impact on commodities, because maybe more consolidation.
Yeah, well, we've seen a hell of a lot of news around consolidation of late. Obviously we had the Rio Tinto Glencore talks, and there's lots of headlines around that again today. So maybe that's not going away. I think there isn't a strong argument for these companies to consolidate. The projects they're going to have to build to be able to meet the demand growth for many of these commodities are enormous. Huge amounts of capital that they're going to have to spend. And, we know that the history of spending by these companies hasn't always been great. So if you can do that in a more disciplined way with a stronger balance sheet, there's probably a greater chance of success. So I think consolidation, which would also increase market cap relevance, is again an important point. I think on the geopolitics side, there's so many different elements now. I would agree with you on the fading thing, but one of the things that's dominated the headlines has been this geopolitical focus around critical minerals supply, and so the debates around rare earths and so on. I find it extraordinary that politicians at a very, very senior level are so focused on getting access to commodities, because they realize how important they're going to be in the digital world of the future.
Should have started 20 years ago.
Exactly. But the financial markets are only just waking up to this. So that gives me confidence that we're only really in the first innings of what could be a very exciting commodities cycle.
Going back to AI, are you seeing an automatic increase to GDP with the labor market that holds? And again, is this a problem for the next 12 months, or do we push it down like 3-4 years?
It's difficult because you've not got a huge amount of evidence at the moment. I mean, obviously, if you take the US numbers at face value, job accumulation actually was downgraded in recent times. And growth was reasonably firm. So at face value, you'd have to say that productivity has gone up a bit. It would be difficult to argue how much of that is due to AI or not. So I think it's too early to say. My personal view is it will benefit productivity, but I'm just not quite sure of the timing of that. And I think it might be a little bit more delayed than kind of people are currently thinking.
What are you expecting for equities overall this year? Is it going to be a lot more volatility with AI and the commodities geopolitics interplaying?
I suppose my issue is that the winners and losers from AI, we have gotten very little visibility at the moment. And I think as recently ago as 3 months ago, the market was assuming that everything to do with tech was an automatic winner from AI. And I think a lot of the movement in the last 3 or 4 months has actually been healthy, in the sense that there will be losers and there will be winners, and we are pricing a bit more of a realistic environment. And I think that probably continues. I think by the end of the year, we still won't know who the real winners and losers are going to be, and therefore there's probably plenty of scope for the market to swing in both directions because they want to trade a narrative.
Okay, thank you both for joining us. Jim Reed, Head of Global Macro and Thematic Research at Deutsche Bank, and Evie Hambro, Global Head of Thematic and Sector Investing at BlackRock. Coming up, the IAEA gets involved in the U.S.-Iran nuclear talks. We'll speak to the Director General, Rafael Grossi. He's coming up next, and this is Bloomberg.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate.
More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Tune in to Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
We got to talk crypto.
From the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead.
What's the conversation around your company?
Bringing you insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy.
Planning very big things.
A new level of premium.
Plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens.
The floodgates of innovation are going to open up.
You can't fake passion. You either are or you aren't.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily, only on Bloomberg.
From the beating heart of global finance, economics, and politics, and wherever newsmakers are moving markets, Bloomberg brings you conversations that allow for deep discussions and important insights. What do you think the future is for inflation? Is this a new normal? Are markets too optimistic? How do you worry about the things that are outside your control? How does the current fighting completely stop? I'm Francine Lacqua, and this is The Pulse, every weekday only on Bloomberg.
We're at the epicenter of a global realignment on a scale not seen for decades. At the intersection between markets, economics, and geopolitics, a forum for sophisticated conversation. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Earnings season is here.
Let's get back to the earnings story.
Get all the details that you're going to need to start the trade.
Bloomberg is first to break the numbers.
A bunch of earnings. Pretty agricole.
Earnings from Heineken, ABN AMRO reporting as well.
Fantastic reporting from you and the team.
With the smartest insights.
We've delivered again record results.
If we take a step back and look at the yearly results, the income is stable.
Our earnings interviews continue. Lots of really contrasting conversations.
Continuing coverage on Bloomberg.
The conversations that matter, the insights you need. This is The Pulse. I'm Francine Lacqua here in London. Now, oil steadied after its biggest daily gain since October, following a report that American military intervention in Iran could come sooner than expected. There has been some progress in talks between the two sides, and it's been revealed Iran's foreign minister met the head of the UN's atomic watchdog, Rafael Grossi, earlier this week. Now, we can speak with Rafael Grossi, Director General of the International Atomic Energy Agency. Now, Mr. Grossi, as always, it's a great pleasure. to speak to you. Now, you met with the Iranian foreign minister on Monday. Concretely, what came out of those talks?
Well, we met with him. First of all, good to see you again, Francine. First of all, I met with him on Monday, and then on Tuesday, with him and also with the American delegation there. So it's been a few days, a couple of days at least, of very intensive consultations there. I believe that important ones, because my sense is that in this conversation we are moving beyond generalities. And when I say this, what I want to say is that we are looking at the exact things that we need to be inspecting, looking at in Iran, the activities that should not be pursued in the future, some activities that could continue. I mean, all in all, what could be the essence of a viable agreement that would bring some certainty and stability to the region and to the country.
But, Mr. Grossi, your inspectors haven't visited actually some of the bombed Iranian nuclear sites in 8 months. Did the foreign minister give you indication that you'd be welcome? What needs to happen before you can go?
Well, I think it's part of that, precisely. And you are very right in saying that we have returned to Iran. We have been conducting some inspections, but not to the facilities that were attacked and which are crucial, because those host most of the material, the highly enriched uranium that Iran still has and which has been causing some degree of concern in the international community because of its proliferation potential. So we have to go back to that. But I believe that as the conversation goes, this would be part, if you want, a requisite for the deal to gel and to be there. There cannot be a deal if the IAEA is not able to verify. And I am encouraged by what I heard from the foreign minister of Iran telling me that they would be ready to provide the full transparency and the full verification that we need. Of course, we are not there yet.
But Mr. So how quickly do you think you can go back, your inspectors can go back to Iran? And specifically, is this a deterrence? Actually, can you de-escalate the situation simply by having inspectors there?
Well, of course, because first of all, we could go back now. If we had the opportunity, our inspectors are ready, we know what to do, we know where to do it. But we are conscious of the fact that there is this political negotiation, which is, over this technical question that you're putting to me. So this opening, I think, hinges on the possibility of a wider type of agreement. And of course, it will be more than a deterrent. It will be something that will allow us to have all the credible assurances that this material is still there. There hasn't been any deviation, and we will have to decide. They will have to decide, of course, and we will have to verify what is to be done with this material.
Yeah, I mean, Mr. Grossi, again, it's quite complicated because it's very difficult to see compromise if one side says that Iran has no right to enrich uranium. But actually, on the other side, if you sign the treaty, then you can use, enriched uranium for other means. So are you coming up with an innovative solution? How do the two sides meet in the middle?
We are trying exactly that. This is the essence of diplomacy, Francine. So we understand that for Iran, the issue of their nuclear activities and technological activities is very important. And we also understand that the United States has been very, very clear. President Trump has expressed in his own words the certain red lines. Ambassador Witkoff and Dr. Kushner, we have been talking to them, and we know what are the areas that they think that should not be part of the equation if we are to have an agreement. Let's put it like that. So we are all in an understanding of this. So the IAEA and myself, I'm trying to work together with, and also with the foreign minister of Oman, who is trying to help us as a mediator. We are trying to define a line that would contemplate these two intentions. It's not impossible. There are certain things that I think Iran understands that cannot be pursued. They are entitled to do some activities in the peaceful realm, of course, and then we have to provide with the watertight verification that there is no deviation from that. All of that is like a jigsaw puzzle on the table. We know and we recognize all the pieces. We have to put them together.
Mr. Grossi, I know you also need to write a report ahead of your big meeting early next month. Do you think you'll have access to the damaged sites in Iran before then?
I hope so, but if not, I think having an agreement in place or being very close to an agreement in place will go a long way into me being able to tell the international community, well, we are in a much better position now. We have these commitments, and we are going to be moving fast. So I'm not saying that things are easy. Far from that. There are still differences in what one and the other want, but the fact that we are present there, for example, as opposed to past conversations, is a clear indicator that now we are looking at the real business that needs to happen for us to have an agreement.
I mean, it looks possible, and we've been talking about some kind of big strike from the U.S. Now there's rumors that it could happen as soon as this weekend. Have you had a conversation with the U.S. about what it could look like, and what do you think will happen?
Well, of course, the IEA cannot be part as an international organization or of any military plans. Or, my job is more related to peace and international security. So what I'm trying to do, my effort is to provide for the conditions that would take them where they want to be without the use of force.
What did the foreign minister tell you in regards to that? What does he expect to happen in the next couple of weeks?
I think that we have to, and there's not much time, and I think you are right in pointing out to the time frame here. We have to come up with a number of concrete provisions we discussed, and it was 6 hours of talks in different formats. On Tuesday, in particular, in Geneva. So now we have to formulate them. There are a couple of solutions that the IEA has proposed, and they both need to look at them and see whether this would work. There is not much time, but we are working on something concrete.
Mr. Grossi, we only have 1 minute left, but has your team finished reviewing Ukraine's transmission network? What can you tell us?
We are at the moment, Francine, we are negotiating yet another ceasefire between Russia and Ukraine to be able to repair one line that went down a few days ago. Fortunately, we have another line which is still up, but we cannot be relying on only one. So I think we will have a ceasefire. We negotiated already 4 successfully. So I'm hopeful that both armed forces will recognize the need to have a period of silence so the lines can be repaired. As you can see, it's extremely fragile. It continues to be, but we are on top of it.
Thank you so much, Mr. Grossi, as ever, for giving us a little bit of your busy schedule. Rafael Grossi, Director General of the International Atomic Energy Agency. Coming up, we'll be going to India to talk about the AI Summit. This is Bloomberg.
I'm Alex Rodriguez.
And I'm Jason Kelly.
And we're back with another season of The Deal.
With athletes and entrepreneurs who are changing the game on and off the field. Jerry Jones.
Some good-looking trophies.
1 and 1 is 3 in sports, not 2. And it's because that 3 is imagination. That 3 is putting yourself in a way, having yourself hit the home run.
Erica Ayers-Badon.
I'm a high-energy board member. I'm very passionate. I have a lot of opinions.
Robin Arzón.
I want to light fires in people's lives, and that is still one of my core mandates for all of my businesses.
Justin Tuck.
I tell all of my friends that play in leagues now, make these relationships now while you're hot. Don't wait till you're like your 12th year in and you're just hanging on.
Stay tuned. You won't want to miss it.
The Middle East and Africa regions are home to some of the biggest deals and fastest growth in the world. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. I'm Jumana Versace. Join me on Bloomberg Horizon's Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insights shaping the decisions of traders across this exciting region.
You had heightened levels of volatility.
There's still room to maneuver.
We do see opportunities.
It allows you to increase significantly your net income.
Every trading day, only on Bloomberg.
Making money isn't about drowning in emotions. It's about understanding what's actually happening. Markets are the best way to glean signal from noise, and that is what we try to do every morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Bringing you up to them in the news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Chevrian in Seoul, and this is Bloomberg.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to The Pulse. I'm Francine Lacqua here in London, and these are your top stories. Fed officials appeared surprisingly wary of cutting rates when they met last month, with some even suggesting the central bank may need to raise rates if inflation remains too high. Despite Washington and Tehran sounding cautiously upbeat on nuclear talks in Geneva, European gas prices spike following a report that U.S. military intervention in Iran could come sooner than expected. And Bloomberg understands that OpenAI is close to a record-breaking financing deal that could value the company at more than $850 billion. So the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi is hosting global leaders for an artificial intelligence summit in New Delhi. It is the first ever global AI summit to be hosted in the global south. Our Hazinda Amin is there with a special guest. Hi, Haz.
Hey there, Francine. You know, Delhi is abuzz with AI optimism. Everywhere you go, you see pictures of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He's become the poster child for Indian AI. And one photo actually had, for India, AI is all-inclusive. And that is the bold idea. India wants AI to be accessible to all 1 billion people. Let's talk about India's ambitions. Of course, with me is the CEO of Essentia, Julie Sweet. Julie, good to have you with us.
Thanks for having me.
What's the big takeaway in all the conversations you've been having here? Because we're seeing a lot of commitments in terms of investment, in terms of money, hundreds of billions of dollars. And prior to this, there's been a lack of investment in AI. It's changing. Is it enough to convince you it is different this time around for India?
Absolutely. India is really taking the lead when you think about their approach. Very pragmatic regulation. From the beginning, they're thinking about building it out as an infrastructure. They start with everyone having a digital identity, and then think about what they're doing for education. In primary education, AI and computational thinking is already embedded. So really positive about the steps that India is taking to make sure that, in fact, there's prosperity for all from an AI-enabled future.
How quickly can that turn take? Because right now, it's ranked third, but it is a distant third in terms of AI competitiveness, behind the likes of only the US and China. How quickly can India make that pivot, you think?
Well, I think pretty quickly, in the sense that a lot of it is around both talent and investment. And one of the things you've seen this week is a lot of investments in India being announced. And so I think it's more around having a clear strategy and then the ability to get the investment, which we've seen is happening.
And in terms of competitive advantage, how do you think India can build that versus Silicon Valley, Europe, the US?
If if you think about the global south in particular, India starts with a huge advantage, which is the incredible talent that's here. And so, one of the things that's been a theme this week is about India taking a position of leadership in the global south and being a real role model. When I think about Accenture, we have over 350,000 people here, and it's because of the great talent. Their talent here is tightly integrated with our talent around the world, but India really is a destination for companies because of the talent.
And how differently do you look at talent? You talk about how you have a great presence in India. In fact, India is the biggest market for you in terms of employees outside of the US. As you think about progress, developments made by AI, how are you viewing, how is that shaping how you look at talent in a market like India?
Well, we actually have a global talent strategy, and whether you're in India or in the US, we're doing, for example, company-wide agentic AI training. And so what we really think about is where is the capacity, because there are constraints in many of the countries we operate where there are just not enough graduates, and that's one of the reasons so many people have come to India. But we think about our global talent strategy, and we started actually back in 2019 saying that every person at Accenture had to know what was then classical AI, data, cloud, new ways of working, because this isn't about technology. It really is about reinventing how you operate your companies, the way you look at learning. It's a reinvention.
And I know that Accenture, you, under your leadership, you have invested billions of dollars in Gen AI. I'm just wondering, in terms of meaningful returns from that investment, when do you think that might happen, and what might that look like?
We're already seeing those returns. Last year we grew 7%. We're a $70 billion company. And the way we, though, really look at our success is what we're doing for clients. And so we're helping pharma companies cut down their time from drug discovery to market, right? We're helping consumer goods companies access the new mall, which is the LLM, right? Helping them take advantage of the new kinds of customer engagement. All of this, of course, means that when we create value for clients, we create value for Accenture.
What are the most common things that your clients are asking you to do in helping them run a better business?
The biggest questions I get today is how do we scale AI? Because there have been so many examples where you get a really successful proof of concept, but then companies are finding that they can't scale on themselves. And there's a couple of things that are really important. And the first is that it's not about the AI. Right? We've learned that technology is just a tool. It's about the outcome that you drive AI. And I think that's why clients really value us, because when we're coming in, we're not selling them an AI project. We're selling them an outcome, more customer engagement, better NPS. We're selling them, higher revenue because they've got a new way of doing upsell. And so that's where clients are really coming to us, is to understand how to turn AI into a business outcome.
We know that AI brings a lot of disruption, and that impacts hiring, jobs. That is still a big conversation here at this particular summit. When you take a look at how companies are employing AI, do you see perhaps a trend of companies hiring fewer people, or perhaps even increase because of productivity?
If there's one thing you take away from our discussion today, is using AI to be an engine for growth is how you get to global prosperity, right? When you use AI to drive growth and not just productivity, that's how you end up, like Accenture, hiring more people. So we'll hire more people this year than we did last year because we're growing. We just did a survey, a quarterly survey, and 78% of C-suites now say that the biggest value from AI is actually growth. CEOs know you cannot cut your way to growth.
Yet, investors are not really buying into that story. News from Anthropic actually led to a sell-off in software companies. I mean, Accenture was hit by that as well. I'm just wondering, how do you convince, investors, markets, that that's not the case, really?
There's a lot of things that go into the markets, and I think most companies like Accenture, we focus on what are we delivering every day, and we deliver value for our clients, and we know over the long term that when you actually deliver value and you deliver on your commitments to the street in terms of numbers, that's the best way to cut through all of the noise.
And in 5 years, how might Accenture look like because of AI?
Look, we are already changing today from what we sell and how we actually deliver it for our clients. And as you look ahead for 5 years, we're trying to be part of the AI infrastructure. So for example, not only are we helping clients use AI, we're helping build data centers through our consulting, right? We're helping in cyber, because cyber is such a big part of it. So think of Accenture in 5 years as deeply embedded in every part of the AI infrastructure that's necessary for this incredible future that we've been talking about this week.
Julie, just one final question. Do you think governments and governance institutions are really ready for these super intelligent systems?
Well, this is a great week to demonstrate. There were so many leaders from governments across the world that I don't think anyone can say they're ready, but they're investing the time to be ready. And that's, I think, one of the reasons why I'm so optimistic coming out of this summit is that the themes are all the same. We need to make sure that we have access. We need to make sure that we drive growth, and that this wonderful and powerful technology is truly used for the good of all. And that result can only start with people's commitment to that outcome.
Julie, thank you so much for your time today. Accenture CEO Julie Sweet here, and Francine, of course, she knows you really well. She says hello. Back to you.
Yeah, we always have good conversations, as did you, on AI and how that will change the future also of some of these companies. Haslinda, thank you. Haslinda, I mean, they're speaking to the CEO of Accenture. Now, Microsoft co-founder Bill Gates has backed out of a keynote address at the Indian AI Summit just hours before he was due to speak. The withdrawal follows criticism of his relationship with convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. The billionaire's philanthropic organization, the Gates Foundation, says the decision was taken to ensure the focus remains on the conference. And the French President Emmanuel Macron is rejecting how social media companies defend their free speech. It comes as Europe considers banning children from platforms like Instagram and Facebook. Now, the Trump administration has criticized the proposal, calling them a form of censorship. But speaking in India, Macron said the free speech argument does not stand up.
Having just no clue about how the algorithm is made, how it is tested, how it is trained, and where it will guide you, I mean, the democratic consequences of this bias could be huge. Some of them claim to be in favor of free speech. Okay, we are in favor of free algorithm. Totally transparent. Because, I mean, free speech is a pure bull. Nobody knows how you are guided through this so-called free speech, especially when it's to be guided from one hated speech to another hated speech.
And Bloomberg has learned that OpenAI is close to finalizing the first phase of a new funding round that's likely to bring in more than $100 billion. The record-breaking financing deal would give the startup additional capital to build out its artificial intelligence tools. OpenAI's Sam Altman told the AI Summit those tools are likely to come with ethical risks.
Most of the important discoveries happen when technology and society meet, sometimes have some friction, and co-evolve. For example, we don't yet know how to think about some superintelligence being aligned with dictators and totalitarian countries. We don't know how to think about countries using AI to fight new kinds of war with each other. We don't know how to think about when and whether countries are going to have to think about new forms of social contracts. But we think it's important to have more understanding and society-wide debate before we're all surprised. Of special note, and related to all 3 points, we continue to believe that iterative deployment is a key strategic insight, and that society needs to contend with and use each successive new level of AI capability, have time to integrate it, understand it, and decide how to move forward. This has been working surprisingly well so far.
And Demis Hassabis, the chief executive of Google DeepMind, says India has a huge potential in AI thanks to the talent building up in the country. He spoke to Haslinda alongside Alphabet's senior vice president at the AI Impact Summit in New Delhi.
I've worked on AI my whole career, my whole life, because I believe it could be the ultimate tool to accelerate scientific discovery and medicine, and also help with some of the other grand challenges facing society today, like climate change and energy. All of these things I think AI can help and be applied to. On the more individual scale, and maybe also for India specifically, I think that this incredible technology, power technology, is sort of available to almost everyone around the world, maybe only with a lag time of a couple of months behind the absolute frontier. So what I imagine if I was a young person today working, thinking about working in technology, maybe building a business, is I think there's incredible untapped potential here. And using these technologies, you can almost sort of become superpowered. You can kind of do 10x of what I think an individual engineer could have done in the past. And so I think there's incredible new business opportunities and new types of jobs that will be even more high earning and more valuable and more fulfilling than perhaps some of the jobs that will be disrupted by AI.
How do you position for that?
No, I would also just add a few more things. I think part of the potential for everybody to benefit is enormous, but I think there's some work we all have to do. So, for example, if I think about questions of access, that's so important. How do we make sure everybody actually has access to the technology to be able to use it, capitalize it? Other questions of access, which are particularly important in countries like India, are access through different languages. For example, I mean, India has many, many different languages. And I think focusing, for example, on making sure that people can actually access the technology in their language, in their culture. And that's one of the reasons we're spending so much time on in the Indic languages. I mean, we have a project right now with Project Vani, where we're trying to work across something like over 700 districts and all the dialects that are used in those districts to see, can we build in more Indic languages? So if you think about that question of access and linguistic access, that's one of the ways you democratize the possibility of people being able to take advantage of this technology.
Demis Hassabis, Google DeepMind Chief Executive, and James Manika, Alphabet Senior Vice President. Now, Airbus has blamed its engine supplier, Pratt & Whitney, for failing to deliver enough parts to meet its aircraft manufacturing targets. The supply shortage is forcing Airbus to slow down production and lower its delivery expectations through 2027. That's likely to leave Airbus with a bottleneck at a time that the arch-rival Boeing continues to ramp up output, while shares are down more than 5% in Paris. And don't miss the Airbus Chief Executive, Guillaume Faury, who's on Bloomberg Brief at 10:45 a.m. London time. Now, Air France-KLM has reported better than expected earnings in the fourth quarter. Speaking to Bloomberg, the company's chief executive says he's upbeat about the lucrative North Atlantic routes in spite of heightened geopolitical tensions.
We're quite pleased with how last year worked out. It's beat our expectations as well. With all the geopolitical challenges we've had, across many regions in our network, Western Africa, Middle East, and as you know, we still can't overfly Russia. But the transatlantic is a strong point for us, in particular the premium market, and in particular point of sale United States. And we've introduced a whole bunch of new products on the premium end, and they're being extremely well received in the market. And we're extremely well exposed to fully take advantage of that.
And you see that demand carrying on? That is not something that you see fading at this point?
Well, it's been pretty consistent for the last, I'd say, 3-4 years. And we have not seen, despite recent press on, change in people's travel patterns, we have not witnessed that ourselves at Air France-KLM. Point of sale US and point of sale Europe as well, in particular premium, as I just mentioned, quite strong. We're not seeing anything in the near term that causes us any worry. The European airline industry, in particular our own, we're significantly higher hedged than our American competitors. In the U.S., most airlines are not hedged. We've got well over 50-60% of our annual fuel spend hedged. So I think we're in a very good position to weather any significant increase. Of course, it's never enjoyable going through so much unknown tension. But our exposure to that part of the world is relatively limited. Because of the heavy Gulf airline competition we have. So the exposure, if it is in the Gulf region or in the Indian subcontinent or going into Asia, I think we're better positioned in terms of exposure than some of our other competitors.
Well, the Air France KLM chief executive there speaking to Bloomberg a bit earlier. Coming up, peace talks continue between the U.S. and Iran. And in the Russia-Ukraine conflict, we'll discuss whether progress is being made with geopolitical strategist Tina Fordham. That's coming up next, and this is Bloomberg.
Africa, a region rife with potential for growth and opportunities, but not without its challenges. Bloomberg highlights the biggest stories, interviewing key players, and reporting on the issues impacting the region. Join us as we get to the heart of African business, politics, and economics, and ask the question, what's next? I'm Jennifer Zabasaja, and this is Next Africa.
New episodes every month, only on Bloomberg.
The countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day. Get ahead of tomorrow's trading with The Close. Weekdays on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
Why is it that NFTs have not recovered in the same way that, say, Bitcoin has?
Bloomberg is covering all things crypto.
It's a pretty spectacular story.
The people.
This is the future. This is the 21st century economy.
The transactions.
It snapped up nearly $1 billion of Bitcoin.
And the technology.
We need to build a digital Fort Knox.
That gives people financial freedom, and that's a wonderful thing.
That's extraordinary.
We ride the wave that is Bitcoin.
Bloomberg Crypto, only on Bloomberg.
There's many reasons and arguments that one could make for a strike against Iran. The president has always been very clear, though, with respect to Iran or any country around the world, diplomacy is always his first option, and Iran would be very wise to make a deal with President Trump and with this administration.
Well, that's the latest from the White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt on Iran. Let's bring in Tina Fordham, founder and geopolitical strategist at Fordham Global Foresights. Tina, thank you, as always, for giving us a little bit of your time. I mean, we didn't know where to start because it's Iran, it's Ukraine, it's geopolitics, it could be Taiwan. We could go in a number of directions. What would you describe as the most pressing issue for U.S. foreign policy right now?
Well, U.S. foreign policy has been everything, everywhere, all at once, right, since the start of the year. And it's been really dramatic after the Venezuela operation, after the Greenland pressure, which brought about the rupture. Now, though, the most pressing issue is Iran. If you look at the U.S. military buildup in the Gulf, it is the strongest it's been since the Gulf War in 2003.
So in Iran, I mean, again, we've been waiting for some kind of activity or strike for the last 2 to 3 weeks. Yeah. Do you think the U.S. will go ahead with it?
Well, this is what the United States is looking like it's doing. It is concentrating military assets in a signal to show that it's serious. And I think that we should take the White House at face value when it says it's willing to use force. What I worry about is that these maneuvers will backfire, right? That the United States is actually pushing itself into a corner because you have to think about the incentives of your counterparty. And President Trump likes to use force in targeted ways, like the Venezuela operation, which was dramatic and successful and resulted in no loss of life for U.S. military. This would not be a similar situation in Iran. There are real risks of contagion, of it going wrong, and not being contained.
What does the U.S. want from Iran? I mean, is this about nuclear enrichment? Is this about oil? Is this about the protests?
This is also not clear, because when we first started having these conversations, President Trump signaled in January, when there were these mass protests in Iran, that help was on the way. Those protests have since been subdued or suppressed. Now it seems to be about the nuclear program. But remember, last June, the U.S. attacks, President Trump said that they had, obliterated the nuclear program. Now it's about nuclear enrichment. And this has always been a red line for the regime in Iran. These guys have strategic patience in a way that the White House may not.
I mean, the other thing that I thought was surprising was that they're bundling Ukraine and Russia together. Sorry, Ukraine and Iran, that you send, two people to negotiate two of the biggest geopolitical concerns that we have of our times. What does that signal?
I think, on the topic of patience, maybe willingness to try to kill two birds with one stone. But again, I think it's a failure to understand your opposite number. Dollar diplomacy can be compelling. In Ukraine, it might bring about a very different result, which is squeezing Ukraine out of the discussions, and a U.S.-Russia deal, which might result in sanctions being reversed without Russia actually making concessions that would prevent it from trying something similar again.
Tina, I had a good panel actually at Munich Security Conference, and on it was the U.S. ambassador to NATO. And he said something that I still think about that really struck me. He believes that with one phone call, China can stop Russia from continuing to attack Ukraine.
But why would it?
Do we need to get closer to China? Is there something that Europe can offer to get them on side?
I don't see why China would do that. Right now, if the United States is busy with Iran and caught up in trying to bring about a diplomatic resolution in Russia-Ukraine, why would China want to intervene to stop it? China is now very invested in supporting Russia with its friendship without limits, including military hardware. The NATO ambassador on your panel is probably right, but I have to ask myself, how is that in China's interests? I think that misunderstands the strategic calculus of the big players.
What's the calculus for Europe? It's being left behind. It's not even part of these negotiations. I mean, Europe is still the only one really supporting Ukraine concretely at this point.
And that's what the White House believes, is right and proper, that Ukraine is Europe's problem. You're starting to see talking points from European populist parties that resemble the Kremlin's reform yesterday, saying that this is a regional Slavic conflict. What I think is underappreciated, though, is that Europe has tremendous geopolitical power. I think it is a sleeping giant. And I think if we also look in the context of Mark Carney and his 10-country trade bloc, which could bring together so-called middle powers, we're talking about a huge, subset of the global economy, that could meaningfully push back on White House efforts. This isn't a tripartite world, as much as people would like to believe it or like that concept.
But what does Europe need to do now to be stronger? I mean, there's talk between France and also Germany about nuclear deterrence, and it's unclear whether even on that they're on the same page.
Spending on defense, nuclear deterrent, I really think that there is nothing like an external adversary to concentrate minds. I think that Europe is moving more quickly than is appreciated, and again, that we do have the economic heft and potentially the geopolitical power to concentrate. It isn't going to happen overnight.
Tina, thank you so much, as always, for joining us. Tina Fordham, founder and geopolitical strategist at Fordham Global Foresight. Now, there is quite a lot going on in the markets. This is, I would say, a sideshow to what's going on in geopolitics, but the markets probably don't think that because they're looking at AI, and they're also looking at the latest minutes from the Fed. This is because there is quite a lot of stocks that are now stalling. Brent pushing further above $70, but actually Treasuries extending some of their losses, and after some of the Fed policymakers signaled some concerns over inflation that remains stubbornly above the 2% target. So we'll have to see what happens to Fed expectations going forward for interest rate cuts. Up next, Bloomberg Brief, and this is Bloomberg.
Astonishing day for US technology.
Shaping the region's technology ecosystem.
Asia's biggest tech news and innovation.
Tariffs, I think, are probably the first time in my career I've had to deal with like a fundamental change in government policy in terms of how we think about how markets work.
The challenge, especially within my supply chain, is now how do you have enough productivity initiatives to offset the increased cost of all the product?
Can you just move your supply chain out of China and into the US or out of Mexico and up to Canada? Is it that easy?
It's not that easy, but we do have flexibility. And we had been, prior to tariffs, prior to any of this, we had been on a journey to diversify our footprint out of China. So probably 2-ish years ago, roughly 65% of our toy and game volume was coming from China. Today, as we entered into 2025, that was around 50%. All we've done is really accelerate the path to get down to roughly, call it 30% by the time we enter into 2027. For us, I mean, if tariffs stay, if tariffs go, it's never good to have so much of your manufacturing base centered on one geography. We think the diversification is good, but it does take a bit of time to get vendors and suppliers up to speed. Quality is a big deal, especially when you're dealing with toys and kids. It's not an instantaneous thing, but it's not also a 5-year, have to build a new plant from scratch.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories.
The economy has been doing well. That does not tell you what the future is going to be.
We are taking a step-by-step approach, a very systematic approach with India.
This is a time to put a little more defense into your portfolio.
Insight with Haslinda Anand, only on Bloomberg.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
It's 5 a.m. in New York City. Good morning. I'm Vonnie Quinn with your Bloomberg Brief. Let's get you set up for the day. A record-breaking funding round. OpenAI set to be finalizing a deal likely to bring in more than $100 billion. Geopolitical unease. Oil holding on to gains after its biggest daily jump since October on concerns over a U.S. intervention potentially in Iran. And the latest Fed minutes reveal officials wary of rate cuts, with some even suggesting a hike if inflation remains high. So let's take a look at those markets. We did see a rally yesterday, slightly though cut off at the heels, so we ended up the session about 0.6% higher on the S&P 500 and about 0.8% higher on the Nasdaq. But it was a low volume kind of day, and that would suggest perhaps low conviction. Now the Mag 7 names did all rally for once. Today, though, it's a different picture. We look like we might actually be on the decline at the open in just a few hours. Let's take a look at the bond universe, because we obviously saw that huge move last week, and we're not seeing too much of a reversal of that. Even after the minutes yesterday threw the markets a little bit of a curveball. Not sure anyone was really expecting that much hawkishness in there, but it's clear the Fed is less concerned about the labour market now than it was just a couple of months ago. As Paul Donovan of UBS said this morning, and I quote him quite frequently because his note comes in just a little before the show, but he said, look, the Fed will either raise rates, stand pat, or lower rates. It's still all up for grabs. 2-year yield 4.2699 and the 30-year yield back above 4.70. All right, let's get to some individual market movers now. Over to London and Abir Abu Omar. Abir.
Good morning, Vonnie. Starting with one that you would know I'm particularly excited about because of the potential online shopping, and that's eBay. That's up quite a bit. This morning, 8%, and that's on the back of robust results yesterday, but also on the back of a deal, a $1.2 billion deal to buy a second-hand marketplace, Depop, from Etsy. So investors are looking positively at this news. Stock is up in the pre-market. Moving on to car sellers, Carvana is down quite a bit this morning, almost 17% down, 16.4% down. It's trimming some of those losses, but it's up because the company is simply trying trying to grow too fast. Now, the CEO did come up and acknowledge that they're trying to grow too fast, that had led or can lead in some times to backsliding, and that's taking a toll on the stock this morning. And then finally, DoorDash, food delivery. DoorDash is reacting pretty positively to earnings yesterday on the back of robust order growth forecasts, Vonnie. And that is interesting after results we've seen from Uber a couple of weeks ago and the impact that Uber Eats has had from rivals like DoorDash, up 12% in the pre-market. Vonnie.
Yeah, a huge move there, perhaps a little bit unexpected. Abir, thank you so much, Abir Abu Omar. We also got results from Airbus. Shares are lower on disappointing delivery guidance. We're going to be speaking with CEO Guillaume Faury later this hour. That's at 5:10 Eastern. Plus, Jordan Rochester of Mizuho joins as we look ahead to the jobless claims data and more. But first, a Bloomberg scoop. Sources say OpenAI is close to finalizing the first phase of a new funding round, which puts it on track to top $100 billion. Joining us now is Tom McKenzie, host of Bloomberg Tech Europe. Tom, it's a little bit difficult to keep track of all these funding rounds. Now, which companies are involved in this one, and are any of them already involved in funding OpenAI?
Yeah, another day, to your point, Vonnie, another day, another massive funding round, OpenAI. This would be historic, though, $100 billion potentially. And this is just the first phase of their fundraising, their latest fundraising attempts, because this would just involve strategic investors like NVIDIA, like Microsoft, like Amazon, like SoftBank that already own an 11% stake in OpenAI, and of course Microsoft has their stake in OpenAI as well. So they are all looking to contribute to this first phase of funding that, again, if they were to meet the top end, would come in at about $100 billion and would value OpenAI, including that funding round, close to $850 billion US dollars. For size and scope, that is 4 times the current market cap of Intel. That is more than the entire market cap of JP Morgan. So that is the kind of valuation that investors and these strategic investors are looking to assign to OpenAI. And then we are reporting OpenAI would go to venture capital to raise additional rounds. This is a company, of course, that has promised to spend trillions of dollars on capex to build out the data centers. They continue to see massive demand. They say, for their services, and they need to build out the capex for that. And it seems like at least the strategic investors continue to buy into that proposition, Vonnie.
Yeah, I mean, it's unreal, Tom. Even before this, I think SoftBank had, an 11% stake or something. Tom McKenzie, Thank you so much. Tom is host of the morning show on Bloomberg Television and, of course, Bloomberg Tech Europe as well. Oil rising after its biggest daily gain since October, following a report that U.S. military intervention in Iran could, in fact, come sooner than expected.
There's many reasons and arguments that one could make for a strike against Iran. The president has always been very clear, though, with respect to Iran or any country around the world. Diplomacy is always his first option, and Iran would be very wise to make a deal with President Trump and with this administration.
Joining us now from Geneva is Dina Esfandiari of Bloomberg Economics. Dina, it was a little bit surprising to me that this report came out suggesting that perhaps there would be attack anyway, even though it does seem like Iran is considering something and is going to come back in 2 weeks. Is the U.S. somehow cornering itself into even attacking Iran?
I think there is a certain amount of that, definitely, that plays into all of this. At the end of the day, we have the biggest amassing of U.S. military capabilities in the Middle East. It's pretty historic. It's significant. And so the Trump administration really would need to get something significant from Iran in order to walk that threat back, in order to pull back the U.S. military presence in the region and say the crisis is solved. And the problem today is Iran is just unlikely to give the United States that. It's not willing to give in to U.S. demands. And so I think we're slowly inching our way towards some kind of military strike on Iran.
Yeah, I mean, it's so strange, Dina. I mean, why suggest that there was progress made in the talks and then talk about, coming back in 2 weeks' time for more talks and still be going ahead with this stick approach?
Because I think both sides don't want to go to war. The chance of escalation, the chance of things quickly getting out of hand in the Middle East really is quite high once that first U.S. missile hits Iran. Iran feels itself cornered right now. It's in a particularly vulnerable time, both in the region but also domestically. And so I think many Iranian officials see this moment as existential, which means if they face the U.S. threat, they're likely to escalate, the opposite of what they did last time, which was a very symbolic, limited retaliation to the U.S. and Israeli strikes last June. If they escalate, then this is when things get out of hand. And I think President Trump wants to teach the Iranians a lesson, but he also doesn't want to find himself in a situation where the United States is in yet another long, drawn-out war in the Middle East, where it's struggling to protect its allies and regional oil and energy infrastructure.
Yeah, well, the oil markets are certainly taking a lot of interest in this. Dina, thank you so much. That is Dina Esfandiari of Bloomberg Economics. The January Fed minutes revealing a hawkish tilt. Officials appeared wary of easing monetary policy, with several suggesting a rate hike if inflation remains stubbornly high. For more, let's bring in Bloomberg's Ven Ram. Ven, how much of a surprise was this? And if you really look at the language, how much of a tilt is this?
It's a pretty sharp tilt. I mean, it shows that, after the labor market concerns of December, now officials are pivoting to the idea that, cottoning on to the idea that, look, inflation is not coming as quickly as we expected, even though they were earlier thinking that the labor market softness would kind of lead to softness in inflation as well, which hasn't happened. If you look at the core PCE, Vonnie, for the past 1 year, we have averaged 2.8%, and the Fed has missed its inflation goal for a long time now. So I think that the Fed officials are right to be worried here about, how sticky inflation is. And therefore, it's not a surprise that they are thinking that they may even need to raise rates from the current levels, albeit it's going to be difficult with the new Fed to be raising rates anytime soon.
Then, what led us astray? Because before the end of the year, there was a lot of concern about the labour market, and there was maybe less concern about inflation. Then we didn't have data for a long time, and now suddenly we've got just a little bit of data and everyone is calm about the labour market suddenly and worried again about inflation?
Well, I think that, to be fair, the Fed has penciled in an economic growth, real growth rate of 2.3% for this year, which is above trend, and the Fed will take that any day. They were concerned for a period about the labor market softness, but that is not their kind of view for 2026, as it were, which, as I said, is 2.3% growth, which is above trend. So I think that the biggest issue for the Fed continues to be sticky inflation. And to the extent that inflation doesn't converge to 2%, and we are getting the core PCE reading later this week, which is supposed to show another elevated print, if those continue on pace, then I don't see how the Fed will have any room to cut rates, regardless of how Kevin Walsh feels about it.
Yeah, and recently the market had been almost pricing in a third rate cut, or at least inching in that direction as well this year. So it does seem like that might be less of a possibility. So what's going on with the yield curve then? Because the 2-10 spread is back down to 62 basis points. We have the 2-year yield at 3.46 and the 30-year yield back up to 472.06 right now. We had a big move last Friday after the benign inflation data. And yet with the Fed more concerned about inflation, it doesn't seem like the market is reacting too much.
Well, I think that the recent rally that we have seen at the long end, Vonnie, is untenable. I don't think that the 10-year yield is going to be validated anytime around 4.06 levels that it was hovering around earlier. So I think that, if you've got the Fed that is inclined to be cutting rates despite sticky inflation, that is going to send yields at the long end higher, because investors are going to want an inflation premium stuck into the 10-year and the 30-year maturities. So I think that the front end is going to be kind of anchored around 350, which is what it's doing now. In fact, it's been doing that now for a couple of months now. So I think that the front end is going to stay put where it is, probably, and then the long end is going to tick higher. So I think that investors would do well to fade the recent rally in long end treasuries.
Fascinating. So we should look for that spread to widen out once again. Ven, thank you so much for all the context. That is Ven Ram of our MLive team. Now to other top stories trending on the terminal this morning. Nestle shares are higher after posting a sales beat. CEO Philippe Navratil says sales growth will likely pick up this year as he reshapes the food giant. He's in the midst of cutting 6% of the company's global workforce, about 16,000 jobs. He also confirmed that Nestlé is in advanced talks to sell what's left of its ice cream business. Microsoft co-founder Bill Gates backed out of a keynote address at the Indian AI Summit just hours before he was due to speak. The withdrawal follows criticism of his relationship with convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. The Gates Foundation says the decision was made to ensure the focus remains on the conference. And former South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol faces life in prison after being found guilty of leading an insurrection with his 2024 martial law declaration. The court said Yoon damaged the constitutional order by mobilizing military forces. Yoon's lawyers denounced the ruling as politically motivated and vowed to, quote, fight until the end. Coming up, shares of Airbus getting a hit after the plane maker's delivery outlook disappoints investors. CEO Guillaume Faury joins. This is Bloomberg.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Lizzie Burden in London, and these are the stories that set your agenda.
Taking you from the U.S. market's close to the overnight session in Asia, we'll walk you through what you need to know to kickstart Europe's trading day. Live from our European headquarters, we bring you the day's top market-moving stories, unmatched expert analysis, and on-the-ground reporting from across the continent. Tune in to Daybreak Europe, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything. Why do the biggest names in business choose Bloomberg Television?
That's a great question.
It's a very good question.
Interesting question.
Good question. Great question. I so appreciate that question. You certainly ask interesting questions.
Bloomberg Television. Top experts, great questions.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
Why is it that NFTs have not recovered in the same way that, say, Bitcoin has?
Bloomberg is covering all things crypto.
It's a pretty spectacular story.
The people.
This is the future. This is the 21st century economy.
The transactions.
It's snapped up nearly $1 billion of Bitcoin.
And the technology.
We need to build a digital Fort Knox.
That gives people financial freedom, and that's a wonderful thing.
That's extraordinary.
We ride the wave that is Bitcoin.
Bloomberg Crypto, only on Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Brief. I'm Bonnie Quinn in New York. Time now for your front page news. First up, the Washington Post reporting a new DHS memo outlined a plan to detain refugees for further vetting. The memo rescinds a 2010 memo that says failing to apply for residency status within a year of living in the U.S. is not a basis for detaining refugees who entered legally. Now, the Post says the policy shift upends decades of protections and puts tens of thousands of people who entered during the Biden administration at risk. Next up, the Financial Times reporting the International Monetary Fund has called for China to slash state support for industry as international concerns mount about overcapacity. The fund estimated China spends about 4% of its GDP subsidizing companies in critical sectors and said it should reduce that by 2 percentage points in the medium term.
Who's responsible? So there is a whole series of questions that are going to
ओके वॉशिंगटन ऑफिशियल से टेलीग्राफ को कहा है कि देयर इज अ 90% चांस ऑफ वॉर विद ईरान इन द कमिंग वीक्स. That is reported by Telegraph news agency. Wall Street Journal, President Trump was briefed on a series of military action options against Iran, with all of the courses of action designed to inflict maximum damage on the Islamic regime and its terror proxies. It's interesting that would mean Houthis, Hezbollah, and Iran-backed militants may also be on the menu. Prime Minister Donald Tusk, all Polish citizens in Iran must leave immediately. In few hours, it may no longer be possible to evacuate you. Magnitude of 5.5 earthquake struck southern Iran early Thursday morning. I think they are going to test nuclear weapon. Russia's Lavrov, we do not look for wars, we do not want wars, we are condemned to live together with Europe, but if they want war, then the war will be waged in another way and in another ways. OpenAI CEO Sam Altman, we may be only a couple of years away from early version of true superintelligence.
2028. More of the on our current trajectory, we believe we may be only a couple of years away from early versions of true superintelligence. If we are right, by the end of 2028, more of the world's intellectual capacity could reside inside of data centers than outside of them. This is an extraordinary statement to make. And of course, we could be wrong. But I think it really bears serious consideration. A superintelligence, at some point on its development curve, would be capable of doing a better job being the CEO of a major company than any executive, certainly me, or doing better research than our best scientists. On our current trajectory, we believe we may be only a couple of years away from early versions of true superintelligence. If we are right, by the end of 2028, more of the world's intellectual capacity could reside inside of data centers than outside of them. This is an extraordinary statement to make. And of course, we could be wrong. But I think it really bears serious consideration. A superintelligence, at some point on its development curve, would be capable of doing a better job being the CEO of a major company than any executive, certainly me, or doing better research than our best scientists. On our current trajectory, we believe we may
There are only a small number of years for AI models surpassing the cognitive capabilities of most humans for most things. we're increasingly close to what I've called a country of geniuses in the data center, a set of AI agents that are more capable than most humans at most things and can coordinate at superhuman speed. That level of capability is something the world has never seen before, and there are only a small number of years for AI.
Speaker, who's a woman of substance, who's been placed among the top 50 women leaders by Fortune magazine 6 times. She's one of India's most influential business leaders, Ms. Roshni Nadar Malhotra, chairperson HCL Technologies, who has steered HCL Technologies through a period of remarkable growth while also championing education and the arts through the Shiv Nadar Foundation, which is one of the largest philanthropic foundations based out of India. Her leadership brings both business rigor and social purpose to the technology conversations. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Ms. Roshni Nadar Malhotra.
Thank you. Respected leaders, distinguished guests, and everyone who has joined us here today, a very good afternoon to you all. By now, every major theme has been covered.
कि निफ्टी मॉर्निंग पे जैसा बताया था क्लोज एग्जैक्टली वही हुआ आज 25,410 फ्यूचर में 1.62% डाउन है 3 दिन में जितना गेन किया था सारा एक साथ चला गया 13th 16th 17th एंड 18th 3 दिन का गेन सिंगल डे वेनिस्ड ये 25,500 to 400 के बीच का ही टारगेट था मार्केट वहीं क्लोज हुआ है कल देखना पड़ेगा मार्केट गैप डाउन ओपन होता है या फिर स्टिल थोड़ा सा पुल बैक देता है बिकॉज सपोर्ट तो निफ्टी फ्यूचर में नीचे ही है काफ़ी डाउन 24,800 वहाँ तक क्या ये आएगा वापस नीड टू सी हिसाब से निफ्टी यार डेली में क्लोज हुआ है ना अगर सेल ऑफ आता है मार्केट में क्योंकि रिलायंस भी थोड़ा सा बेरिसी लग रहा है नीचे स्पेस है काफ़ी अभी 15 to 30% फॉल होने का स्पेस है अभी भी रिलायंस इंडस्ट्रीज में निफ्टी अगर थोड़ा सा बड़ा फॉल होता है तो हो सकता है काफ़ी बड़ा फॉल ही कर जाए क्या कोविड जैसा क्रैश आएगा 30-40%? 50-50 गिरता है फ्यूचर में तो यस वही 24,800 टू 850 वापस दिखा सकता है प्राइस। वो सेम लेवल जहां पर मार्केट ट्रेड डील से पहले था, इंडिया यूएस की ट्रेड डील से पहले। के बीच में एक 25,120 का लेवल हो सकता है जहां पर प्राइस थोड़ा बहुत रुकने की कोशिश करे। 25,120 के अप्रोक्सीमेटली, नहीं तो 24,800 आया नहीं है ना अभी। हाँ तो लग रहा है वो 25,120 इज मस्ट फॉर निफ्टी फ्यूचर, कल देखने के लिए मिल सकता है। मुझे लगता है नेचुरल गैस वापस पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट तक जाने की कोशिश करेगा अब 288, 85, 87 यही जोन है नेक्स्ट रेजिस्टेंस का। अगर ये कैंडल ये 15 मिनट की अभी भी अंदर ही चल रहा है नेचुरल गैस का प्राइस, ये 15 मिनट की कैंडल के बाहर अगर क्लोजिंग देती है कैंडल, अभी 3 मिनट है, देखते हैं क्लोजिंग आती है नहीं आती है, बट अगर ये फर्स्ट 15 मिनट की कैंडल के ऊपर क्लोज हो गया तो फिर डे लो एज अ सपोर्ट बन जाएगा नेचुरल गैस में 273 फिलहाल के लिए तो। ट्राई कर चुका है, लोअर एंड को ब्रेक करने का नहीं कर पा रहा है, तो देयर इज अ हाई चांसेस अगर ये हाई साइड पे क्लोजिंग आती है नेचुरल गैस की फर्स्ट 15 मिनट के ऊपर, देन डे लो बिकम अ सपोर्ट। गई कैंडल क्लोज। नेचुरल गैस में देखो कैंडल क्लोज हो चुकी है, फर्स्ट 15 मिनट के बाहर निकल गया है प्राइस 278 के ऊपर कैंडल क्लोज। डे लो इज अ सपोर्ट नाउ, रेजिस्टेंस यही है पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट का, दिस इज स्टिल अ रेजिस्टेंस। नीचे सपोर्ट देखोगे तो दो नए सपोर्ट मिल जाएंगे हमें, एक डे लो आज का और एक कल का। दीज आर द टू न्यू सपोर्ट्स एरिया, स्पेशली आज का तो है, इसको हम एज अ पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट ही लेंगे। लेकिन कि क्रूड ऑयल में नीचे ही सपोर्ट है 5840 850 के अराउंड, आया नहीं अभी तक प्राइस वहाँ पे। कल मेजर रेजिस्टेंस था, ब्रेक हो गया ऑलरेडी वो, तो क्रूड ओवरऑल तो बुलिश ही है अब। डेलो अब सपोर्ट है नेचुरल गैस में फिलहाल के लिए, और कोई सपोर्ट बन नहीं रहा है इसमें। डेलो इज़ द ओनली सपोर्ट नाउ। अगर प्राइस फॉल करता है तो देखते हैं इस लेवल पे किस तरह से फॉल कर रहा है, दैट इज़ ऑल्सो इम्पोर्टेंट। क्रूड ऑयल भी देखोगे बिल्कुल कुछ ज़्यादा ही कंसोलिडेशन में चला गया। 15 मिनट की कैंडल के ऊपर तो चला गया है ऑलरेडी, स्टिल मोमेंटम में नहीं है। इस तरह से कंसोलिडेशन होता रहा तो फिर नीचे के सपोर्ट होल्ड करना मुश्किल हो जाएगा अगर नीचे आता भी है। लॉजिकली तो इसको, तो अगर ये नीचे आना था डायरेक्टली आता, या फिर अगर ऊपर भी जाना है तो इस तरह से मोमेंटम करके हो जाना चाहिए था पुल बैक। दिस कंसोलिडेशन इज नॉट गुड फॉर बाइंग एट दिस पॉइंट 5850। करने का मन है नहीं, बिकॉज जिस तरह की न्यूज आ रही है सडनली मार्केट ऊपर ही जाता चला जाएगा। एक्सपेक्टेड बाइंग ही है, बट बाइंग के लिए भी प्राइस पुल बैक नहीं आ रहा है बिल्कुल। अगर जाता रहा तो क्रूड ऑयल पॉसिबिलिटी है थोड़ा ऊपर ही जाएगा, नीचे सपोर्ट पे तो नहीं आ रहा है। 15 मिनट में कोई रेजिस्टेंस भी नहीं है ऊपर नियर बाय, 30 मिनट का ही रेजिस्टेंस है, वो काफ़ी दूर है अभी। नीचे आ रहा है नेचुरल गैस एक बाइंग एक्सपेक्टेड है, बाइंग ही प्लान करेंगे अब वापस से। सर्कल अगर ये नीचे आ जाता नेचुरल गैस सपोर्ट एरिया पे, एग्जैक्ट सपोर्ट जोन जो था, दोनों ही जगह क्रूड ऑयल नेचुरल गैस बोथ कैंडल इज ओपन इक्वल टू लो, दोनों ही जगह कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू लो है अभी। क्रूड ऑयल देखोगे ये कैंडल भी ओपन इक्वल टू लो, लास्ट भी ओपन इक्वल टू लो थी, नॉर्मल कैंडल में कन्वर्ट हो गई। कंटिन्यूअसली इतना बुलिश मोमेंटम बना हुआ है क्रूड ऑयल में, पुल बैक भी नहीं आ रहा है। एंड द प्रॉब्लम इज ऊपर कोई रेजिस्टेंस भी शो नहीं कर रहा है अभी। क्या ये सीधा अब 6400 ही जाएगा क्या? 30 मिनट रेजिस्टेंस। और यहाँ पर फ्रेश रेजिस्टेंस बनने की पॉसिबिलिटी भी कम ही है अब। कोई पहले का रेजिस्टेंस है तो है, अदरवाइज ना टाइम फ्रेम पे देखते हैं कोई रेजिस्टेंस मिलेगा तो। 15 मिनट और 30 मिनट में तो दिख ही नहीं रहा कुछ। वो लेवल हमें सो ही नहीं करेगा। एग्जैक्ट लेवल पे प्राइस आया भी होगा तो लिक्विडिटी क्रैप में चला गया होगा प्राइस मोस्टली। ये रेजिस्टेंस 30 मिनट का और 1 आवर का। This candle also again open equal to low. है ही नहीं लग रहा है मार्केट में क्रूड में अब। मंथ का फ्यूचर चार्ट देखोगे उसका भी सेम ही सिचुएशन है, वो भी बुलिश ही है कंप्लीटली। आज एक्सपायरी है फ्यूचर की, स्टिल बुलिश। कोई ट्रेड नहीं चल रहा है गाइस क्रूड ऑयल में, ना नेचुरल गैस में मेरी साइड से। तो देखोगे क्रूड ऑयल का बुलिश ही लग रहा है कल के न्यूज़ की वजह से, जहां पर एक्सियोस की ओर से कहा गया था कि यूएस और इजराइल मिलके अपकमिंग वीक्स में एक बड़ा अटैक कर सकते हैं ईरान पे। देखना पड़ेगा कब करते हैं, इस वीक तो मुझे नहीं लग रहा होगा। इस वीक नेक्स्ट वीक प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी की इजराइल की विजिट है, और कल जैसा मैंने बताया था अपडेट आया था, इजराइल की जो सिक्योरिटी काउंसिल की मीटिंग है वो थर्सडे को होनी थी, वो भी उन्होंने शेड्यूल करके संडे को कर दी है। यूएस का जेरफ फोर्ट आर एयरक्राफ्ट करियर, उसको भी आने में अगला हफ्ता लग जाएगा नियर इजराइल। तो अभी मुझे लग रहा है इस वीक तो नहीं होगा संडे तक, नेक्स्ट वीक मोस्ट प्रॉब्ली देयर इज चांसेस आफ्टर 20, आफ्टर सेकेंड वीक कह सकते हो आप, क्योंकि 24 25 को पीएम मोदी की विजिट है। 26 के बाद हो सकता है कुछ मोमेंटम हो जाए, तो उस वजह से क्रूड ऑलरेडी बुलिश ही है। कल एक मोमेंटम अच्छा था, बाइंग साइड पे रेजिस्टेंस था, रेजिस्टेंस का ब्रेकआउट करके ऊपर चला गया, मेजर रेजिस्टेंस का। $1 चल रहा है price now. Can we expect more? Meet his top Iran advisors as war threat grows. President Donald Trump convened his top advisor on Wednesday for a meeting on the crisis with Iran, two US officials tell Axios. Trump was briefed on the nuclear talks held earlier this week in Geneva, and the group discussed next step. The Trump administration is closer to a major war in the Middle East than most Americans realize. A US military operation in Iran would likely be a massive week-long campaign that would look more like full-fledged war than last month's pinpoint operation in Venezuela, sources says. Trump's military and rhetorical build-up makes it hard for him to back down without major concession from Iran on its nuclear program. What they are saying, White House press secretary told reporters Wednesday, there are many arguments on one can make in favor of a strike against Iran. Envoys Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff's Secretary of State Marco Rubio and other senior officials attended Wednesday meeting. One US official said that Iranians need to come back to the Trump administration by the end of the month with a package of steps that address the concern of US presented in the Geneva regarding their nuclear program. US officials say the arrival of the USS Ford aircraft carrier in its strike group to the eastern Mediterranean in the upcoming days will be a key factor in the timing of a possible military campaign against Iran. Rubio is also planning to visit Israel at the end of the month for talks about Iran, US officials said. लगता है यूएस वॉर करा के ही मानेगा. देखोगे तो मार्केट क्रूड ऑयल का ऑलरेडी काफ़ी हैवी हो चुका है अपसाइड पे. थोड़ा प्रॉफिट बुकिंग आनी चाहिए वैसे. देखो वॉर होगी मोस्टली नेक्स्ट वीक के बाद ही कुछ एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं. पहले ही प्राइस ने इतना कर चुका है प्राइस, तो मुझे लग रहा है थोड़ी प्रॉफिट बुकिंग होनी चाहिए इस लेवल से, क्योंकि नेक्स्ट रेजिस्टेंस काफ़ी दूर दिख रहा है अभी के लिए, अनटिल अनलेस कोई बड़ा मेजर इवेंट अभी हो नहीं जाता है. अगर देखोगे आप यूएस का जो एयरक्राफ्ट करियर है ये यूएसएस जेराल्ड और फोर्ड अभी फिलहाल के लिए ये लाइव देखोगे तो अराउंड मोरक्को के आसपास मतलब यूरोप में पहुंच गया है यूएस से निकल के लाइव ट्रैकिंग तो यही बता रही है इजराइल तक पहुंचने में टाइम लगेगा इसको बट नॉट फार अवे के जो वाइट वाला एरिया है दैट इज अ वाटर और ये जो ब्राउन वाला या फिर ब्लैक कलर से दिख रहा है थोड़ा बहुत दैट इज अ लैंड दिस इज राइट नाउ द लाइव इसको जाना है अप्रोक्सीमेटली ईरान तक सॉरी इजराइल तक तो यहाँ कहीं जाना है इसको फिलहाल मोरक्को के आसपास कहीं है ये रूट है सेम इसका इस रूट से निकल के यहाँ से कहीं ये इजराइल पहुंचेगा मोस्टली ये इजराइल की सुरक्षा के लिए लेके जा रहे हैं शायद इसको काफ़ी हैवी है फ्रॉम 2017 से आई थिंक सर्विस में है US Air Force E-3 early warning aircraft are heading east across the Mediterranean towards the Middle East, ranging the regional deployment to 6. 3 are already at Jordan, with another at Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia. Senator Graham on Iran, there is a planning for that. The decision has been made. All these ships are not coming here because it's nice this time of year. Wow.
So a joint venture between Israel and the United States to help degrade the capability of the Iranian Ayatollah to kill its people would be welcome news in Iran.
Is that already underway?
Well, there's planning for that. The decision hadn't been made, but all these ships are not coming here because it's nice this time of year. So a joint venture between Israel and the United States.
Statement. There's a planning for that. The decision has been made. All these ships are not coming here because it's nice this time of year. Senator Graham on Iran. Looks like the war between Iran, Israel and US is imminent होनी ही है. Inevitable कह सकते हो. कब होगी बस अब इसका इंतजार है. Not good for the market, Indian market.
Around quite a bit.
Yeah.
Reza Pahlavi. Because he's around quite a bit.
Yeah, I like him fine, but it's up to the Iranian people. Don't get ahead of yourself. The day after the regime falls will be complicated.
We don't do day after well in the U.S.
That's what you got to quit saying. We, it's not we, it's them. It's not my job to construct a new Iran. It's my job to give them the opportunity to construct a new Iran.
About Reza Pahlavi. Because he's around quite a bit.
Yeah, I like him fine, but it's up to the Iranian people. Don't get ahead of yourself. The day after the regime falls will be complicated.
We don't do day after well in the U.S.
That's what you got to quit saying. We, it's not we, it's them. It's not my job to construct a new Iran. It's my job to give them the opportunity to.
According to CBS News, US military leaders have told President Trump they could launch a strike on Iran as soon as Saturday, but he has not made a final call. कुछ ज़्यादा जल्दी हो रही लग रहा है इनको. सैटरडे, फ्राइडे को कॉल पुट बाय करके चले जाएंगे क्या? फ्राइडे को पुट बाय करके चले जा सकते हैं. सैटरडे संडे मंडे को मार्केट गैप डाउन, 5000 पॉइंट निफ्टी, 10,000 पॉइंट बैंक निफ्टी. जिस तरह की न्यूज़ आ रही है guys, ऐसा तो लग रहा है मार्केट कभी भी गिर सकता है. वी डोंट नो येट बिकॉज जिस तरह से यूएस मिलिट्री एक्ट करती है, इट इज़ नॉट लाइक अ 2003. यूएस ऑयल में रिविजिट जनवरी 29 हाई ऑफ $66.48. यूएस ऑयल जनवरी 29 का हाई कितना था? ओह, लास्ट स्विंग हाई 6136. दोबारा जाने वाला है. 29 ऑफ जनवरी का हाई इंडिया में तो यही है, 6135. बाकी देखो, यूएस मिलिट्री इज, वी ऑल नो, वेरी पावरफुल. फिलहाल ईरान और रसिया एक मिलिट्री ड्रिल जरूर कर रहे हैं, बट देयर इज अ वेरी हाई चांसेस कुछ खास कर तो नहीं पाएगा ईरान। यूएस का, यूएस जो बेसिस हैं और इजराइल है वहाँ पर हो सकता है थोड़े से लॉन्च कर दे, बट मोस्टली मुझे लग रहा है यूएस और इजराइल का टारगेट यही रहेगा कि पहले जो इनके मिसाइल बेसिस हैं, बिकॉज ईरान की एयरफोर्स को इतनी बड़ी तो है नहीं, ना ही इतनी नेवी स्ट्रांग है। तो अगर पहले इनके एसेट्स को ही डिस्ट्रॉय कर दिया जाए, ईरान के इतनी बम्बार्डमेंट कर दी जाए, इनके जो फैसिलिटीज़ है जहाँ पर इन लोगों ने अपने मिसाइल्स वगैरह रखे हुए हैं, सो मैक्सिमम अगर मिसाइल डिस्ट्रॉय हो जाते हैं तो उसके बाद फिर सेकंड जो स्ट्राइक होगी दैट विल बी इजी। अगर ऐसा नहीं होता है और मान लो इन्होंने डायरेक्टली इधर उधर अटैक कर दिया, जो कि मुझे नहीं लग रहा है इतने पागल यूएस भी है, इन दैट केस देयर इज अ चांसेस, उस केस में अगर यूएस पर रिटेलिएशन करता है, यूएस बेसिस पर रिटेलिएशन करता है, तो अक्रॉस द मिडिल ईस्ट जितने भी बेसिस हैं इंक्लूडिंग कतर, सऊदी अरेबिया, इजिप्ट, जॉर्डन, ठीक है, और भी जो कंट्रीज हैं वहाँ पर जितने बेसिस हैं, और सबसे ज़्यादा तो इजराइल पे, वो इतना अपने जो उनके पास मिसाइल्स हैं उनको सेंड कर सकता है, भेज सकता है, तो डिस्ट्रक्शन काफ़ी ज़्यादा हैवी हो जाएगा। तो आई थिंक दोनों ही नहीं चाहेंगे ऐसा कुछ हो। तो होता है फर्स्ट स्ट्राइक में ईरान अपने जो मिसाइल्स हैं उनको बचा लेता है, तो देयर इज़ अ वेरी हाई चांसेस यूएस के और इसराइल के जितने भी बेसिस हैं सब जगह अटैक होगा, इंक्लूडिंग एज आई सेड सऊदी अरेबिया, यूएई, ओमान, इजिप्ट में भी है शायद, इराक। मुझे नहीं लगता कि चाइना या फिर रसिया आएंगे सपोर्ट में, रसिया ऑलरेडी इंडल्ज है यूक्रेन के साथ, तो वो तो भेजेगा नहीं अपने एसेट्स को सेव करने के लिए ईरान।
it is entirely possible, Sean, that in the next 6 months, we will see the regimes fall in Iran, in Venezuela, and in Cuba. And we could also see governments replace them that want to be friends with the United States of America. Now, let me be clear. I'm not being Pollyannish about this. There are 1,000 things that can go wrong. But if that happens, this would be the most consequential geopolitical shift since the fall of the Berlin Wall, since America won the Cold War without firing a shot. I spoke with President Trump the day before yesterday, and we talked in particular about Iran. And I said, this moment, the regime is teetering. The Ayatollah is in his last days. And I said, do not let this opportunity pass. We have an opportunity. The Ayatollah routinely chants death to America. This is a regime that is the leading state sponsor of terrorism on the face of the planet. It is responsible for murdering hundreds of American servicemen and women. The Iranian regime has provided over 90% of the funding for Hamas and for Hezbollah. To see the mullahs toppled would be a tremendous advance for the people of Iran. It would be a tremendous advance for the Middle East. But most critically, it would be a massive improvement in the national security of the United States. I believe President Trump is providing the leadership that is necessary, and it's making our country a lot safer.
The UK stands apart as a place to do business, not because of one advantage, but many working together. Over £10 trillion in capital, 4 of the world's top universities, a 10-year industrial strategy in action. It's stability with dynamism, global reach with local depth. It all adds up to greater growth. Find out more at business.gov.uk/growth.
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager.
And I'm Karen Moscow.
Karen, we begin with a developing story out of the UK. The BBC is reporting Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, the brother of King Charles, has been arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office after further details of his relationship with convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Thames Valley Police have released a statement saying they have arrested a man in his 60s. They say they will not be naming him as per national guidance. We get more from Bloomberg's Tiwa Adebayo in London.
It's an unprecedented development here. You have to look back to medieval times in the UK for the last time a member of the royal family was formally arrested in this manner. Of course, Mr. Mountbatten Windsor has had all of his formal titles removed. It comes after really mounting pressure on the royal family and the country to engage Mr. Mountbatten Windsor to cooperate with authorities investigating those crimes committed by disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein.
Bloomberg's Tiwa Adebayo reports the former Prince Andrew has consistently and strenuously denied any wrongdoing.
And there's more fallout in the U.S. from the Epstein files. Nathan, billionaire retail mogul Les Wexner testified behind closed doors about his relationship with the late sex offender to Democrats on the House Oversight Committee. The former CEO of L Brands said he visited Epstein's private island once with his wife and children, but was unaware of any sex trafficking operation. And he repeatedly said he could not recall key details of his relationship with the late sex offender, including giving him considerable financial support. Arizona Democrat Yasemin Ansari says it's all on record.
He allowed Jeffrey Epstein to live in his homes, to have hundreds of millions of his dollars, to use his yachts and his planes. This was obviously a very, very close relationship, and so far what we have seen is a denial of that relationship.
Congresswoman Yasemin Ansari spoke to reporters from Ohio, where Wexner agreed to testify under an agreement with the committee. The Justice Department named Wexner as one of 10 co-conspirators in its 2019 investigation into Epstein. Wexner was not charged in the case and says he was duped by Epstein.
Well, meanwhile, Karen, Bill Gates has backed out of a speech at a high-profile AI summit in India just hours before he was due to speak. In a post on X, the Gates Foundation said the Microsoft co-founder made the decision to make sure the focus remains on the event's key priorities. Gates has come under criticism for his ties to Epstein. The Gates Foundation did not mention the financier in its statement, but Gates has called his relationship with the late sex offender a huge mistake.
Nathan, we're watching oil. It's on the rise again after gaining the most since October yesterday. West Texas Intermediate at $66.07 a barrel this morning, while Brent is above $71. The rally comes after Axios reported the Trump administration is closer to a major war in the Middle East than most expect. Axios says a U.S. operation would likely be a weeks-long campaign. And we get more from Bloomberg's managing editor Paul Wallace in Dubai.
It sounds as if Iran has, roughly 2 weeks to get back to the Americans. And then if they're broadly satisfied, the Americans will say, OK, let's go to round 3. And we don't know where that will be. But of course, there are plenty of people, including in the oil market, who think America might be essentially trying to lull Iran into a false sense of security and maybe willing to strike the country, before Iran, returns with those proposals, because that's, in some senses that echoes what happened in June last year with the 12-day war between Iran and Israel, and then America at the end. That will happen when, or at least it started when, the U.S. and Iran were in the middle of nuclear talks.
And Bloomberg's Paul Wallace says the U.S. has announced visa restrictions on Iranian officials and executives for repressing recent anti-regime protests and cutting off internet access.
Now, Karen, to the latest in the search for Nancy Guthrie. It's been 19 days since the mother of Today's Show host Savannah Guthrie was last seen at her home near Tucson. Police are still looking for leads as they sort through upwards of 50,000 tips. Pima County Sheriff Chris Nano spoke with BBC News.
I think she's somewhere here in our community.
Locally?
Yeah.
What makes you think that?
I just do. I don't know why. I don't have any evidence to prove that, but I just believe that she's somewhere here locally.
Pima County Sheriff Chris Nano speaking with the BBC. Now, the sheriff has come under some criticism for his handling of the search. He declared the scene at Nancy Guthrie's home done 3 days after her disappearance, only to return later. And Nanos hasn't held a news conference in almost 2 weeks. In an interview with the Wall Street Journal, the sheriff said some of the criticism is politically motivated. And in his words, haters are going to hate.
Well, Nathan, Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg testified in a social media and safety trial in Los Angeles that it's, quote, very difficult to enforce Instagram's age limits. But he says Meta has introduced some proactive tools to try to identify and remove accounts violating the rules, but called it a challenging problem. Bloomberg's Kurt Wagner says this is a signature moment for this industry.
To kind of be challenged with these allegations and in Mark Zuckerberg's case to defend himself and his company against these accusations. And so it's been highly watched, highly anticipated. And this is just really the first of more than 1,000 potential trials that we could see.
And Bloomberg's Kurt Wagner says the trial centers on a 20-year-old woman who blames Meta's Instagram and Google's YouTube for her years of mental health struggles. Time now for the Bloomberg Sports Update, and we bring in John Stashower. John.
Thanks, Karen. It was quite a day at the Olympics with Michaela Schifrin winning the gold medal in the slalom, and 3 quarterfinal hockey games went to overtime, including Team USA's dramatic 2-1 victory over Sweden. Women's hockey today, the U.S. versus Canada for the gold medal, and Jordan Stolz goes for a 3rd gold medal in speed skating. Just a couple days after Tony Clark resigned as the head of the Baseball Players Association, they've promoted his assistant, Bruce Meyer. That's your Bloomberg Sports Update.
Thanks, John. And that's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Karen Moscow.
I'm Nathan Hager, and this is Bloomberg.
As a place to do business, the UK stands apart, not because of a single advantage, but a uniquely powerful combination of many. As one of the world's leading financial centres, the UK puts over £10 trillion to work every day, fueling innovation across every sector. Home to 4 of the world's top universities, it provides exceptional talent and breakthrough research. This sits alongside a clear 10-year industrial strategy, unlocking smarter regulation and making it faster and easier to operate. Stability with dynamism. Global connectivity with local depth. It all adds up to greater growth. Visit business.gov.uk/growth.
I'm Barry Ritholtz, inviting you to join me for the Masters in Business podcast. Every week, we bring you fascinating conversations with the people who shape markets, investing, and business. CEOs, fund managers, billionaires, Nobel laureates, traders, analysts, economists, everybody that affects what's going on in the market. Whether you own stocks, bonds, real estate, commodities, crypto, you really need to hear these conversations. Sometimes it's behaviorists like Dick Thaler or Bob Schiller. Sometimes it's fund managers like Peter Lynch, Bill Miller, Ray Dalio. Sometimes it's authors, Michael Lewis, author of The Big Short and Moneyball. Regardless of the conversation, these are the folks that move markets each week. That's the Masters in Business podcast with me, Barry Ritholtz. Listen on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Around the world, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives.
And laying the foundation for the future.
From finance to defense, AI to entertainment.
And from the road to the stars. Bloomberg brings you the latest stories of the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers.
And the politics that shape global tech markets.
I'm Caroline Hyde in New York.
And I'm Ed Ludlow in San Francisco.
Watch Bloomberg Tech every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg Television.
3 days, no losses on the S&P 500 for the first time so far this month. Equity futures pulling back just a little bit. We're down by 0.2% on the S&P. On the Nasdaq, we're down by 0.3. In the bond market, 2s, 10s and 30s look like this. Reprice at the front end of the curve with yields higher in the last 24 hours. Up another single basis point this morning, 346.99. Encouraged by some hawkish Fed speak in the Fed minutes just yesterday. The next stop for this debate is the data. It's 1 hour away. Jobless claims just around the corner. Before we get to all of that, let's get you some single names, some morning movers. Let's cross over to Danny for more. Hey, Danny.
Hey, John. It's the company where expectations were high, reaching $1 trillion in market cap.
And then Walmart disappoints, specifically with its forward guidance, the CEO talking about a fluid, dynamic backdrop in terms of macro, trade issues, labor issues, all of that weighing on a company that does usually give a conservative outlook to start the year. But of course, everyone will extrapolate what this means for the wider consumer. Walmart, in the meantime, down 3.5% in the pre-market. On the flip side of that, Deere reporting earnings beating on expectations, saying that the bottom has happened. 2026 will be the recovery in small agriculture. They see a positive view forward, 5.7%, even though one of their big competitors, CNH Industrial, said, the bottom's not here yet. We're only going to recover in 2027. So a very different view from this agricultural exposed company for equipment. Finally, eBay, also a strong set of earnings today. And with that, they are buying Depop. It's an online marketplace specifically catered to a younger audience. And you got to say, it is a deal they're getting it for. They're paying $1.2 billion for it from Etsy. Etsy had paid $1.6 billion from it. Etsy still rallying, though, with offloading that asset. So 21.3% for Etsy, and eBay is up 7.7% in the pre-market, John.
Hey, Danny, thank you. Appreciate it. More from Danny in the next hour. On our radar this morning, Walmart shares falling in the pre-market. The retail giant delivering a beat on earnings but issuing a cautious forecast. The company's CFO telling us here at Bloomberg it's prudent to be somewhat measured with the outlook right now. That name, as Danny said, is down about 3% in early trading. Elsewhere, the Justice Department sounding the alarm on a potential Warner Brothers Discovery sale. Sources telling us here at Bloomberg that antitrust lawyers fear a deal with Netflix or Paramount could have a lasting impact on cinemas. And finally, Mark Zuckerberg taking the stand in a landmark social media addiction trial. Meta CEO testifying that users are spending significant time on the platforms due to its value. Zuckerberg adding that enforcing age limits remains a major hurdle for the tech giant.
This is a huge landmark case, and not just could have implications for Facebook, Meta, Instagram, those, but also what's going on with YouTube and other, when it comes to social media platforms. Faced challenging inquiries before from Congress. Now he's facing it in front of a jury. And basically he's saying, his argument is it's not addictive and it's really hard for us to control who's going to look at this. The thing is, I think it's obvious that social media is quite addictive. I feel like most of the jury is going to agree with that. So they need to really prove that they were not trying to make it harder, more easier for these young, especially young individuals. I think a lot of this based off a 9-year-old girl that suffered mental health issues because of this.
It's shocking. It's really sad.
Yeah, it's really sad what's going on. And a lot of emails are being brought forward from employees at Meta saying we should do more to try to protect young children. This is going to be a challenging one. A lot of eyes are on Mark Zuckerberg.
It's why for so many people they like the stock but hate the company.
Yeah.
That's the problem. They have a difficult relationship with Meta, and it's a dark cloud that's hung over the name for quite a while. Let's turn back to Walmart. Following the retail giant's disappointing forecast, Poonam Goel of Bloomberg Intelligence joins us now for more. Poonam, welcome to the program. Mizuho just published, and we'll catch up with David Bellinger later on this morning. He's interpreting this, the conservative guide, as an expected low bar set for the new CEO's first year. Is that how you're interpreting things?
Yes, I would agree with that. I think, Walmart historically, not just because of the new CEO, does set the bar low and increase as you progress. They've always kept a cautious stance on the consumer. And given where we are in 2026, where there are inflationary pressures and there is an uncertain macro backdrop, it seemed prudent for them to start conservatively, and we expect them to increase as the year unfolds, unless the consumer weakens materially from here.
Poonam, a lot of economists are using this name and these earnings for a read on the economy at a difficult time. But this company has changed. This is not just a trade down story anymore. It's so much more than that. Poonam, what is this company now? And does it deserve a multiple of 50?
Well, that's arguable. A multiple of 50 is above where Amazon is currently trading. I think what investors are rewarding Walmart for is the growth that it's had in its online business. Today, its online business is over $100 billion. It's scaled up very quickly since the pandemic. The growth is pretty phenomenal, over 20% in the latest quarter. So they're definitely gaining share in the online vertical. They are becoming somewhat of a tech retail player. Not to say that they are Amazon, they don't have AWS, but the online vertical is clearly gaining traction, and they're being rewarded for that. Should they be at 50 times to answer your question? That's still to be seen. They are currently there, but I think the market, at that level expects more from them and expects them to continue to outperform.
Stock is down by 3% at the pre-market, which is nothing given the rally we've seen over the past few years. Pranam, thank you. Pranam Kaur there of Bloomberg Intelligence. I mentioned David Bellinger, who'll join the program from Mizuho at about 8:15 Eastern Time, so about 40 minutes from now. Let's stick with the consumer. Bank of America's latest checkpoint showing that households remain adaptive and financially stable overall in the face of significant affordability challenges. The Bank of America head of consumer and small business products and analytics, Mary Heinz-Drosch, joins us now for more. Mary, good morning.
Good morning.
You've got a new product that we need to talk about, so let's start there. No fee rewards program. Get us into it. What is it?
Great. Well, we're so excited. We are launching B of A Rewards on May 27th, which is a no-fee loyalty program that rewards and recognizes our clients for their entire financial lives. And this is super exciting because it only requires having a personal checking account. No minimum average balance required, and it unlocks all sorts of benefits.
So some people might say that you're just responding to political pressure from the White House because they would like to cap interest rates, and this is a new program. It's a PR effort. How does this actually fit into a broader strategy for the bank?
Absolutely. We've been working on this for a very long time. We have a industry-leading program today, Preferred Rewards. It requires $20,000 in average daily balances across your deposit and investment accounts in order to get access. We saw an opportunity to modernize and expand this program. The program existed for about 10 years, so now we're launching B of A Rewards that's accessible to anyone with a personal checking account. And what this enables you to do is get boosts on your credit card, identity and fraud protection services, as well as your financial lives grow. You move into higher tiers where you unlock more rewards and get access to things like experiences. So it's all part of our strategy to start with getting the core operating account for our clients and then deepening from there.
By removing the $20,000 minimum, are you expecting that potentially this means more people are going to flock to Bank of America because they like the idea of this new rewards program? Is that the goal?
Absolutely. The goal is twofold. One, will bring more people into the program, and they get to experience the benefit of being with Bank of America. And then secondly, doing more with us as they have major milestones in their life. Buying a car, getting a mortgage on a home. We have benefits for all of those things. And it ensures that our clients really do everything with their financial lives with us.
We just spoke about Walmart. They're guiding a little bit on the lower end, missing the street in terms of what they were expecting for the consumer. How are you seeing the consumer hold up in the credit card world?
We see the consumer to continue to be really resilient. We saw spend up 2.6% in January across our debit and credit card, over 50 clients that we have. And when you look at how they're spending, they're still planning vacations, but they are making trade-offs in order to handle some of the affordability issues. We actually see big box retailers like Walmart having actually higher growth than the overall growth rate because they're making those choices.
The premium card segment is super, super competitive. Where do you think that's going now?
Yeah, there's a lot of buzz around the premium card segment, and certainly there is a segment of upper end, more affluent clients that really love those benefits because it really creates an ecosystem. In addition to getting the miles and the points, you're also getting access to experiences and other things, which is similar to how we thought about B of A Rewards. It's not just about points and miles. It's about how do you make sure that they're getting to unlock value across every aspect of their life.
We're addressing the two legs of the cake, the premium end and the lower end, and you're attempting to do something around both. What I noticed in the Consumer Checkpoint report that came out from the Bank of America Institute was just how much the middle income workers in this country are beginning to be squeezed. How are you handling that from a product perspective? What are you offering at the moment?
Yeah, I mean, it really is interesting. We have been seeing the K-shaped economy with the higher income and lower income, and now we're seeing the middle income had 1.6% wage growth versus the higher at 3.7%. So certainly a divergence. And we have a variety of tools at Bank of America to offer our clients assistance with affordability. We have even things like Balance Assist, a small $500 loan for a flat fee of $5 for 3 months. We also have low frills credit card, a low fee checking account. So we ensure that we're really there to support them. And one of the benefits of being a member of the Bank of America Rewards program is that it unlocks interest rate discounts on things like mortgages, home equity loans, and all those things can help make life more affordable.
Those tools that people can access when they get into stressful times, are you seeing an uptick in that recently?
Actually,
How's it
no.
trending?
I mean, that's what I know. There's a lot of headlines.
That's why I ask.
Yeah, or even the concern about the future. But what we look at B of A is the actual data. And what we're seeing is that the number of people who are paying their credit card off in full is actually higher than it was in 2019. And there's plenty of credit available on people's lines so that if they do get into a bind, they have an opportunity to use access to credit in order to manage it. And we're seeing them spend planned vacations. Sure, they're going to discount grocery stores. They're not dining out as much, but they're spending, and their share of discretionary spend to their overall spend is really consistent with what we saw in 2019.
And you're seeing that even for the lower income cohort on the K.
Yes, and they're having the smallest amount of wage growth at 0.9% in January, which is still growth. We got to remember they're still making more. It helps as things get more expensive, but they're the ones that are faced with 30% increase in groceries since 2019. And so you're having to make choices, but they're behaving really responsibly. We do think tax refunds will help with the lower income. Our Bank of America research anticipates a 25% increase in refunds. That will help provide not only a little cushion put in your deposit account, but also enable them to pay down some of their debt.
And pay some utility bills, particularly in the Northeast.
I knew you were going to say that.
The numbers are absolutely ridiculous.
When
it's
I looked
crazy.
at the CPI print, the electricity prices going up is out of control. And Ivan the K was saying how much basically is like it already, your tax refund is already going to your electricity supplier, and also beef prices. Very challenging right now. They are up big time.
Getting super expensive. Mary, it's good to see you. Thanks for dropping
Great,
by.
thanks
Nice
for
to get
having
some
me.
actual data away from just the broad narrative that we often discuss on the programme. Mary Hines-Drosh there of Bank of America. If you're just joining us, welcome. Equities recovering. We're off session lows. We're down by about 0.2% on the S&P with an update on stories worldwide with your Bloomberg brief. Here's Yahara with more. Hey, Yahara.
Hi, John. Shares of Carvana are falling nearly 10% in the pre-market. The online used car retailer reporting earnings that fell short of analyst estimates. Carvana has been growing quickly by buying cars and acquiring new car dealerships. Those moves boosted used car sales, but its margin fell a percentage point from a year ago. Meanwhile, Bill Gates backing out of a speech at a high-profile AI summit in India just hours before he was due to speak. In a post on X, the Gates Foundation saying it wants to ensure the focus remains on the conference. It comes, of course, as Gates has been criticized for his ties to Epstein. He's called the relationship with the late sex offender a huge mistake. And OpenAI is close to finalizing the first phase of a new funding round that's expected to bring in more than $100 billion. Sources telling us here at Bloomberg the overall valuation of the company, including the eventual funding, could exceed $850 billion. The first portion of the funding will largely come from strategic investors, including Amazon, SoftBank, NVIDIA, and Microsoft. That's your Bloomberg Brief. John.
Yahara, thank you. Thanks for the update. Up next on the programme, the case for hiking rates.
The assumption is everything will slow down by mid-year. Inflation will come down, the economy will slow. But if it doesn't, I think it would be fair to start talking about rate hikes.
We'll start talking about it with Terry Wiseman of Macquarie from New York City. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Lizzie Burden in London, and these are the stories that set your agenda.
Taking you from the U.S. market's close to the overnight session in Asia, we'll walk you through what you need to know to kickstart Europe's trading day. Live from our European headquarters, we bring you the day's top market-moving stories, unmatched expert analysis, and on-the-ground reporting from across the continent. Tune in to Daybreak Europe, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
At a time when policy in Washington is driving Wall Street, we draw a distinction between the rhetoric and the action, bringing you market-moving guests and original reporting. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers Jobs Day like Bloomberg.
The opening about 1 hour and 44 minutes away. Going into the cash open, equity futures pulling back by about 0.1%. No drama here. We're down 1/4 on the Nasdaq. A stock to watch in the pre-market is Walmart. A conservative guide from the company. Conservative language coming from the C-suite as well. The CFO telling us here at Bloomberg that we think it's prudent to be somewhat measured with the outlook right now, as we have been. The stock is down by more than 3%. We'll catch up with Mizuho in about 30 minutes from now. The analyst community believe that the conservative guide is more about setting the bar sufficiently low enough for a new incoming CEO.
Set it low, and then potentially later in the year, you can always raise it. So why not have this conservative outlook? What is interesting, though, is there's a whole lot of the year to go in what's still pretty fluid, dynamic macro backdrop. You have to think they're thinking about the policy uncertainty coming out of Washington. Potentially we're there for the peak tariffs, but even that could be complicated tomorrow if we get a Supreme Court decision that strikes down on EPA, and then it's months of, well, what kind of tariffs are we going to see? We know they're going to be in place, but what are actually the fine print details on them?
That chart has been largely one-way traffic up and to the right. It's had a really nice run, and it's got a very fat multiple. We'll discuss the valuation case in about 30 minutes from now. Under surveillance this morning, we'll discuss the case for hiking rates.
The assumption is everything will slow down by mid-year. Inflation will come down, the economy will slow. But if it doesn't, and it continues on the trajectory that we've been on for the last 3 or 4 or 5 months, and inflation stays sticky around 3%, I think it would be fair to start talking about rate hikes.
So here's the latest this morning. Minutes of the latest Fed minutes showing a hawkish tilt. Several committee members considering hiking rates due to sticky inflation. Terry Wiseman of Macquarie writing the case for a rate cut was very weak already. It wasn't completely unexpected that the minutes lean to the hawkish side. Terry joins us now for more. Terry, good morning.
Good morning, John.
Is there a case for a hike?
There is a case for hawkishness. Now, whether that translates into a hike or not, it certainly will not happen in the next few months. If there is going to be a hike, it's going to be a little bit further down the line this year, maybe in the fourth quarter. But let's talk about why there's a case for hawkishness, if not a hike. Optically, this is an economy, the U.S. economy, that has not seen inflation at target for 5 years. I mean, we have been persistently above that target. The other reason, of course, optically again, is that the unemployment rate is very low. If you consider what the Fed's two mandates are, there is no basis for not being cautious, which can translate as rhetorical hawkishness, as it did in the minutes. So that's the case, effectively, for a hike if you want to stretch it, but it's certainly the case for hawkishness without even the stretch. Keep in mind, one of the reasons we weren't surprised, that, even going into the meeting on January 29th, that this would be a hawkish outcome, at least rhetorically, including from the presser that Chair Powell gave on that day, was that the composition of the FOMC changed at the turn of the year, as it always does. 4 members left and 4 members came in. And if you look at the disposition of the 4 members that came in, marginally more hawkish than the 4 members that came out, or more cautious, certainly. So this is not a surprise that there was a tone in the minutes that stressed the need to maybe even do away with the dovish bias implicit in the policy outlook. Yeah, this is the case, effectively.
To your point, they're managing the optics. They're also setting us up potentially for a prolonged pause. Do you believe that pause expires with new leadership at the halfway point of the year?
So this is the market certainly believes that it expires, right? If you look at the forward curve right now in the money markets in the U.S. in overnight index products, it is suggesting that the Fed is going to cut twice. How can you suggest that the Fed is going to cut twice when they just came out with fairly cautious / hawkish minutes, when inflation is still above the target and when the unemployment rate is very low. The only conclusion that one can draw from looking at that curve is that the market expects that there will be a structural break in the nature and disposition of the median opinion on the FOMC upon the change in the chairmanship. That's the only way that I can square that circle.
Yesterday, Nouriel Roubini was on with John and Lisa, and he was talking about how the Fed is not an absolute monarch, and Warsh needs to convince the rest of the committee. Can he convince the rest of the committee?
The market certainly believes that he can. There is no way I can explain that implied 50 basis points of cuts this year without the presumption that the market is making that Warsh can convince the committee. Warsh does have help on the committee, obviously. He has Chris Waller at the very least, potentially Michelle Bowman, who would look things his way when it comes to cutting. I want to make the case, though, that there is an intellectual basis for a cut as well, just as we just discussed an intellectual basis for a potential hike. And that is the case that Kevin Warsh has been making, which is that let's not look at the data. Let's not look at these optics. Let's just wonder about and think about what the implications of deregulation will be on the economy, what the implications of the AI revolution will be on the economy, potentially what the implications of reverse migration will be. But the first two things are the most important. The debate at the Fed going forward and the decision it will make will probably turn on what the median voter thinks about the AI revolution. That is going to get a lot more talk. There's going to be a lot more bandwidth at the Fed intellectually about what the long-term implication of this will be for inflation, for employment.
Well, what do you think? Do you think it's inflationary or disinflationary?
So I think it's inflationary in the short term, but obviously the promise of a disinflationary trend in the long term, once the investment is in place and it's deployed, is there. I think the people who are being cautious right now, even with respect to AI, let alone the optics of low unemployment and high inflation, are being hawkish because they actually believe that there could be an additional inflationary impulse in the economy over the next few months in view of all of the investment spending. Now, we're already seeing the effects of AI implicitly in the CPI. It's one of the reasons why electricity prices are high. So there is a case to be made for the short term. I think the doves, though, the structural doves, are also saying, hey, let's not, even if inflation is high in the short term, let's not worry about that. Because the benefit of running the economy hot for a while, in terms of the investment that you get in AI, will pay off in spades down the road with the disinflation it's going to create. And the inflation you have to tolerate now is the price you have to pay for the revolution that we're going to see in the next few months. That's another intellectual argument.
This is deeply sophisticated stuff, so forgive me for trying to make this very simple, but foreign exchange. Is the bull case for the dollar rebuilding, given everything you've just said, at least in the short term?
Not really, because in part the bull case on the dollar was not so much based on what the Fed was going to do. It was also based on where the dollar is in valuation terms, which is still very expensive from a long-term historical perspective. And the other case for dollar weakness, if you will, was the idea that the U.S. was disengaging from the rest of the world. And this would attenuate, it would start to fray the view of the U.S. dollar as the reserve currency and the international medium of exchange. If the U.S. re-engages with the rest of the world, I think there's a better case for a strong dollar there than with respect to what the Fed is going to do. And I will highlight that Marco Rubio's speech this past weekend could be that turn of events, could mark that turn of events that makes the U.S. re-engage with the rest of the world.
So is Marco Rubio dollar bullish and J.D. Vance is dollar bearish?
That's not a bad way to think about it. I guess what you need to consider here is whether or not Marco Rubio has managed to undo all the consternation that the U.S. received over the past year from its enemies, from its allies, from its erstwhile allies, from its future allies, etc. It's hard to say. We're watching the situation, but we want to see if the administration takes Marco Rubio's words to heart.
Elisa made the point that maybe the substance wasn't too different, but the style certainly was. Did you have a different interpretation?
I thought the substance was slightly tweaked than we heard from J.D. Vance, but mostly I agree with that. He came there with a message, and also the message was kind of like, well, we're going to talk the toughest to our partners because we want you to be along for the ride of what we see the vision of the world. So the style is definitely different, and that's like on the stage and also behind the scenes as well.
Terry, good to see you.
Good to see you, John.
Thanks for dropping by. Thank you, sir. Terry Weissman there from
Pleasure.
Macquarie. We're talking about 2028 trades already. I can't get to 28. I've said
gonna
this a
be
few
a
times
very
this year.
long road.
I can't get to next week at the moment.
It's challenging. I mean, I really had this moment where I was thinking about this when I was in Venezuela, because I'm sitting in this country, which I never thought last year I'd be in their oil fields. And I said, just 6 weeks ago, the U.S. captured their leader. And now we're with that leader's number 2, who's basically feels like she has a gun to her head to deliver for this government. It's wild.
That feels like years ago already. Futures this morning down by about 0.2%. No drama at this point of the session. Coming up in the next hour, we'll catch up with Chris Ferrone of Strategas, David Bellinger of Mizuho, Nita Richardson of ADP, and Dan Flex of Neuberger Berman. The third hour of Bloomberg Surveillance just around the corner.
न्यूयॉर्क सेशन इज ओपन नाउ 7 बजे डेटा है ध्यान रखना अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट क्लेम्स का trade is running right now in either crude oil or natural gas इस लेवल को भी मैं अब कंसीडर नहीं करूंगा छोड़ दो इसको भी गोल्डन रेशियो पर भी है ये अभी फिलहाल के लिए। देखोगे नेचुरल गैस में प्राइस जो फॉल किया था लास्ट रेजिस्टेंस एरिया से, जो लास्ट स्विंग बनाया है, उसके बाद अभी ये अपने गोल्डन रेशियो पे पहुंच गया है। गुड। ठीक है, मैं डे लो को अभी भी सपोर्ट कंसिडर नहीं कर रहा हूँ, कल वाली ही लेवल है, आएगा तो देखेंगे, नहीं आएगा तो कोई ट्रेड नहीं है। अगर प्राइस को फॉल करना है तो दैट इज़ अ बेस्ट लेवल बाय द वे। कोई रेजिस्टेंस बनाते हुए अगर गिरे यहाँ से कंफर्म हो जाएगा लोअर लो। ऑलरेडी लास्ट स्विंग से 50% करेक्शन पर है, पॉजिटिव साइड पे देख पा रहे होगे। यहाँ कहीं एक रेजिस्टेंस क्रिएट हो जाए। वो भी देखोगे इतना स्टडी हो गया है आज। कल सुपर बुलिश था, नीचे सपोर्ट एरिया से ऑलमोस्ट यहाँ तक तो 5% मोमेंटम किया था, ब्रेकआउट हो गया था, उसके बाद से देखोगे ऑलमोस्ट 7% अप है कल के, परसों या कल के लो के लेवल से। इन्वेंट्री भी है आज क्रूड ऑयल और नेचुरल गैस की। लास्ट टॉप कहाँ बनाएगा कह नहीं सकते, बट अगर इसमें भी देखें, मान लो ये एक टॉप बनता है, उस केस में भी करेक्शन हो सकता है यहाँ तक हो। तो ये अपने सपोर्ट के नीचे चला जाएगा, इसका मतलब है कि थोड़ा और ऊपर जाना चाहिए इसको। हाँ, ये लेवल बन रहा है परफेक्ट। अगर मैं इसको इस पर्टिकुलर जोन से देखूं, ये कल का सपोर्ट एरिया, कल और परसों का सपोर्ट एरिया जहाँ से बाइंग करी थी। प्राइस अगर जाता है अपना 29 ऑफ जनवरी के हाई के अप्रॉक्सीमेटली 6120 से 140 के बीच में, और फिर अगर वहाँ से प्राइस फॉल करे इस तरह से, देन जो अभी ये लेवल बना रखा है नीचे सपोर्ट का, दैट विल एक्ट लाइक अ गुड मेजर सपोर्ट। अच्छा, तभी ये कह रहे हैं कि जो नीचे थोड़ी देर पहले स्टेटमेंट आया था क्रूड ऑयल के रिगार्डिंग, यूएस ऑयल में रिविजिट जनवरी 29 हाई ऑफ 66.48। इंडिया में देखोगे जनवरी 29 का हाई यही है 6136 के अप्रॉक्सीमेटली। इस हिसाब से थोड़ा बहुत और जा सकता है क्रूड ऑयल ऊपर अभी, फिर मोस्ट प्रॉब्ली गिर सकता है। इवन दो रेजिस्टेंस कुछ नहीं होगा वहाँ पर, बट एज पर द Fibonacci retracement, that level will be a most preferable level for selling। ठीक है, सेम सिनेरियो यहाँ पर भी हुआ है, ये नेचुरल गैस में जो रेजिस्टेंस एरिया था वहाँ से सेलिंग आई है, पुल बैक ऐसी जगह से हुआ है, क्योंकि पुल बैक एग्जैक्टली कहाँ से आएगा वो तो कहा नहीं जा सकता अनटिल अनलेस वहाँ पर कोई सपोर्ट ना हो। बट पुल बैक एग्जैक्टली ऐसी जगह से आया है जहाँ पर प्राइस वापस 50% रेजिस्टेंस पे पहुँच गया, इवन दो यहाँ पर कोई रेजिस्टेंस नहीं है। फिबोनाची के अकॉर्डिंग हो सकता है सेलिंग आए। इंटरेस्टिंग ऑब्जर्वेशन है. कोई ट्रेड नहीं है रनिंग, ना क्रूड में ना नेचुरल गैस में आज. और डॉलर इंडेक्स 97.500 के ऊपर चला गया. डॉलर इंडेक्स कंटिन्यूसली पॉजिटिव बनाता हुआ. मॉर्निंग पे $97 के अराउंड चल रहा था. 97.600 है अभी डॉलर इंडेक्स. लग रहा है $98 को जाके मानेगा इसमें. वैसे $97 के ऊपर सस्टेन करता है तो सीधा $100 के आसपास तक का टारगेट मिलता है. पॉसिबिलिटी है. प्राइस जाना चाहिए उस केस में $100 के अराउंड. ये 99 टू $100 पॉसिबल है अगर ये सस्टेन हुआ. वैसे डेली टाइम फ्रेम की कैंडल क्लोज हो गई है. तो $100 इमिनेंट लग रहा है फिलहाल. यूएस डॉलर जिस तरह से मूव कर रहा है. 100 to $101 इसके ऊपर जाना मुश्किल है फिलहाल. बट यहाँ तक तो मुझे लग रहा है ये आना चाहिए अब. बट ऑन द अदर साइड जितना, क्योंकि यूएस डॉलर थोड़ा सा भी मूव करता है तो गोल्ड सिल्वर थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा मूव कर जाते हैं. ऐसा हो नहीं रहा गोल्ड और सिल्वर में. सिल्वर और गोल्ड ओवरऑल मॉर्निंग पे पॉजिटिव जरूर थे. सेल ऑफ आया जरूर है बट इतना नहीं कि ज़्यादा फॉल हो. इवन गोल्ड तो अभी भी पॉजिटिव ही टेरिटरी में चल रहा है, विच इज़ स्ट्रेंज बाय द वे. नॉर्मली जियोपॉलिटिकल टेंशन में गोल्ड ऊपर ही जाता है. बट आज अगर देखोगे फॉरेक्स चार्ट में भी अर्ली मॉर्निंग मार्केट ओपनिंग के बाद कंटिन्यूसली बुलिश बना हुआ था. आज फॉरेक्स चार्ट में अगर बात करो ओपनिंग के बाद ऑलमोस्ट 1% पॉजिटिव हुआ, वापस 1% नेगेटिव हो गया, तो ऑलमोस्ट न्यूट्रल हो गया. ठीक है, तो लग रहा है शायद गोल्ड वापस वही रेंज बाउंड होने वाला है. सिल्वर एमसीएक्स में थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा नेगेटिव है, हो गया था मार्केट एज कम्पेयर टू फॉरेक्स. फॉरेक्स में मार्केट अभी भी पॉजिटिव ही है बिकॉज ऑफ द फॉरेक्स ओपनिंग जहाँ पर हुई थी वहाँ से प्राइस काफ़ी ऊपर है आज. अर्ली मॉर्निंग मार्केट ओपन हुआ था, वहाँ से ओपनिंग के बाद ऑलमोस्ट 2.5% पॉजिटिव हो गया था, 2.33%. अगेन हाई लेवल से फिर से 2% नेगेटिव चला गया. एमसीएक्स थोड़ा ज़्यादा नेगेटिव है बिकॉज ओपनिंग थोड़ी सी अलग हुई है. कितना रिट्रेस हुआ है एसबीआई का? का चार्ट बना हुआ है ना गोल्ड का और सिल्वर का, परफेक्ट फ्लैग पैटर्न जिसको हम कहते हैं, इससे अच्छा और परफेक्ट फ्लैग पैटर्न देखने के लिए कम ही मिलता है, ऊपर से वो भी हायर टाइम फ्रेम पे अगर देखोगे. ठीक है, सपोर्ट रेजिस्टेंस को थोड़ी देर अगर साइड भी रख दें, क्लासिकल फ्लैग पैटर्न है. सिल्वर में भी और गोल्ड में भी. गोल्ड का भी 4 आवर का चार्ट अगर देखोगे सेम ही सिनेरियो है, एक बड़ा फॉल देन मार्केट कंसोलिडेशन. ठीक है, इस सिमेट्रिकल ट्रायंगल पैटर्न नहीं है, ध्यान रखना. सिमेट्रिकल ट्रायंगल पैटर्न में मार्केट कंटिन्यूसली हायर लोज एंड इसको अगर मैं हाई कहूँ तो लोअर हाइज, कंटिन्यूसली लोअर हाइज. इसको अगर लो कहूँ तो ये हायर लो कंटिन्यूसली हायर लो क्रिएट करता है. जबकि यहाँ पर ऐसा नहीं है, मार्केट फॉल करने के बाद कंटिन्यूसली हायर लो और लोअर हाई क्रिएट नहीं कर रहा है. कई बार ये टच नहीं हुआ है लेवल पे, इसका मतलब ये कंसोलिडेशन है. फ्लैग पैटर्न में होता है ऐसा. अगेन ये बहुत सारे लोगों को बेरिश फ्लैग लग रहा होगा, बट फ्लैग पैटर्न किसी भी साइड मूव कर सकता है. ठीक है, चाहे मार्केट अप ट्रेंड में हो या डाउन ट्रेंड में हो, फ्लैग पैटर्न जो बनता है वो अप साइड भी ब्रेक कर सकता है, डाउन साइड भी ब्रेक कर सकता है. ये एक उसकी अलग कैरेक्टरिस्टिक रहता है फ्लैग पैटर्न का. फ्लैग पैटर्न जरूरी नहीं है हमेशा बेरिश फ्लैग बना है तो डाउन साइड भी ब्रेक होगा, या फिर बुलिश फ्लैग बनाया तो हमेशा अप साइड भी ब्रेक होगा. जरूरी है नीचे जाए, अप साइड भी जा सकता है उस केस में. गोल्ड का ज़्यादा परफेक्ट है एज कम्पेयर टू सिल्वर. इसमें नीचे सपोर्ट भी देखोगे 4 आवर टाइम फ्रेम पे तो काफ़ी दूर है, वहाँ आने के चांसेस अभी तो मुझे कम ही लग रहे हैं, बट आता है तो अच्छा ही है. एंड रेजिस्टेंस भी 5400 टू 500 के अराउंड है. फ्लैग में एक फेक ब्रेकआउट करके ऊपर जा सकता है लिक्विडिटी लेने, देन पॉसिबिलिटी है कि वापस नीचे आए. तो अभी तो इस रेंज के बीच में ही है. 4500 इसके नीचे अगर गया देन देयर इज अ बेस्ट टाइम जहां पर हम फिर बाई के लिए एक्यूमुलेट कर सकते हैं. 3400 टू 600 के बीच में काफ़ी स्ट्रॉन्ग सपोर्ट है. मान लो अगर ईरान यूएस वॉर हो जाती है, यहाँ से क्या 10% चला जाएगा गोल्ड मोस्टली, क्योंकि ईरान और यूएस की वॉर होती है तो इम्पैक्ट गोल्ड और सिल्वर पे तो आएगा ही ऑब्वियसली है, बट ज़्यादा इम्पैक्ट तो क्रूड ऑयल पे आएगा, क्रूड ऑयल और नेचुरल गैस पे. बिकॉज अगर ऐसा हुआ, इन केस मान लेते हैं अगर ऐसा हो जाता है कंप्लीट वॉर बिटवीन ईरान एंड इजराइल एंड यूएस भी उसमें इंक्लूड रहता है, एक दूसरे को बस। तो उस केस में यहाँ से क्रूड ऑयल ही आता है, और तो क्या ही आता है यहाँ से। ऐसा तो है नहीं कि ये कोई बहुत बड़ा आपका ऐसा जोन हो, स्ट्रेट ऑफ हॉर्मुज, जहाँ से बहुत सारे प्रोडक्ट्स वगैरह भी जाते हो। मोस्टली क्रूड ऑयल जो कंट्री यहाँ से और नेचुरल गैस जो कंट्री यहाँ से एक्सपोर्ट करती हैं, उनको इशू हो सकता है सबसे ज़्यादा। लाइक कुवैत है, इसके अलावा ईरान के अलावा, ईरान तो खैर नहीं करता उतना, इराक है, इराक करता है, कुवैत करता है, बहरीन भी है शायद यहाँ पे, बहरीन इधर ही है ना शायद। एंड कतर हो गया, ये नेचुरल गैस बहुत ज़्यादा एक्सपोर्ट करता है। ओके, बहरीन इधर पे है, सॉरी। तो बहरीन, कतर, कुवैत, ईरान, इराक, ऑब्वियसली यूएई, एंड यहाँ पर ये सऊदी अरेबिया का भी कुछ पार्ट आता है, जहाँ से ये क्रूड ऑयल एक्सपोर्ट करते हैं। वैसे तो उनके पास दूसरा एक रूट भी है, बट वो लंबा रूट पड़ता है। ओमान, इन सारी कंट्रीज को इशू हो सकता है। तो क्रूड ऑयल और नेचुरल गैस की सप्लाई पे इम्पैक्ट पड़ सकता है। मोस्टली इसका इम्पैक्ट इंडिया और चाइना और बाकी जो कंट्रीज है जहाँ जो मोस्टली क्रूड ऑयल इंपोर्ट करती हैं, उन पे होगा, वहाँ पर प्राइस ऊपर जाएंगे तो। ठीक है, रसिया को कुछ इम्पैक्ट होने वाला है नहीं। यूएस के पास खुद का ऑयल है, वेनेजुएला का ऑयल वो खुद वैसे भी सेल करेगा इसके बाद। क्योंकि मोस्टली अगर यहाँ पर इम्पैक्ट पड़ता है तो फिर कंट्रीज या तो रसिया से लेंगे, रसिया पे भी सैंक्शन लगे हुए हैं। बचते कौन से कंट्री जहाँ से फिर लोग ऑयल बाई करेंगे? ऑब्वियसली एक यूएस से बाई करेंगे, उनके लिए बेनिफिट है। दूसरा वो वेनेजुएला से बाई करेंगे, और बाकी थोड़ी बहुत साउथ अफ्रीका की जो कंट्री है वहाँ से। तो अगर ये चोक होता है, स्ट्रेट ऑफ हॉर्मोज, मेजर डिस्टरप्शन इन क्रूड ऑयल एंड नेचुरल गैस सप्लाई। गोल्ड और सिल्वर तो जस्ट इसलिए बढ़ेंगे बिकॉज ऑफ वॉर सिनेरियो। एंड नीड टू सी, कोई ऐसा भी नहीं है कि ऑल आउट वॉर होगी बिल्कुल, यूएस जाके सभी लोगों को मार देगा। देयर इज अ वेरी लेस चांसेस। गिफ्ट निफ्टी अभी भी गिर ही रहा है क्या? निफ्टी स्टिल फॉलिंग, अभी भी थोड़ा बहुत सेलिंग में ही है गिफ्ट निफ्टी। ऑयल जाता हुआ ऊपर की ओर। ठीक है, मुझे लग रहा है वही 6130 तक शायद कोशिश कर सकता है एक बार जाने की। जैसे गोल्ड को देखोगे 2003 में जब यूएस ने इराक की बॉम्बिंग करी थी, उस समय भी गोल्ड इतना इंक्रीज नहीं हुआ था लाइक। मार्च 2003 से स्टार्ट हुआ था। वो भी चार्ट देखोगे मार्च 20 से लेकर थोड़ा दिन, काफी दिन तक चला था 2003 में। गोल्ड प्राइस इज नॉट सर्ज लाइक जैसा यूक्रेन रसिया वॉर में हुआ था। गोल्ड प्राइस उस समय भी स्टडी बने हुए थे। इवन थोड़ी बहुत सेलिंग ही आई थी जितना मुझे दिख रहा है। मार्च 2003 गोल्ड ने 3.60% की नेगेटिव रिटर्न दी थी। इवन इराक एंड यूएस वॉर स्टार्टेड एट दैट टाइम। रसिया के दो वॉर्स को अगर हटा दें, एक रसिया यूक्रेन वॉर और रसिया ने जब अफगानिस्तान पर अटैक किया था 1999 शायद 1979, वहां पर गोल्ड के प्राइस सडनली काफी इंक्रीज हुए थे। बट उसके अलावा जितनी भी वॉर हुई हैं पास्ट में, मेजर वॉर्स आप कह सकते हो, वहां पर गोल्ड के प्राइस सडनली राइज तो नहीं हुए। के अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट क्लेम्स का डेटा भी आ गया है। अब तो सीधा यूएस मार्केट ही ओपन होगा 8 PM।
With your Bloomberg brief, Yahara's back for more. Hey, Yahara.
Hi, John. Recapping the data we just got, jobless claims coming in at 206,000 for last week. That's well below estimates of 225,000 and down from the prior week. The trade deficit, as you all were just discussing, for December, topping $70 billion, significantly higher than expectations for $55.5 billion and above the figures from the prior month. Meanwhile, the Justice Department sounding the alarm on a potential Warner Brothers Discovery sale. Sources telling us here at Bloomberg that antitrust lawyers fear a deal with Netflix or Paramount could have a lasting impact on cinemas. Coming at 12:30 p.m. Eastern, BTEC's Ed Ludlow will be speaking to Netflix co-CEO Ted Sarandos. And Morgan Stanley slashing fees on its newly acquired trading platform EquityZen. Trading fees will fall from 5% to 2.5% in a move set to undercut rivals as it aims to get ahead in the private share market. This approach set to target high-demand shares like OpenAI and SpaceX. That's Bloomberg Brief. John.
Yahara, thank you. Thanks for this morning. Up next on the programme, we'll catch up with Dan Flax of Neuberger Berman as AI concerns continue to weigh on Wall Street. Plus, Danny's back with your morning move as Klarna shares falling as credit provisions surge. That stock is down by 16%. From New York City, you're watching Bloomberg TV.
Have you ever thought about, or would you make a movie for a streaming service? Would you make a Netflix movie?
Man, that's a great question.
I mean, I'm waiting for one where I ask and you go, that was a shitty question.
Yeah. I mean, you know, you good at your job, bro. Like, this is actually the first time anybody's ever asked me that. You know, I'm not here to say what I would and wouldn't do in the future. You know, but the theatrical experience is one that means a great deal to me. It means a great deal to us. Mm-hmm. I feel a certain responsibility. Like if Fruitville had happened a calendar year later, it probably would have come out on streaming. You know, I've been fortunate enough that everything that I've written and directed has been a theatrical release. So I feel a duty to try to protect that. You know, but that's where I'm at today.
World's most powerful investors don't ring a bell. They quietly reshape entire industries. This is the money shaping the world. The Dealmaker Playbook, where power and billions of dollars change hands every day. From private equity and credit to venture capital and M&A, we bring you the inside scoop on the biggest deals and debates, plus exclusive conversations with finance's ultimate insiders. I'm Danny Berger, and this is Bloomberg Deals. Every week, only on Bloomberg Television.
Why do the biggest names in business choose Bloomberg Television?
That's a great question.
It's a very good question.
Interesting question. Good question.
Great question.
I so appreciate that question.
You certainly ask interesting questions.
Bloomberg Television. Top experts, great questions.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute global news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Hazlida Amin in Davos, Switzerland, and this is Bloomberg.
We are more concerned with AI disruption and the impact on the loan market in the near to medium term than we are on oversupply from the hyperscalers and potential for supply indigestion. That, in my view, is a medium to longer term concern, or no concern at all, to be candid.
That was Matthew Mish of UBS. Fantastic on the debt market and the amount of supply we're going to see from the hyperscalers and the part of the market he's more concerned about. Your equity market at the moment looks like this, slightly softer, negative down. It's lower by a third of 1% going into the opening bell. On the Nasdaq 100 was softer by 0.4%. Lots of single name stories out there. Let's get you some morning movers. Danny has more. Hey, Danny.
Hey, John. Walmart, the big company mover this morning, giving a guidance that was lower than expectations, but something has changed. This stock was originally down and down sharply after those earnings with the CEO that described the macro environment as fluid and dynamic. Now prices are little changed. Perhaps it is the expectation that Walmart typically gives a conservative outlook to start the year and then just ups it as we go on. Certainly the sell side commentary has revolved around that. So Walmart shares now little changed. Again, a big recovery from them. Then there's Klarna. These shares are not little change. They are falling quite a bit, nearly 16%, swinging to a loss for the fourth quarter because of surging costs put aside or provisions put aside for souring loans. Their loss provisions 59% higher than the year prior. So a not so good read on the consumer from Klarna. Wayfair also getting hit after their earnings. They actually largely beat expectations, but William Blair, for example, the analyst over there, saying even though you saw that headline number exceed expectations, the buy side actually had higher expectations for Wayfair. They also dropped in terms of monthly users on their platform, so shares are down about 11.33% in the pre-market, John.
Hey, Danny, thanks for the update. Looking forward to the show. Danny will take it away in about 11 minutes' time and guide you into the opening bell. Heading into the opening bell, looking forward, your trading diary looks like this for the day ahead and into the weekend. At 9 a.m. Eastern Time, the President hosting a Board of Peace meeting. 4 p.m., the President speaking on the economy in Georgia. Friday, core PCE and UMich sentiment plus a possible, and we have stressed possible all week, given recent experience, a possible Supreme Court decision on the President's tariffs. And for a sneak peek of next week, on Tuesday, the President delivering his State of the Union address.
Really important, and actually what's going to happen tomorrow, potential Supreme Court decision, could impact what the president says on Tuesday with the State of the Union. You brought up a great point. The justices go, and the president, usually this is scripted. I could see him weaving a bit, maybe calling out the Supreme Court depending on what they do tomorrow, if they come out with a decision tomorrow.
Well,
we've been here before.
Big if. And do they have to manage the optics of next week and avoid just that?
Yeah, potentially. They might have to. And those State of the Union speeches, final finishing touches will be done the night before. Especially, this is what we're talking about domestically with tariffs. What about the fact that we're seeing these headlines from Axios, from the Telegraph, that the president potentially, we're at the closest moment in his second term to making a decision on striking Iran.
With crude well above 70, north of 71 through much of this morning on Brent. Let's leave it there on energy. Let's turn to tech. Investor concerns over heavy capex causing sharp stock swings in recent weeks. Dan Flax of Neuberger Berman writing, the capex debate is likely to remain an overhang in the near term, but we think the aggressive level of investment makes sense for some companies. Dan joins us now for more. Dan, welcome to the program. For many, for some, this is a great contradiction. How can this technology be this disruptive and upend software stocks, and at the same time, the money being spent by the hyperscalers is said to be a waste of money? Dan, can both be true?
Good morning, John. Great to be with you, as always. There are elements of disruption that are permeating the entire technology sector. Certainly in software, the questions around what models from the likes of OpenAI and Anthropic will do to those businesses. We actually see opportunities in the software sector, and I'll take Microsoft, which I think is executing very well. They are infusing more capabilities, agents into their software offerings. When we speak to customers, they look at Microsoft as an even more strategic partner than it's been in the past, given the opportunities. And then on the hyperscaler CapEx, if I look at Google spending $180 billion, you're seeing the results, John. You're seeing a search business they're transforming with AI Overview. Their cloud business is surging. And so I expect these cross currents to remain the focus in the near term. But I expect as we move through this year, the market will see the returns. It'll see businesses like Google, like Microsoft becoming more durable, which can help drive share price outperformance, in my view.
Dan, let's talk about other beneficiaries and companies that just don't seem to be working right now, stocks more specifically. NVIDIA, flat on the year, down on the month, even though we're seeing these massive numbers come out of the hyperscalers. What gives?
The market's worried about a level of both deceleration in NVIDIA's business, given just how strong it's been, and of course, competition remains fierce. And so I like NVIDIA at current levels. What we're seeing is that they're executing incredibly well on their product roadmap, with Blackwell ramping as we speak, Rubin launching later this year. And so really the power, or the magic, if you like, of NVIDIA is both the chips, the systems, and then the software. And so they are really a platform company that's laying the foundation for others to build upon. And so the vibrancy of their ecosystem, John, in my view, sets the company up very well. So yes, short-term concerns about growth. And of course, remember that there are capacity constraints. So I like the outlook for NVIDIA in the year ahead.
And they report next Wednesday. How high is the bar for them to clear?
The bar is high, but and I would expect that they're going to beat expectations. But the challenge for them is there isn't enough supply, and at the same time, there are questions around China, and China has been de-risked from their numbers. But the market's going to worry about the push and pull around the competitive forces, around a level of deceleration, and that I expect to be the dynamic into the spring. I do think, though, as we get more visibility on Rubin later this year, and really this continued broadening of their growth drivers, as you see opportunities longer term for NVIDIA in areas like robotics, as one example, that will help propel the stock, assuming, again, continued strong execution on their product cycles, which we anticipate given the strong track record of Jensen and the leadership team there.
It's quite a track record, that's for sure. Dan, it's good to see you, as always. Thanks for jumping on for us. Dan Flax there of Neuberger Berman. NVIDIA trading a bit softer in the pre-market, actually down on the month and flat on the year so far, even with the numbers we've seen from the hyperscalers, which have been absolutely humongous. Absolutely humongous when it comes to the hyperscalers. And the news we have out today about what's going on with OpenAI and drawing in $100 billion, it's just outrageous how much these companies are spending right now. What he was interesting is what he's talking about there is also this question mark regarding China. What can they actually sell into China? How much has their appetite have been for the H200? And also, where is China on the AI race? There's this recent letter OpenAI wrote to the China Select Committee saying DeepSeek is free riding on their technology. A lot of questions are going to be asked this year about where that's going in terms of DeepSeek 2.0. Before we go, just a beat on the data from 25 minutes ago. That is a very, very strong, decent jobless claims read. For all the fears about surging claims and unemployment, 206 on claims, the estimate 225. And actually talking to Neela Richardson, it's so interesting when she talks about this stagnant right now labor force. What you have is basically individuals only moving because basically personal issues, and if you want a pay raise, you got to go into construction or mining. Yeah. Healthcare at the moment is where the boom is. Yep. Only one. That's the story behind the numbers of the last 12 months or so. Coming up tomorrow, George Goncalves of MUFG joins us, Kathy Jones of Schwab, Greg Battle of BNP Paribas, Kathy Boschantic of Nationwide. From New York City, thank you for choosing Bloomberg TV. This was Bloomberg Surveillance.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives.
And laying the foundation for the future.
From finance to defense, AI to entertainment.
And from the road to the stars. Bloomberg brings you the latest stories of the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers.
And the politics that shape global tech markets.
I'm Caroline Hyde in New York.
And I'm Ed Ludlow in San Francisco.
Watch Bloomberg Tech every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg Television.
Tariffs, I think, are probably the first time in my career I've had to deal with like a fundamental change in government policy in terms of how we think about how markets work.
The challenge, especially within my supply chain, is now how do you have enough productivity initiatives to offset the increased cost of all the product?
Can you just move your supply chain out of China and into the US, or out of Mexico and up to Canada? Is it that easy?
It's not that easy, but we do have flexibility. And we had been, prior to tariffs, prior to any of this, we had been on a journey to diversify our footprint out of China. So probably 2-ish years ago, roughly 65% of our toy and game volume was coming from China. Today, as we entered into 2025, that was around 50%. All we've done is really accelerate the path to get down to roughly, call it 30% by the time we enter into 2027. For us, I mean, if tariffs stay, if tariffs go, it's never good to have so much of your manufacturing base centered on one geography. We think the diversification is good, but it does take a bit of time to get vendors and suppliers up to speed. Quality is a big deal, especially when you're dealing with toys and kids. It's not an instantaneous thing, but it's not also a 5-year, have to build a new plant from scratch.
Power Players is back to take a look under the hood of the business of Formula One.
Hi, I'm here to see Pierre Gasly.
Welcome to my workplace.
Do you feel pressure?
Massive pressure.
Ferrari is the best example that we can be very proud of the past to look after the future.
From the iconic brand setting the standard.
Oh boy.
Can you imagine Ferrari without racing?
No, and I say no, no, no.
To the newcomers forging ahead.
I grew up my whole life racing against the boys.
This global phenomenon continues to chart new territory.
This was a tennis court 8 days ago.
I can't even believe that. And the speed of the business has never moved faster.
My career might stop, I'll still be driving some.
Yeah. Probably very fast.
Yeah.
This is so exciting!
This season, we're along for the ride.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg.
Is this the day we break 3 days of gains? We're down by 1/3%, 30 minutes until the start of your cash equity trade. I'm Danny Berger. Matt Miller off this week. Bloomberg Open Interest starts right now. Coming up, Walmart gives a cautious outlook. The world's largest retailer cites concerns about trade and labor. And it's not just Walmart. Investors are sifting through a mixed bag of earnings this morning across multiple sectors. We'll break it all down for you. Plus, record-breaking funding. OpenAI is said to be finalizing a deal that could bring in more than $100 billion. Let me show you what Walmart has been doing, because this has been a volatile morning. So the earnings first come out, and Walmart drops pretty significantly. But then there's this idea maybe they just set expectations low. We're going to talk to Emily Cohn about this in a moment. It moves flat to slightly higher, and now it's down about 0.2%. There's Deere. They raised their profit outlook. Executives say that 2026 is the bottom of an agricultural economic cycle. Shares up 5.5%. Figma shares up 7.7%, easing fears over AI disruption for the software company. So follow me over to the desk, because we want to get more into those Walmart earnings. And as promised, Emily Cohn joins me for more on that. Emily, let's maybe start with like the craziness of the price reaction. Do you think maybe some of the fears have ebbed, because this is a company that typically gives a conservative outlook to start the year?
I think that's right. So we don't usually see Walmart stock this volatile. It's moving around quite a lot, within a small range, but it's jumping around. I think this was expected. Walmart generally does issue conservative outlook at the beginning of the year and then surpasses those numbers as the year goes on. So from that respect, it can be expected. But they did call out some macro factors, the job market specifically, trade headwinds, that do give investors some worry.
So how do you, or can you even extrapolate this into wider consumer sentiment, just given what a behemoth Walmart is?
Yeah, Walmart definitely has its advantages with the trade war. They have their advantages in that they're they have the best relationships with suppliers given their vast size, and they can eat the cost of the tariffs better than anyone else for the same reason. But when you see things like this jobless boom that we wrote about yesterday, with the economy adding a lot in capital but not so much in jobs, like that is a real concern for a place like Walmart. Those people need, their shoppers need jobs in order to keep spending. So I think that's what we saw reflected a little bit in their conservative outlook.
Yeah, in the words of the CEO, fluid, dynamic, macro backdrop. Emily, thank you so much for joining
you,
on
Danny.
this. Bloomberg's Emily Cohn, and we're going to have more on Walmart in just a moment. Sucharita Kodalia, Forrester Research, will also be joining this show. That happens in about 10 minutes' time. In other earnings, Deere boosted its guidance for the year as it sees the agricultural economy improving. Bloomberg Intelligence Industrials analyst Chris Ciolino joins us now for more. Chris, what was your read on the Deere earnings?
Yeah, it was really a solid beat and raise quarter. And I think this gives us the all clear on the cycle and that earnings will bottom this year. The 1Q beat, it was broad-based, right? I mean, you saw top and bottom line beats across the board for all their segments, with particular strength in the small ag business and construction as those markets begin to recover. The large ag business, which is, the growth engine here, still remains, quite challenged, but that market seems to be stabilizing.
How do we then square this with one of their big competitors, CNH Industrials, coming out and saying the bottom isn't quite here yet, that the recovery happens in 2027? How do you make sense of those two conflicting views?
Yeah, I actually think they're similar, right? Earnings will bottom this year. We think the North American large ag market will bottom this year. I think what's still up for debate is the trajectory of this recovery. Right now, we see, with crop prices, continuing to hover at pretty low levels, farm income challenged. You still have lingering trade uncertainty. We think the recovery trajectory is maybe a little bit slower than what we have typically seen in a cyclical recovery. But I don't think there's really much question that, 26 should be the bottom of the cycle.
How are costs looking for machinery specifically, Chris?
How are costs looking?
Exactly.
So tariffs are the big headwind this year. Deere, I think, is expecting tariffs to step up or nearly double to about $1.2 billion. It's pretty consistent across the board with the machinery universe, with tariff costs nearly doubling. The big question now is what price realization will be in 26, how much are they able to pull on that pricing lever, and what other cost mitigation actions they may use this year.
Chris, what difference does it make having a president saying that China is going to be upping their soybean purchases? I think something to like $8 million to start the year. Are we seeing any impacts of that on the farming industry?
Not yet, right? So it certainly helps, I would say, with sentiment and confidence. But I think this is very much a show me story. So when we actually see tangible evidence of more crop exports going to China, I think that will certainly help provide a little bit of stability on the crop price front. And then maybe you start to begin to see farmers go out and replace equipment. But it's very much a wait and see mode right now. We're
not waiting and seeing for Deere. Again, shares up pretty nicely so far in the pre-market this morning, up 6%. Chris, thank you so much for joining us. Bloomberg Intelligence Industrials analyst Chris Ciolino. Now to a Bloomberg scoop. OpenAI is close to finalizing the first phase of a new funding round that is likely to bring in more than $100 billion. Bloomberg's Tech's Ed Ludlow broke the news and joins us now. And Ed, as I just mentioned there, it seems like $100 billion might only be the beginning for this round.
Yeah, only the beginning. Call it portion number one or phase number one. And what we understand from sources is that is basically dominated in the first instance by strategics, Amazon, SoftBank, Nvidia, Microsoft, pretty much in that order. And there's been the reporting around that Amazon's contribution, for example, investing for the first time into OpenAI could be $50 billion. The other part that we're hearing, right, is that as this kind of phased approach where later they might give allocation to sovereigns and venture firms, the overall total target raise goes up, the post-money valuation could hit $850 billion. So, it's happening. And like towards the end of this month, that first part, at least, our understanding is that those strategics, those big Mag 7 names and SoftBank will close or firm up their agreements in what they want to give OpenAI, and then it will go from there. And my goodness, I think it is the biggest round by a single company of all time.
I also just wonder if this should alleviate some of the anxiety, some of the skepticism and pressure about the capital intensity of OpenAI, because presumably this leaves them fully funded through, 2030, Ed?
You'd hope so. They're massively committed to infrastructure build out. I mean, the consistent message from OpenAI is that they are constrained by compute. And that manifests in that they're constrained in the additional tools that they can put out there, the developer access that they can give. We do know from the middle of January that annualized revenue hit about $20 billion in 2025. So revenue is growing, year on year at more than 200%. But still, it's a frighteningly big number in the end that OpenAI sees it needing to spend. In some cases, it takes on the capital burden to build out infrastructure, and by that we mean buy the chips, put them into data centers. In others, it's relying on partners. But yeah, the other thing as well is these are strategics. I'm really interested in who comes next. If they're going to go public, as has been discussed, you don't see any of the sort of crossover type investors in that list right now. Maybe they'll come later, and that will give us something to look forward to this year or next.
Ed, we have to talk before you go. The big interview of the day is your interview with Ted Sarandos of Netflix. So much is happening there. What do you plan to ask the co-CEO, Ed?
Well, like you and I talked about the status quo right now, which is that Netflix has given Warner Brothers Discovery the waiver to talk to Paramount, which expires on Monday. So everyone's waiting on Paramount to do something. But I guess that it simply comes down to what is the means and the will that Netflix has to boost its offer, number one. And then maybe you saw the reporting overnight from our colleagues in Los Angeles. The government lawyers from an antitrust perspective are now going to the movie theaters and saying, what will the impact on you be if Warner Brothers Discovery's business or parts of it are acquired? What will that look like for the industry? That's kind of the big question. So I think that's all fair game for us to talk at about 12:30 Eastern Time, 9:30 a.m. Pacific later today.
Really looking forward to that. Ed, thank you so much. Bloomberg Tech's Ed Ludlow, and he mentioned Netflix co-CEO Ted Sarandos, 12:30 p.m. New York time. And later, the Figma CEO Dylan Field on Bloomberg Business Week, who also reported earnings. I know they'll talk about that on the tech show too, relieving some of the anxiety that AI might replace some of the Figma services. Let's get a check on futures on an earnings-heavy morning, and we are falling 0.4%, comes off the back of 3 consecutive gains for the S&P 500, the first time we've achieved that in February. Tech, that underperforms, down 0.5% for the NASDAQ. Russell 2000 underperforming even more as Brent crude spikes 1.7%. How much of what we're seeing in markets is anxiety over Iran, with an Axios story about just how far apart the sides are on reaching any sort of nuclear negotiation agreements. Let's get a look at some of the other movers on our radar this morning. Carvana profit took a hit from depreciation costs on its inventory as it aggressively buys used cars. Shares down 7%. Then there's DoorDash, orders topping estimates as it plans to expand beyond restaurant delivery. That plan and that expansion paying off in a big way. Shares up 8.8%. Then there's Booking, reporting fourth quarter results that were largely ahead of expectations, but shares are dropping. Is it AI anxiety fears come to play, down 1.2%? And I'm going to be speaking with the Booking CEO, Glenn Fogel, later this hour, so stay tuned for that in about 20 minutes' time. First, though, coming up, more on Walmart earnings in the retail sector with Forrester Research analyst Sucharita Kadali. This is Bloomberg Open Interest.
Africa, a region rife with potential for growth and opportunities, but not without its challenges. Bloomberg highlights the biggest stories, interviewing key players, and reporting on the issues impacting the region. Join us as we get to the heart of African business, politics, and economics, and ask the question, what's next? I'm Jennifer Zabasaja, and this is Next Africa.
New episodes every month, only on Bloomberg.
The phone is, what's great about it is it's a well-developed gaming ecosystem, right? So it, folks know to find games there, but it's also a highly competitive gaming ecosystem. So its developedness gives you both that upside and that downside. But what's exciting is that now we are moving beyond the phone to the TV. So I mentioned like one of the big gaming areas we're going after. One of the big gaming areas we're going after now is social gaming experiences that will show up on your TV. So we are now announcing, we're going to announce here actually, that we're going to have these social party games that you can play on your TV with your phone as the controller. And it's things like, recognizable games like Boggle, you got Pictionary, we've got a Lego party game. We, basically are gonna unleash this with a bunch of creators, and they're gonna go figure out stuff that we didn't even imagine that they can do with that interactivity.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Stephen Engel at Japan's Akasaka Palace in Tokyo, and this is Bloomberg.
Middle East and Africa, vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. Join me on Horizons Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insight from this exciting region. Now weekdays, only on Bloomberg.
Let's get to some high-interest stories. A look at what's making headlines around the world. Former Goldman Sachs top lawyer Catherine Rumler exchanged emails with Jeffrey Epstein about the 2012 Secret Service prostitution scandal. Messages showed that she shared non-public details about the White House review after leaving her post as White House counsel in 2014. Rumler resigned from Goldman Sachs last week after this latest batch of emails were released and publicized. A spokeswoman for Rumler said she, quote, has done nothing wrong and has nothing to hide. Elsewhere, former Prince Andrew has been arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office after further details emerged of his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. King Charles says the law must take its course. Andrew, who turned 66 today, has consistently and strenuously denied any wrongdoing. Emails to a representative for Mountbatten Windsor's office weren't immediately returned. Former Prince Andrew has not been charged. Meanwhile, Apollo Global Management told clients its top executives had no business or personal ties to Jeffrey Epstein. Newly released Justice Department files name CEO Mark Rowan in past communications. The firm says any contact was limited to information shared for Leon Black's tax matters, and nothing in the new documents changes prior findings. We'll bring you any new updates as the Jeffrey Epstein emails have their consequences across firms. Back to equities, fluctuating consumer sentiment, a weakening jobs market, and trade uncertainty forcing Walmart to deliver a cautious outlook for the year. This despite topping analyst estimates. Joining us now is Forrester Research retail analyst Sucharita Kodali, and it's been a ride for Walmart shares pre-market. Now they're up 1%. Sucharita, I was listening on surveillance this morning to Mizuho's David Bellinger, who basically said this is a low bar set for the CEO's new year, and they're just going to continue to hike that as the year goes on. Are you seeing the set of Walmart earnings the same way?
Well, I think that the Walmart earnings have been pretty incredible for a business its size to be hitting mid-single digit growth numbers year over year is not a trivial task. They are on the path to be $1 trillion revenue company within our lifetimes. And the fact that at its size, it hasn't completely stabilized is in itself an accomplishment. You will remember that even just a few years ago, the growth numbers were much smaller and they were in the low single digits. So for it to actually be accelerating at its size when it is not fundamentally a tech company, it is a company that sells commodities and groceries. It really speaks to its execution, and it speaks to the fact that it's taking share from the rest of the retail industry.
It's not a tech company, but it is an e-commerce platform globally that grew 20% over the year. Their multiple certainly looks like one. I mean, they trade at 45 times forward towards earnings. That beats out Amazon. They traded a multiple of 29. Sucharita, does that make sense for a company which still at the end of the day is a retailer and not a tech play purely?
Well, I think that they are certainly trying to tell a story that they are getting closer and closer to a tech play. And in fact, that a lot of their ability to take share is coming from their technology investments. And of course, they too are playing the AI card, very similar to just about every other major company in the world. But in terms of, is it overvalued? I think that what you end up seeing when you have a company where the growth is accelerating, especially a large company, there is a lot of optimism as to how much more runway does a company like this have. And it seems to suggest that there's more growth to be taken, especially when its competitors are stumbling.
Its competitors are stumbling. Why, Sucharita? Is it pricing power of Walmart? Is it the move to e-commerce? Is it a consumer who's increasingly turning to Walmart instead of others? Well, what do you make of their ability to take a larger slice of the pie?
Well, certainly they are getting more consumers than they've ever had before, spending more of their wallet share. Some of that is coming when I say competitors are stumbling. You know, you look at a company like Target, and it's been more challenged. And historically, for probably the last couple of decades, Target has been one of the biggest competitors. And then you also have a number of smaller players, mall merchant types that have sold products in sectors that are big box or apparel. They too are stumbling. And when you see Walmart being able to gain greater share in sectors like apparel, that certainly is a factor at play. And e-commerce, no doubt, is part of it. They've certainly invested a lot in that. They have a marketplace, they have an ads business, which allows a flywheel of profitability that takes a page from Amazon for sure. So it is. So I think that's really the expectation and the hope of where Walmart will continue to go.
I'm just looking through the earnings call, ironically, the AI automation write-up of it. And they're talking a lot about AI in this, talking about their Sparky that helps enhance. They have partners like OpenAI and Alphabet looking for agentic commerce, saying that it was deployed. 1.5 million associates here in the U.S. Has helped reach that inventory. How are you looking at their incorporation of AI, of their agentic assistant, and maybe other applications of AI that Walmart is using?
I'll be honest, when I look at companies and their AI announcements, a lot of it's a bunch of word salads. But the truth is that when Walmart is growing at the level that it is, a significant part of it is related to excellent execution. It is related to getting the right product at the right place, at the right time, at the right price for shoppers. And that is not a trivial task. There is a lot of AI that has nothing to do with generative that is driving the fundamentals of that business. And I have 100% faith that AI is a driver of the economy in the future, but it is not necessarily generative AI. It's a lot of the AI that has optimized software and solutions over the last several decades, and it's going to continue to improve.
What do you make of the macro backdrop? It's a backdrop that the CEO described as fluid, dynamic. You certainly saw talk and concerns of trade and of labor. Sucharita, how do you interpret that?
I think that the macro situation is candidly, it's not great. It is peak ambiguity, as a number of executives have shared with me, and that's everything from our geopolitics to our tariff situation, challenges potentially with supply chains in the future. You have inflation still looming over the U.S. economy. You have a K-shaped economy where a lot of lower-end consumers are really, really challenged. So in that backdrop, though, you have Walmart being a place of stability. It's a place where you can go for your, where you can get value. And you know that if something is being sold, there's a high likelihood that Walmart's going to sell it to you at a better price than just about every other retailer. So it is a company that is well positioned, that even in this state of consumer uncertainty, that's the reason they continue to gain share.
Well, in this stability, this is something else the CEO told Bloomberg. As we look into the coming quarter as well as the coming year, it feels a little bit more like a normalized pricing environment, and that tariff-driven inflation has reached its peak or is about to reach it. Sucharita, there was a story in the Wall Street Journal over the weekend saying that we hadn't reached the peak, that companies are only just going to start raising prices after they finish stockpiling and trying to preserve margins. They're going to start raising them. So is this Walmart specifically that's being able to reach its peak of price hikes, or is this industry-wide?
I don't see there is much more consumer appetite for higher prices. What we have seen is that retail in the last few months has essentially been growing at the level of inflation, and even a little bit lower, arguably. So what that means is that people are purchasing fewer units of things. That's not a good thing for most retailers. That is not a formula for long-term success. So anybody who thinks that there is more room to raise prices for mass goods, I don't think is actually looking at the specifics of what the average consumer is purchasing. There may be room to increase prices, kind of for trips to Vegas or, kind of eating out or some luxury discretionary items. But I certainly don't think that there is a lot of room to continue to raise prices in most grocery goods.
Sucharita, we're going to have to leave it there. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. Forrester Research retail analyst Sucharita Padali. Coming up, more on the state of the consumer with Booking CEO Glenn Fogel. That's at 9:40 a.m. In just a few moments' time, we'll also have your opening bell for you. Stay with us. This is Bloomberg Open Interest.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives.
And laying the foundation for the future.
From finance to defense, AI to entertainment.
And from the road to the stars. Bloomberg brings you the latest stories of the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers.
And the politics that shape global tech markets.
I'm Caroline Hyde in New York.
And I'm Ed Ludlow in San Francisco.
Watch Bloomberg Tech every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg Television.
U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers Jobs Day like Bloomberg. From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Lizzie Burden in London, and these are the stories that set your agenda.
Taking you from the U.S. market's close to the overnight session in Asia, we'll walk you through what you need to know to kickstart Europe's trading day. Live from our European headquarters, we bring you the day's top market-moving stories, unmatched expert analysis, and on-the-ground reporting from across the continent. Tune in to Daybreak Europe, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
Astonishing day for US technology.
It's shaping the region's technology ecosystem.
Asia's biggest tech news and innovation.
Only a few moments ago until your opening bell, we are on track for declines, about 1/3 of 1% after 3 straight days of a rally. The equal weighted index, by the way, is just a stone's throw from an all-time high, underscoring that it is big tech that's been underperforming. That continues at pace today. So only a few moments to the opening bell. We're going to start the trading day with Charles Schwab Chief Investment Strategist Liz Ann Saunders. Stay with us for that just after this break.
Tariffs, I think, are probably the first time in my career I've had to deal with like a fundamental change in government policy in terms of how we think about how markets work.
The challenge, especially within my supply chain, is now how do you have enough productivity initiatives to offset the increased cost of all the product?
Can you just move your supply chain out of China and into the US or out of Mexico and up to Canada? Is it that easy?
It's not that easy, but we do have flexibility. And we had been, prior to tariffs, prior to any of this, we had been on a journey to diversify our footprint out of China. So probably 2-ish years ago, roughly 65% of our toy and game volume was coming from China. Today, as we entered into 2025, that was around 50%. All we've done is really accelerate the path to get down to roughly, call it 30% by the time we enter into 2027. For us, I mean, if tariffs stay, if tariffs go, it's never good to have so much of your manufacturing base centered on one geography. We think the diversification is good, but it does take a bit of time to get vendors and suppliers up to speed. Quality is a big deal, especially when you're dealing with toys and kids. It's not an instantaneous thing, but it's not also a 5-year, have to build a new plant from scratch.
What is going to be the consequence for U.S. markets? We are seeing modest gains across European equity markets.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
The world's business and financial news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Michael McKee at Mount Everest, and this is Bloomberg.
And let's kick off your trading day. This is Bloomberg Open Interest. I'm Danny Berger. Matt Miller is off. Here we are at the open. Futures down about 1/3%. NASDAQ also down 0.5%. Some people pointing to the volatility in oil markets maybe weighing us down. Uncertainty between the U.S. and Iran capping 4 straight days of gains. The bell ringers this morning at the New York Stock Exchange, Centris. These shares have almost doubled so far this year. They're an uranium enrichment company. They're expanding in Ohio and probably feeling pretty great. Also feeling probably pretty great because they're on a sugar high of all the soda that they've just drinking is the MLB and Pepsi because, guys, huge news. Baja Blast is the new official soda of the MLB and ends a 6-year drought where the MLB had no soda. What a travesty. So yeah, Baja Blast, take that what if you will, holding it up, feeling good, official drink of the MLB. Anyway, let's look at things that matter. It is the moves this morning. Look at what Walmart's doing. This is a stock that had declined pretty rapidly after it came out with earnings in the pre-market. It has turned things around, up 2.4%. It missed expectations for its outlook, but we're just talking with Sucharita Kodalia Forrester, who said these earnings are really good. Others pointing to the idea that they're always conservative to start the year. Then there's Deere, another set of really strong earnings, up 7.7%. The profit outlook topped estimates. Executives say that 2026 is the bottom of the agriculture economic cycle. And then there's Figma. Those shares also up a nice bit, up now under 1%. Solid sales outlook, and that helped ease fears that there would be AI disruption for the software company. Now, for this overall market, we've seen a lot of divergences. Goldman Sachs saying that large cap active mutual funds are outperforming their benchmark in 2026 by the highest margin since 2007 as investors look beyond big tech. Charles Schwab chief investment strategist Liz Ann Saunders notes something similar, that over the past year, only 21% of stocks within the S&P 500 have beaten the index itself. Over the past month, it's 62%. And Liz Ann joins me now. Liz Ann, is this just evidence that you can't just buy the index and chill, that you have to be more choosy right now?
Yeah, I think it is evidence of that. And, you know, we've had the view that you want to sort of shift away from monolithic investment decision making, which in years like 2024 and even at the start of 2025 made sense, particularly cohorts like the Mag 7. That's no longer the case. And there is more connectivity to actual fundamentals, the direction of travel in terms of forward earnings estimates, and that's provided a lift to other segments of the market, leadership areas like energy and industrials and materials. It also helps to explain why non-US is outperforming because embedded in their economies are more of those traditional cyclical industry and sector drivers as we see diversification away from just mega cap tech. And I think that has legs this year.
I was going to say the reason that in the past it worked to buy the index is because of how exposed it was to the Mag 7, to mega cap tech. It's also embedded in this idea that there is more dispersion, one in which the mega cap stocks, the tech stocks, just won't do for you what they used to, that it's no longer a world in which if you want to outperform the index, you have to be overexposed to that sector.
Yeah, I mean, even last year, and this is I find a phenomenon that is often the case within the retail investing community, is conflating the notion of contribution to return and performance rank. As an example of that, NVIDIA, the best performer last year among the Magnificent Seven, and it was the #1 contributor to S&P gains. But it was the 75th best performing stock within the S&P. So there's actually been plenty of other areas and names where you did well from a performance standpoint. The contribution rank being much higher comes by virtue of the multiplier of the cap size. So as a retail investor, you're not benchmarked on a quarterly basis to the cap-weighted S&P 500. And I think it's being brought more into the light that there's more fish in the sea than just that small list of names.
Those fish in the sea, though, are jumping a lot, if you can forgive me for really torturing your metaphor, Lizanne. I was looking at this statistic coming from Scott Rubner at Citadel, saying that over the past 30 days, the S&P is down 1.4%, but the average stock in that index has had an absolute move of 10%. If you're going to be a stock picker, how do you handle that single name volatility right now, Lizanne?
Well, I think there are ways to do it in a somewhat safer way. It could be making sure you have exposure to, say, the equal weight S&P, not just the cap weighted S&P. Have some exposure, maybe in a more index way, down the cap spectrum. So I think that's one way to think about it. Trying to anticipate some of these rapid fire shifts within the market, some of these rotations, in large part recently driven by AI as it cascades into the economy. We're focused not just on the beneficiaries, think of those as the shiny new objects, but we're focused on who's being disrupted. And some of those rapid fire shifts, trying to anticipate them in advance, I think is a bit of a fool's errand, which is why you want that broader diversification within the U.S. equity market asset class and as well to overseas markets. It's also the case that the churn and rotation has meant there's been dislocations within the market. S&P has only had a couple percent drawdown, maximum drawdown at the index level this year, but the average member has had an 11% drawdown. So that's correction territory. The average member within the NASDAQ has had a 24% drawdown this year. We'd all prefer that over the indexes sort of compressing by that much all at once, but it's happening via a process of churn and rotation.
Listen, where are you looking abroad? The Stock 600 in Europe at a new record. There was also recent data showing that foreign investors are investing in Japanese stock markets at the fastest clip since October after the, Prime Minister Takaishi and a success in an election there. Where is the most attractive globally for you?
Yeah, so we don't go down granular into country by country. We tend to stay at the index level, and we've liked both MSCI EFA, which has developed international markets as well as emerging markets, understanding that the volatility and risk profile inherent in EM means that for investors that are more on the conservative end of the spectrum, it probably makes more sense to stay in developed international markets. Those on the more aggressive end of the spectrum could add that higher volatility EM piece. So we've been favorable toward international markets really for the past couple of years, and I often joke that recommending international diversification for a long time meant constantly having to say I'm sorry, and now we get to say you're welcome.
I love that. It's time for a victory lap, Lizanne. Hey, just before I let you go, because we had FOMC minutes yesterday where it showed a real divide and a more hawkish tilt to that divide of some members of the committee talking about hikes. Do you think that this is a market that is overly optimistic on the cuts we're going to be getting this year?
Well, we've slowly been pricing out cuts. We're still at 2, but the second one is pushed out, and I think that will continue to reprice. We're seeing much more dispersion within the FOMC in terms of their expressed views. It's showing up in the number of dissents, some of the commentary we've seen recently. It showed up in the minutes. We see it in the dots plot. We see it in the summary of economic projections. I think that's all else equal a healthy backdrop, especially given ongoing concerns about politicization of the Fed, threats to independence of the Fed. When you have sort of more and louder voices expressing disparate views, I think, again, all else equal, I think that's a relatively good phenomenon, especially as it relates to concerns about the threats to Fed's independence.
Lizanne, thank you so much for joining this morning. We always appreciate
Thanks
your
for
time.
having me.
That's Charles Schwab,
Danny.
Chief Investment Strategist, Lizanne Saunders. Let's get a check on your equity markets 8 minutes into your trading day. It is a down day after 3 consecutive up days. Down just about 0.5%. Breadth is decisively to the downside. More than 330 stocks falling compared to just over 100 gaining. In terms of the gainers, it is going to be your earnings-related movers. Deere, a company you usually don't see at the top of the pile for contribution to the S&P, adding about 1.3 points. Solid earnings. Walmart, they missed on expectations, but was it a low bar that they've set for themselves that they're just going to continue to beat? So the market liking what they're seeing from the new CEO there. The reason the market is likely down is because of what big tech is doing. It's what Lizanne was just talking about. The weightedness of this market towards big cap tech not necessarily helping you if you're buying the index. Nvidia down 1%, Apple down 0.6, Tesla down 1.5% on just recent news out that Kathy Hochul of New York is revoking Tesla's New York robo-taxi plan. Let's look at some of the sectors. Again, tech not having the best of days today. It's one of the third worst performing. Consumer discretionary, that falls 1%. Carvana, I believe, is in there. The car rental company or sales company that's seen some prices stack up. We're going to talk about that later in the show. Energy at the top of the pile is oil moving higher on concerns over U.S. and Iran negotiations. Coming up, we're going to get to another earnings story. Booking Holdings, the company behind Priceline and OpenTable, tops expectations. We're going to talk to the CEO, Glenn Fogel, on how he's positioning the company to win in the age of AI. This is Bloomberg Open Interest.
Players is back to take a look under the hood of the business of Formula One.
Hi, I'm here to see Pierre Gasly.
Welcome to my workplace.
Do you feel pressure?
Massive pressure.
Ferrari is the best example that we can be very proud of the past to look after the future.
From the iconic brand setting the standard.
Oh boy.
Can you imagine Ferrari without racing?
No, and I say no, no, no.
To the newcomers forging ahead.
I grew up my whole life racing against the boys.
This global phenomenon continues to chart new territory.
This was a tennis court 8 days ago.
I can't even believe that. And the speed of the business has never moved faster.
My career might stop, but I'll still be driving some.
Yeah. Probably very fast.
Yeah.
This is so exciting!
This season, we're along for the ride.
Tune in to Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
We got to talk crypto.
From the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead.
What's the conversation around your company?
Bringing you insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy.
Planning very big things.
A new level of premium.
Plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens.
The floodgates of innovation are going to open up.
You can't fake passion. You either are or you aren't.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily, only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute global news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Haslida Amin in Davos, Switzerland, and this is Bloomberg.
Why do the biggest names in business choose Bloomberg Television?
That's a great question.
It's a very good question.
Interesting question.
Good question.
Great question.
I so appreciate that question.
You certainly ask interesting questions.
Bloomberg Television. Top experts, great questions.
Know how the market day started.
Find out how it finishes.
Public markets to private markets.
From the micro to the macro.
Covering retail, entertainment, the business of sports.
The supply chains, trade policy, how it all is impacting the U.S. equity market as we drive to the closing bell at 4 p.m.
A holistic approach to covering financial markets.
If it matters to your life, we're covering it. I'm Katie Greifeld.
And I'm Romaine Bostic, and this is The Close.
Live every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Let's get you some top calls. The analyst action that we're watching this morning. First up, Stevens cutting Cheesecake Factory after fourth quarter sales fell more than expected at the restaurant chain. The analyst says upside looks limited without a clear lift in earnings. Next up, Raymond James upgrades Chewy, saying the recent pullback creates a buying opportunity. They see room for sales and profit growth this year. And finally, Wall Street weighing in on a strong quarter for Bookings Holdings. Citi says that results show the outlook with a broad strength. Evercore ISI says core trends remain solid despite slightly softer profit guidance. The company also announcing a 25-for-1 stock split. Let's get more details now from the company's CEO, Glenn Fogel, who joins the program. Glenn, great to see you. And look, the analyst said it there. It was a strong earnings, so maybe we need to talk about the elephant in the room. Shares are down 8%. I can only imagine it's AI anxiety that seems to continue to be souring a lot of companies so far in the market these past couple weeks. What is your response to concerns that AI is going to disrupt booking?
Well, first, thanks for having me. And I got to echo what you said. I mean, last night coming out with the numbers that we put out were just stellar. The whole year has been, even though the world's been volatile and we've had all these economic issues, we still power through, accelerating each quarter and being able to come in almost adjusted EBITDA, almost $10 billion, returning over $8 billion to the shareholders. This is just fantastic, going well. And it's interesting, too. It's not like the world changed anything from what we said last night that would cause people to be more concerned about AI affecting our business. In fact, AI is a positive for our business. That's what's so interesting. And I'm not sure anything I said that would have caused anybody to think anything different, but clearly it's going to take some time for this all to shake out and that people see the benefits that we are producing through AI.
Well, let's get to it, because the criticism maybe goes, I can open up my Gemini or ChatGPT or whatever and have it book for me at some point, my entire trip, a hotel, a flight, and cars. So why would I need Booking Holdings and any of the companies under your umbrella, Glenn? What would be your response to that?
Well, we don't have the time to go through all the reasons, and there are a lot why that is not the way the world is going to be. But I will say that here's an example of a path in the past where people have tried that. Look at Google, enormous company, very big at the top of the travel funnel. People go into Google first, trying to figure out what they wanted, and Google tried. They actually did do this thing called Book on Google. And then they pulled back from that. Why? Because this business is a lot more complex than one would think. I mean, the supplier proposition that we deal with over 4 million properties globally. And it's not all they just put in the prices and the availability up. This is some of the connectivity you got to work with day by day. And it's working with these managers of these properties in terms of what should they be putting out in terms of sales, in terms of geo prices, mobile prices. We have our loyalty program, Genius. I mean, we talked last night about mid 60% of the people are coming to us direct. And we have those AI tools, and we're making even better so you can do your entire trip. It's not just the hotel, it's the flight, it's the ground transportation, it's attractions, what you do. Putting that all together, stitching together with AI produces a much better thing. And then the customer service and the trust that it'll actually be done right. That's really complicated stuff that we do so well. And by the way, you tell me Gemini or ChatGPT are going to do this. Well, have fun with the merchant of record issues and regulations. I mean, if you go to Europe, all the issues you have to deal with in terms of making sure you're doing this within the regulatory framework, I do not believe that the tech companies, and this is proved by Google, when they see how difficult it is, how much you need boots on the ground, they'll say, you know, we can make a lot more money on advertising, which is what Google does. And together we made a lot of money. Now we're doing it with ChatGPT, where we are one of the first people in. We're putting in advertisements at the bottom of the results that come out of ChatGPT. Perhaps they will move into more a Google way in terms of using an auction method for advertisers, which would be wonderful for us and good for them. We'll see what happens. But the idea that people are going to be going to a large language model and doing their booking and it's all going to work fine and no problems, I do not believe that's the way the world's going to work.
Glenn, I got to say, I really do feel for you. I mean, it's a lot of CEOs in your position that are having to deal with this, that a market that's just like throwing everything out with the bathwater because they don't know how things are going to look. I'm curious from your end, what has it been like to onboard, to hire, to find AI talent that can guide booking into this next era? Because all of this feels relatively new. How difficult or maybe easy is it to get a handle of how you reshape booking to incorporate some of these AI tools?
Yeah, so I've been in the company now 26 years. This is my 10th year as CEO. And yeah, look, technology's been changing over these, more than a quarter of a century, and trying to get the right people, the good talent to be able to do that. That's been done for a quarter of a century. We've been doing that. It's no different now than it was in the past. And by the way, we started with AI more than a dozen years ago. Machine learning models that were being used to make sure you saw the best properties. That's AI. And now generative AI, sure. It's, you got to find the right people, but I'll tell you, we're not researchers doing the top end, and we're certainly not spending hundreds of billions of dollars to build out new models like some of the frontier players are. We're using those models. That doesn't require quite the same talent that are using in trying to come out with these new wonderful new models.
Glenn, if I can just jump in, because we're running out of time, and I don't want to only ask you about AI. I want to ask you about other things too. How is your customer right now? What is the strength? What is the willingness of people not just to book vacations and book all the things that go with it, but also spend on those?
Yeah, no, people want to spend, and certainly the higher ends of the economic strata, people are definitely spending. That's in our numbers. And we came out with the guidance that looks good. And we definitely see, assuming there are no macro events that happen, we assume that people are going to continue to do what they did in 2025, which is help explore the world. That's our mission, make it easier for everybody to experience the world. And I'll tell you, it's a wonderful time right now for travel, because it's not the excitement of going out, but using AI and all these new technologies.
Glenn, thank you so much for joining this morning. We appreciate your time. Glenn Fogel, the CEO of Booking Holdings. Coming up in other earnings, Carvana recovering after a profit miss that spurred a wave of price reductions. That's coming up next. This is Bloomberg Open Interest.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
At a time when policy in Washington is driving Wall Street, we draw a distinction between the rhetoric and the action, bringing you market-moving guests and original reporting. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
Why is it that NFTs have not recovered in the same way that, say, Bitcoin has?
Bloomberg is covering all things crypto.
It's a pretty spectacular story.
The people.
This is the future. This is the 21st century economy.
The transactions.
It snapped up nearly $1 billion of Bitcoin.
And the technology.
We need to build a digital Fort Knox.
That gives people financial freedom, and that's a wonderful thing.
That's extraordinary.
We ride the wave that is Bitcoin.
Bloomberg Crypto, only on Bloomberg. Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield around the world right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Welcome back to Open Interest. Let's get a check on stocks this morning. 20 minutes into your trading day or thereabouts. Still a negative day. We're down 1/3% on the overall index. NASDAQ falling more than that, down 0.4%. Russell 2000 doing even worse, down 0.5%. We did have 3 straight days of gains. So this does cap that. After losses last week, 3 weeks of losses for the NASDAQ. It's been a choppy market, especially underneath the surface. NYMEX crude, that's up 2%. There are concerns about what's happening with Iran and the U.S. and negotiations. An Axios report talking about an Axios op-ed, rather, about that maybe we're not fully digesting the risks of escalation. NVIDIA, that's down 0.6%. Tesla falls after Kathy Hochul polling their robo-taxi plans for New York. Walmart, those shares now 1.8% higher after falling in the pre-market, following their earnings. Deere, also really strong earnings, up 9.2%, saying that the bottom is happening for agriculture. It's only up from here. Wayfair, a big disappointment for their growth, down 10%. And then there's Carvana, those shares down 2.8%. Any better sales being overshadowed by higher costs. Here to explain is Bloomberg's David Welch, who's in Detroit. David, what was the read we got from Carvana?
So their costs were a bit higher in their reconditioning centers. Those are the places where they do the repairs. They paint the cars that they buy from people, spruce them up so they can sell them. And they've been expanding those. And what Ernie Garcia, the CEO, said on the earnings call is some of those are running at one shift. Some of them have new managers in there. They just weren't as efficient as they have been. So overall, you had costs going up. They had a bit more depreciation in cars and inventory. The bottom line is they've been growing very fast and investing to do that. And there are probably some growing or teething pains here. Now, why did investors sell down on this thing? The thesis on Carvana, if you're bullish on the company, is that they've got this rapid growth going on. They have this huge network out there to fix cars and sell them, and it's running at about half capacity. If you can sell more cars, you just get greater leverage on that, greater economies of scale, and profits should get better. So Carvana got the growth, but EBITDA disappointed, gross profit per unit disappointed, costs went up. That wasn't what is supposed to happen. So I think investors are retreating from that, and they're going to wait and see and watch the next couple of quarters to see if the fourth quarter was a one-off or if there's a continued issue with cost rising as the company tries to expand rapidly.
Well, even if their retail sales were growing and even hitting a record, David, how much of that is sustainable if they were spending a lot, not just on the cars themselves, but on things like, hiring John Hamm and having an AI version of Shaquille O'Neal, all those marketing costs that come with that?
Marketing costs were another issue. For a while, they had really kept their advertising costs down, and this push to get awareness did cost them some money. Advertising costs were up over 60% in the quarter. They're not going to do that forever, I would assume, and Carvana was growing at a pretty good clip even before they started upping advertising spending. But that's the big question investors have. Can they get the growth, and can they get the operating leverage, the economies of scale that they're always talking about as they grow, or are they going to have to continue to spend money on new capacity and on marketing and other things in order to make that happen?
David, thank you so much. Great reporting this morning. That's Bloomberg's David Welch with Carvana. Those shares down 2.3% in the pre-market and a busy day for earnings. Coming up in the next hour, RBC's Francis Donald on the labor market and the Fed rate path, plus FTSE's Indira D on the flows into the Russell indexes. And we're also going to talk gold with Aris Mining CEO Neil Woodyer as gold moves back above $5,000. What does the outlook for mining and the precious metal look like? All those conversations to come on the second hour of Bloomberg Open Interest.
Nobu-san, would you say, when you look at your career, that the pivotal moment was actually that meeting with Robert De Niro? It took him 4 years to convince you to open a restaurant near him. You eventually did, and that started a partnership that has lasted through the decade.
You know, I met him 1988 after my first restaurant opened. He asked me to come to open the restaurant in New York. And beginning, I didn't know what he did there.
You didn't know he was an actor?
No, I don't know what he doing. Because I never watched the movies, you know, I was traveling, the business. But of course, after, you know, people, hey, Nobu, so you must know him. And then I understand.
How is he as a partner?
He's for me, and a great partner. He understands to my concept. He supports me 100%. But he's a very smart people. Sometimes, so strange idea, but it's good idea. So, example, Nobu Hotels, idea come from him. He said, hey, Nobu, so we have a lot of new restaurants coming in somebody's hotel. For him, doesn't make any sense. Then we start Nobu Hotel in Las Vegas 11 years ago. Now it's a big success. So next step is the residence.
Trading day is about to start.
And you're already looking for that edge.
The opening trade brings you everything you need to know as markets open across Europe.
I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Anna Edwards.
And I'm Tom McKenzie.
This is your opening trade.
Only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute global news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Jemana Bersetchi in Davos, Switzerland, and this is Bloomberg.
CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by JTV.com.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. British police have taken King Charles' brother, the former Prince Andrew, into custody on his 66th birthday over his ties to a scandal on this side of the Atlantic. We have team coverage.
I'm Vicky Barker in London. Andrew's arrest comes after revelations in the Jeffrey Epstein files suggested he leaked confidential information to the late convicted pedophile billionaire while serving as a royal trade envoy. To these Londoners,
it's the last straw, is it really?
I'm pleased. I thought he'd go into hiding and get away with it.
To Vanity Fair's Katie Nichols.
I think for everyone, we are in uncharted territories here. No one quite knows how this is going to play out.
If charged, Andrew would face British justice, which is carried out in the name of the monarch, his own estranged brother.
I'm Michael Wallace. The late Virginia Giuffre, who died by suicide last year, had detailed her accusations against Prince Andrew in her memoir. This morning, her family released a statement saying, "At last, our broken hearts have been lifted at the news that no one is above the law, not even royalty." They said Andrew was never a prince, and they added, "For survivors everywhere, Virginia did this for you."
In Washington,
Board of Peace is one of the most important and consequential things I think that I'll be involved in.
President Trump has just convened the first meeting of his new Board of Peace. Its representatives from more than 40 countries are focusing on reconstructing war-battered Gaza.
Gaza is...
Look at the volatility in crude oil. This is 1 minute time frame chart, and price is just hammered at this level. 8 बजे मार्केट ओपन हुआ, गैप डाउन ओपन होने के बाद प्राइस सडनली मूव्ड अपसाइड. Now again too much volatility. Look at the candle. 1 minute तो ज़्यादा ही volatile है. Wow. कुछ ज़्यादा ही volatility हो रही है. कोई अच्छी न्यूज़ आ गई लग रहा है. Crude oil completely bearish, suddenly fall almost 80 point. देखना पड़ेगा क्या न्यूज़ है, but yeah, too much volatility. लग रहा है मार्केट इसी का वेट कर रहा था. According to the Times, the United Kingdom is currently preventing the Trump administration from using Royal Air Force Fairford in Gloucestershire and the Naval Support Facility on Diego Garcia, a British territory in the Indian Ocean, for any potential strike on Iran. नेचुरल गैस में भी ओपन इक्वल टू हाई कैंडल जरूर है, बट क्रूड ऑयल ज़्यादा ही वॉलेटाइल है. Oil price jump might sign of US-Iran conflict. RBC Capital Markets analyst says there is a limited short-term capacity to replace potentially lost barrels if fighting breaks out. We continue to contend that the only meaningful spare capacity is sitting in Saudi Arabia, and if OPEC does decide to bring forward more production in the spring, this cupboard will be exceedingly bare if there is any major supply disruption stemming from US-Iran conflict. For instance, if the US or Israel blockade Iranian shipment but its export infrastructure remain intact, he sees a potential and reversible $10 to $12 per barrel increase, but attacking those facilities would cause a larger rise. Iran could attempt to disturb flows through the Strait of Hormuz, which could see prices of crude oil rise above $90 per barrel, sending US average gasoline price well above $3 per gasoline per gallon. They are currently around 2.93 gallon. क्या वॉलेटिलिटी है, वाह. नीचे सपोर्ट है, क्रूड में है, बाइंग वहीं से एक्सपेक्टेड है. डेलो भी हिट कर दिया इसने अब तो. ठीक है, टू बहुत ज़्यादा वॉलेटाइल हो रहा है मार्केट, थोड़ा सा अपनी पोजीशन साइजिंग का ध्यान रखना. सपोर्ट जरूर है नीचे, बट इस तरह की वॉलेटिलिटी में कुछ भी हो सकता है। ठीक है, डेलो ब्रेक हो गया है शायद, ये डेलो इस कैंडल ने ब्रेक कर दिया है 5929 एंड देन उसके बाद लो बनाया था 5922 या डेलो इज ब्रेक। ठीक है, देखो क्रूड ऑयल ओवरऑल तो बुलिश ही होगा अगर वॉर ब्रेकआउट होती है अगेन, एज आई सेड पहले भी मैंने बोला है। प्राइस डिपेंड करता है किस तरह की वॉर हुई होगी यूएस और ईरान के बीच में, और बाकी जो एनालिस्ट हैं दे आल्सो saying the same thing depend upon the what kind of war this will be। क्या यूएस सिर्फ कुछ जगहों पर ही अटैक करेगा? अगर ऐसा होता है और जो ईरान के मेजर ऑयल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है वहां पर कोई डैमेज नहीं आता है तो ज़्यादा नहीं, $10 to $12 का इंक्रीज देखने के लिए मिल सकता है क्रूड ऑयल, यूएस क्रूड ऑयल के प्राइस में। बट अगर ईरान ने कंप्लीटली स्ट्रेट ऑफ हॉर्मोज को ही ब्लॉक कर दिया, देन वी कैन सी अभी $71 के आसपास चल रहा है, तो हम फिर $90 $20 का मोमेंटम इजीली आ जाएगा, तो $90 के ऊपर जाता हुआ देख सकते हैं क्रूड ऑयल को। फॉरेक्स चार्ट में देखोगे थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा क्लैरिटी आएगी। ठीक है, अभी $66-67 के आसपास है, ये तो आपका WTI क्रूड ऑयल है। ब्रेंट देखोगे 71 के आसपास चल रहा है आई थिंक। सो अगर ब्रेकआउट होता है, डिपेंड ऑन द किस तरह का ब्रेकआउट है, तो उस केस में 10 to 12% मोमेंटम अगर करंट लेवल से भी देखा जाए, दैट इज अराउंड 75 to $80 इन यूएस WTI क्रूड ऑयल। बट अगर स्ट्रेट ऑफ हॉर्मोज ब्रेकआउट कर देता है ईरान, स्ट्रेट ऑफ हॉर्मोज का ही कंप्लीट ब्लॉकेज, देन वी कैन सी इट गोज अबव अराउंड $90। So 30 to 40% breakout is possible in that case। एंड एक थर्ड सिनेरियो भी हो सकता है इन दैट केस। ईरान क्या कर सकता है, जो गल्फ कंट्रीज हैं, गल्फ ऑयल प्रोड्यूसिंग कंट्रीज लाइक सऊदी अरेबिया, इराक, यूएई और भी जो कंट्रीज हैं, उनके ऑयल प्रोड्यूसिंग इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पे अगर डायरेक्ट अटैक करता है, तब तो आप एक्सपेक्ट करो कि ये फिर से जो यूएस रसिया यूक्रेन वॉर के वक्त प्राइस गया था, ऑलमोस्ट ऑलमोस्ट वहीं जाएगा प्राइस फिर। तो उस केस में दैट इज एक्सट्रीम सिनेरियो, प्राइस ऑलमोस्ट 90% अपसाइड चल जाएगा, जिसके चांसेस कम है, क्योंकि अगर ऐसा हुआ ईरान ने अगर बाकी कंट्रीज पे भी अटैक करना शुरू कर दिया, तो फिर सारी कंट्री मिलके ईरान पे अटैक करेंगी, फिर तो बचना मुश्किल है। तो मोस्टली ये दो सिनेरियो मुझे लग रहे हैं, एक पोटेंशियल अटैक ईरान पर, ऑयल फैसिलिटी को छोड़ देंगे, उनके आर्मी उनकी आर्म फोर्सेस स्ट्रक्चर जो भी है वहां पर अटैक करते हैं, $10 से $12 का मोमेंटम अपसाइड पे। और अगर स्ट्रेट ऑफ हॉर्मोज ब्लॉक हो जाता है, जो कि होगा मोस्टली $90, तो यहाँ से लगभग 30 to 40% मुझे लग रहा है अगर वॉर ब्रेकआउट होती है तो प्राइस जाना चाहिए। $90 to $100 इज अ मेजर नाउ रेजिस्टेंस आफ्टर दैट। और होगा नहीं, कैंडल तो सीधा जाएगी एक ही बार में, इस तरह की कैंडल बन सकती है लाइक दिस। लो ब्रेक किया था विच इज अ गुड साइन फॉर क्रूड ऑयल, मतलब नीचे लिक्विडिटी है काफी अच्छी बाइंग की। यहाँ से भी वैसे देखा जाए तो प्राइस के पास अपसाइड जाने के बहुत ज़्यादा चांसेस हैं, स्पेशली अगर ये 6130 140 के ऊपर सस्टेन कर गया। ये क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री भी आने वाली है, ध्यान रखना। नेचुरल गैस की भी इन्वेंट्री है। तो नेचुरल गैस की इन्वेंट्री 9 बजे है एंड देन क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री 10:30। फोरकास्ट देखें नेचुरल गैस इन्वेंट्री का, लास्ट टाइम -249 बिलियन था, इस बार -148 बिलियन। लास्ट टाइम से ज़्यादा एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं। लास्ट टाइम से अगर ज़्यादा डेटा आता है तो इट विल बी बेरिश फॉर नेचुरल गैस प्राइस। तो नेचुरल गैस की इन्वेंट्री का फोरकास्ट तो बेरिश है प्राइस के लिए। फोरकास्ट के अकॉर्डिंग डेटा आता है तो प्राइस को डाउन ही जाना चाहिए। देखते हैं एग्जैक्टली फोरकास्ट के अकॉर्डिंग ही डेटा आता है या फिर नहीं। बाय द वे, ईरान और यूएस के कॉन्फ्लिक्ट के स्टार्ट होने के बाद नेचुरल गैस के प्राइस भी ऊपर ही जाने चाहिए लॉजिकली। केस में यूएस में गैसोलीन के प्राइस काफ़ी ज़्यादा इंक्रीज हो जाएंगे। बिटकॉइन भी वॉलेटाइल हुआ है, गोल्ड भी वॉलेटाइल। लास्ट 15 मिनट की कैंडल देखोगे गोल्ड की, ये भी वॉलेटिलिटी क्रिएट कर रही है यहाँ पे। सिल्वर वापस से थोड़ा बहुत पॉजिटिव हो गया, न्यूट्रल हो गया था अभी ऑलमोस्ट। डॉलर इंडेक्स थोड़ा सा रिट्रेस हुआ है, $98 तक पहुंच गया था, वापस $97 के अराउंड अंदर आ गया। गिफ्ट निफ्टी स्टिल मॉडरेट वही है। हमारा मार्केट क्लोज हुआ था, ये हमारे मार्केट की क्लोजिंग कैंडल वहीं पर चल रहा है। प्राइस कुछ खास मोमेंटम नहीं है किसी भी डायरेक्शन पे। रेंज फॉर नेचुरल गैस टुमारो एक्सपायरी, ऐसी कोई रेंज नहीं है सर। वैसे ही नेचुरल गैस और क्रूड ऑयल में ईरान और यूएस कॉन्फ्लिक्ट की वजह से चांसेस हैं कि प्राइस ऊपर ही जाएगा। पता नहीं कब होता है कॉन्फ्लिक्ट। ऊपर जितने भी रेजिस्टेंस बने हैं वो भी रिस्क में है अब तो। ठीक है, जरूरी नहीं है ऊपर के रेजिस्टेंस भी होल्ड करें। कल क्रूड का एक मेजर रेजिस्टेंस ब्रेक हो गया तो नेचुरल गैस में भी चांसेस हैं कि ऊपर के रेजिस्टेंस ब्रेक हो जाएं। ये लेवल वैसे भी एक दो बार टेस्ट हो चुके हैं, ध्यान रखना। तो यहाँ पर कैंडल किस तरह से आ रही है वो इंपॉर्टेंट है। वैसे किसी कोई रेंज मुझे नहीं लग रही है। वॉर अगर ब्रेकआउट नहीं होती, अभी नेचुरल गैस की इन्वेंट्री भी थोड़ा सा बेरी सी आती है, तो फिर आप एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हो ऊपर 300 के अप्रॉक्सीमेटली मेजर रेजिस्टेंस 300 टू 255, इसके नीचे जाता हुआ भी नहीं लग रहा है अभी। ये भी मेजर सपोर्ट है। ऊपर ये एक रेजिस्टेंस है 287 टेस्ट हो गया है, 300 के आसपास एक रेजिस्टेंस है। देन आपका ये एक रेजिस्टेंस था, कहाँ गया वो? ऊपर 333 के आसपास एक रेजिस्टेंस है, वो भी टेस्ट हो गया है। तो मोस्टली मुझे 300 ही लग रहा है। 300 के ऊपर शायद नहीं जाना चाहिए प्राइस को। प्राइस शुड होल्ड। 300 के ऊपर गया तो फिर सीधा 335 नेक्स्ट रेजिस्टेंस राइट नाउ। तो 300 से कह सकते हो 255। Trump hitting at a 10-day window in his talks now board of peace meeting में। चल तो रही है बोर्ड ऑफ पीस मीटिंग। ऐसा कुछ कहा है क्या कि 10 दिन में करेंगे कुछ बड़ा ईरान में? देखो जहाँ तक मुझे लग रहा है अगले वीक तक तो कुछ नहीं होने वाला। चांसेस कम ही है, क्योंकि इजराइल की जो सिक्योरिटी काउंसिल की मीटिंग थी वो संडे को शिफ्ट हो गई है 22 को। अब ऐसा तो नहीं है कि 22 को सडनली अटैक कर देंगे। फिर 24-25 को पीएम मोदी भी इजराइल जाने वाले हैं। तो ऐसा भी नहीं होगा कि भाई पीएम मोदी इजराइल जा रहे हैं और यूएस अटैक कर दे रहा है। और तीसरी जीव तो उनका एक फोर्ड एयरक्राफ्ट कैरियर है, वो ऑलरेडी मोरक्को पहुंच गया, तो उसको मोरक्को से वापस इजराइल तक जाने में टाइम लगेगा अभी। मोस्टली वो भी 24-25 तक ही जा पहुंचेगा इजराइल। तो हो सकता है नेक्स्ट वीक ये लोग प्लान कर रहे हो 27 अभी। और आजकल तो उसकी ईरान और रसिया के नेवी की ड्रिल भी चल रही है, तो इसके बीच में ऐसा कुछ करेंगे मुझे नहीं लगता। सो मोस्टली आई एम एक्सपेक्टिंग नेक्स्ट वीक। ठीक है, फ्राइडे की रात को या सैटरडे को हो सकता है प्लान कुछ करें, या फिर नेक्स्ट वीक के लिए लोग। तो नेक्स्ट वीक से मुझे लग रहा है पॉसिबिलिटी है कुछ बड़ा होने की। 10 डे में वही है, 10 डे में वही आ गया सर। 10 डे फ्रॉम राइट नाउ, आज से 10 डे कह रहे हो ना? 10 डे अगर आज से काउंट करें तो, या फिर कल से काउंट करें तो 20 to 28 नेक्स्ट सैटरडे, नेक्स्ट फ्राइडे या सैटरडे बनता है। टिल नेक्स्ट फ्राइडे और सैटरडे। Trump on Iran, we may have to take it step further or we may not. Maybe we are going to make a deal. You are going to be finding out over the next probably 10 days.
Our countries, nobody could have signed. You would have had that threat. Nobody could have had, you couldn't have had peace in the Middle East. So now we may have to take it a step further, or we may not. Maybe we're going to make a deal. You're going to be finding out over the next probably 10 days. Our countries, nobody could have signed. You would have had
next 10 days पे या तो कोई डील हो जाएगी या फिर ये अटैक कर देंगे। We do have some work to do with Iran. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. They have been told that very strongly. यही है, फ्राइडे को पुट बाय करके जाएंगे फिर। फ्राइडे को पुट बाय करके जाएंगे, पता चला संडे को जो होना था हो गया, एक दिन में काम खत्म। मंडे को पता चला फिर गैप डाउन ही ओपन हो रहा है, पुट बाय में भी कुछ बेनिफिट नहीं हुआ। मार्केट क्लोज होने पे ही तो हो सकता है, अगर मार्केट ओपन रहेगा तो फिर सभी लोग सेल कर देंगे। तभी ये जो भी काम करते हैं फ्राइडे की रात को, सैटरडे को, संडे को ही होता है इनका। लास्ट आई थिंक वो 12 डे वॉर भी स्टार्ट हुई थी, वो भी फ्राइडे सैटरडे को ही हुई थी शायद, मुझे जहाँ तक याद है। उसके बाद तो कंटिन्यू चली थी। तो थोड़ा सा अपनी पोजीशन का ध्यान रखना, फ्राइडे सैटरडे संडे ऑप्शन सेल करके जा रहे हो। देखो मार्केट कोई बहुत ज़्यादा बुलिश तो नहीं हो सकता। मान लो ईरान और इसराइल के बीच में कोई डील भी हो जाती है, यूएस और ईरान के बीच में डील भी हो जाती है, तो उस केस में भी इक्विटी मार्केट कोई बहुत ज़्यादा बुलिश तो नहीं हो सकता। तो या तो साइडवेज है या बेरिस है, बुलिश होने के चांसेस कम ही लगते हैं ओवरऑल। बाकी रिलायंस का स्टॉक भी गिरने के लिए रेडी है 30 to 40%। हैवी वेट भी इंडिया के फॉल करने के लिए रेडी है। एचडीएफसी बैंक को देख लोगे, उसका भी प्राइस स्ट्रक्चर मंथली टाइम फ्रेम पे ऐसा बन रहा है कि एक बार करेक्शन बिल्कुल इमिनेंट ही है, लगता है आना ही है इसको नीचे एक दिन। लिक्विडिटी या फिर आप कह सकते हो सपोर्ट लेने, देखो मार्केट को बहाना चाहिए, मार्केट को कुछ भी बहाना मिलेगा, मार्केट लिक्विडिटी लेने अपने नियरेस्ट लेवल पे चला जाएगा। जैसे आज का गोल्ड और सिल्वर बिल्कुल रेंज के अंदर फंसे हुए हैं, टाइट रेंज के अंदर। जब तक लिक्विडिटी मिलेगी नहीं बड़े मूव आएंगे नहीं। ऑलरेडी गोल्ड के चार्ट को देखोगे 4 आवर टाइम फ्रेम पे, सिल्वर के चार्ट को देखोगे 4 आवर टाइम फ्रेम पे, वो लिक्विडिटी लेके गिरे हैं। गोल्ड तो लिक्विडिटी लेके बाई करके गया है ऊपर, बीच में फंसा हुआ है कहीं ना कहीं अपर साइड या लोअर साइड लिक्विडिटी जिन्हें जिन्हें जाना पड़ेगा। उसके नीचे देखोगे तो ऑल लिक्विडिटी बहुत लो लेवल पे, सेम सिल्वर के साथ हुआ है। ये भी लिक्विडिटी कंटिन्यूसली सेम लेवल से बार बार ले रहा है, अब होल्ड कर गया तो वेल एंड गुड, नहीं करता है तो फिर नेक्स्ट ये भी फॉल कर सकता है। स्टिल होल्डिंग, सेम सिनेरियो। जो दो हैवी वेट है इंडिया में, HDFC बैंक फॉर बैंक निफ्टी एंड निफ्टी, रिलायंस फॉर निफ्टी एंड बैंक निफ्टी, बोथ आर राइट नाउ कंप्लीटली ठीक है। ऐसा कोई स्ट्रक्चर नहीं बना है कि सेलिंग स्ट्रक्चर की वजह से आनी चाहिए। मोस्टली जो सेलिंग मुझे लग रही है वो अगर आती है तो दैट इज बेस्ड ऑन द लिक्विडिटी बाई साइड की, कि प्राइस फॉल करे, बड़े प्लेयर्स अपनी पोजीशन बनाएंगे लोअर एंड पे, एक पर्टिकुलर लेवल आए और फिर प्राइस को वो बाइंग करें उस लेवल पे, क्योंकि मार्केट ऑलरेडी काफ़ी ज़्यादा बुलिश हो चुका है। कोई बहुत बड़ा फॉल हमें देखने के लिए मिला नहीं रिसेंट पास्ट में, पिछले 3-4 साल में। कोविड के बाद से कोई बहुत बड़ा फॉल तो हुआ नहीं है मार्केट में। तो रिलायंस का स्ट्रक्चर भी सेम वैसा ही है एंड HDFC बैंक का भी सेम ही लग रहा है। तो अगर ये दोनों ही गिरते हैं, स्पेशली HDFC बैंक को देखोगे, HDFC बैंक स्टॉक्स को अगर चेकआउट करोगे, दैट इज जहाँ पर अभी क्लोज हुआ है वहाँ से काफ़ी स्पेस है, अभी भी लगभग 35 to 45% आराम से फॉल हो सकता है, कह सकते हो प्री कोविड के आसपास प्राइस वापस आ सकता है। ठीक है, नाउ आई एम नॉट सेइंग ये कल ही आ जाएगा या फिर आना ही आना है, बट वहां पर एक अच्छी लिक्विडिटी मिल सकती है। तो अभी ऑल टाइम हाई से देखोगे तो 50% करेक्शन एचडीएफसी बैंक, जो मैं लेवल देख रहा हूँ जहाँ तक प्राइस गिर सकता है। आज की जो क्लोजिंग हुई है वहां से देखोगे तो अप्रोक्सीमेटली 45% करेक्शन, मतलब 500 के आसपास का लेवल लग रहा है, हो सकता है देखने के लिए मिले। 500 राउंड नंबर देखोगे तो 480 से 580 तक वहां आता है, तो मुझे लग रहा है बायर दोबारा इंटरेस्टेड होंगे एक रैली के लिए, क्योंकि कोविड के बाद से वो जो रैली स्टार्ट हुई थी मार्केट वहां से ऑलरेडी एचडीएफसी बैंक में 100% रिटर्न दे चुका है। तो 50% करेक्शन आता है तो बढ़िया ही है। सेम रिलायंस को देखोगे वहां भी सेम ही हाल है। रिलायंस थोड़ा सा उतना भी बेरिश नहीं है जितना गोल्ड लगता है। ओके, इन्वेंट्री आ गई है नेचुरल गैस की, बेरिश फॉर नेचुरल गैस प्राइस। अब क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री है, फोरकास्ट के अकॉर्डिंग ही डेटा आया है नेचुरल गैस इन्वेंट्री का। लास्ट वीक के कंपैरिजन में कम एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे थे, कम ही आया है। 148 बिलियन लास्ट टाइम से कम एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे थे, उससे भी कम आया है -144 बिलियन। तो नेचुरल गैस इन्वेंट्री इज बेरिश फॉर नेचुरल गैस प्राइस। कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बनी है, थोड़ा बहुत सेलिंग स्टार्ट हुई है। इन्वेंट्री बेरिश है नेचुरल गैस की। हाँ, दिख तो इतना ही रहा है भाई मुझे, जितना स्पेशली मुझे एचडीएफसी बैंक तो लगभग 45 to 50% लग रहा है ऑल टाइम हाई से। 500 तक गिरता है तो 5% ऑलरेडी गिर चुका है ऑल टाइम हाई से, तो 45%। रिलायंस में उतना नहीं है, रिलायंस तो थोड़ा सा कम दिखता है। मतलब मैं ऐसे जोन बता रहा हूँ जहाँ प्राइस आता है तो वापस लॉन्ग टर्म के लिए एक्यूमुलेट करने के लिए बेस्ट रहेगा लेवल। ये मैं कोई ट्रेडिंग लेवल नहीं बता रहा हूँ। ट्रेडिंग लेवल तो मार्केट हो सकता है ऊपर ही जाता रहे, कभी ना आए उस लेवल पे। कई बार ऐसा होता है, हो सकता है कोई नए लेवल क्रिएट करे स्मॉलर टाइम फ्रेम पे, देन प्राइस टेक द सपोर्ट ऑन दोस स्मॉलर टाइम फ्रेम। ये मैं आपको मंथली टाइम फ्रेम का चार्ट का एनालिसिस बता रहा हूँ कि प्राइस अगर यहाँ तक गिरता है तो पॉसिबिलिटी बनती है। क्योंकि कोविड के बाद से इतनी बहुत अच्छी अपॉर्चुनिटी हायर टाइम फ्रेम पे मंथली वीकली में मिली नहीं है हैवी वेट्स में। मार्केट गया ऊपर जरूर है। ठीक है, रिलायंस को भी देखोगे अपने ऑल टाइम हाई से ऑलरेडी प्राइस 13% करेक्ट कर चुका है। अभी देखोगे तो इसमें करंट लेवल से तो नीचे स्पेस है अभी भी काफ़ी, एटलीस्ट 15% से लेकर 20% तक इसमें भी स्पेस है और गिरने का अभी करंट लेवल से। 15 to 20% ऑल टाइम हाई से देखोगे तो टोटल हो गया आपका वो 25 to 30%, विच इज़ नॉर्मल फॉर रिलायंस इंडस्ट्री। तो लगभग 45% अभी दिखता है और स्पेस अगर आया प्राइस का भी एचडीएफसी बैंक में, रिलायंस इंडस्ट्री में भी लगभग करंट लेवल से अगर मैं बात करूं। आई एम नॉट सेइंग ये सीधा गिरता ही रहेगा, बट स्टिल 15 to 20% स्पेस है नीचे जाने का अगर गिरता है प्राइस फॉर एनी रीजन। स्पेशली रिलायंस में देखो, अगर स्ट्रेट ऑफ हॉर्मोज या क्रूड ऑयल में कुछ इशू आता है क्रूड ऑयल के प्राइस में, तो रिलायंस का स्टॉक सबसे पहले गिरेगा। फाइनेंशियल तो गिरते गिरते हैं, स्टॉक्स प्राइस क्रूड ऑयल से रिलेटेड पहले गिर जाएंगे। ठीक है, चाहे वो रिलायंस हो, आईओसी हो। बाकी बाकी 1100 के नीचे तो मैं एक्सपेक्ट नहीं कर रहा हूँ कि बहुत देर तक सस्टेन करेगा। रिलायंस 1100 के नीचे गया तो थोड़ी ज़्यादा ही प्रॉब्लम हो जाएगी रिलायंस के स्टॉक के लिए। सो अभी के लिए मैं देख रहा हूँ 1100 के आसपास शायद प्राइस जाने की कोशिश एक बार करें। ठीक है, कोविड के टाइम पे भी इतना ही गया था लगभग, जितना मैं गलत नहीं हूँ तो 30 कितना गया था 45% ओवरऑल, क्लोजिंग 30% के आसपास हुई थी, फिर मार्केट ने वहां से एक रैली दिखाई दी। ठीक है, इवन दो उस समय एक बार के लिए ऐसा लग रहा था कि प्राइस थोड़ा सा और ज़्यादा गिरेगा रिलायंस इंडस्ट्री का, बट उतना गिरा नहीं, 45% तक ही रुक गया कोविड के टाइम पे। नहीं तो उसमें एक्सपेक्ट था प्राइस की 300 के आसपास जरूर जाएगा। बट प्राइस लगभग आई थिंक 390 का लो बनाया था, ऐसे ही कुछ 380 390 के आसपास तक ही गया था लो में। 400 मान लो राउंड नंबर, तो 100 पॉइंट और गिर सकता था, गया नहीं। वहां पर एक मेजर सपोर्ट था, वहां पर भी आया नहीं था उस समय। फ्यूचर में आया हो, स्पॉट चार्ट में तो नहीं आया था। इन्वेंट्री नेगेटिव ही है नेचुरल गैस की। क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री 1030 पर आएगी, अभी नहीं है। ठीक है, जो वेबसाइट है एक्सोइस करके, ये काफ़ी एक्यूरेट इंफॉर्मेशन देती है एक्चुअली रिगार्डिंग द जियो पॉलिटिक्स, जो भी मेजर न्यूज़ आ रही है इसको आप नज़र में रखना। कल ही मुझे याद है, कल जब हम बात कर रहे थे क्रूड ऑयल में, तो वो जो न्यूज़ उस समय ब्रेकआउट हुई थी, जो उस समय प्राइस आई थिंक मैं गलत नहीं हूँ तो प्राइस इस लेवल के आसपास कहीं चल रहा था, सडनली वो न्यूज़ आई थी, प्राइस ऐसा नहीं बिल्कुल जंप किया, धीरे धीरे करके ऊपर जाता ही रहा। वो न्यूज़ भी इसी ने ब्रेकआउट किया था, एक्सोइस करके जो न्यूज़ पोर्टल है। कल का उनका आर्टिकल था, उसके बाद से प्राइस कंटिन्यूसली अपसाइड पर ही है, इक्विटी मार्केट गिरा है। तो जितना मैंने देखा, ये ऐसा नहीं है कि हर 5 मिनट में कोई न्यूज़ निकालते रहते हैं, दे प्रोवाइड वेरी लिमिटेड न्यूज़, बट जो भी न्यूज़ वो प्रोवाइड करते हैं दे आर वेरी ऑलमोस्ट 99% एक्यूरेट। तो कल इनकी ये न्यूज़ थी, ट्रम्प मीट्स हिज टॉप ईरान एडवाइजर एज वॉर थ्रेट्स ग्रोस। उसके बाद से ही क्रूड ऑयल के प्राइस सडनली अपसाइड गए हैं, जब कल इन्होंने ये न्यूज़ ब्रेकआउट की थी। एग्जैक्टली 18 आवर्स पहले। Trump was briefed on the nuclear talk held earlier this weekend. US military operation in Iran would likely be a massive week-long campaign that would look more like full-fledged war than the last month pinpoint operation in Venezuela. Sources से, so इनके sources काफ़ी अच्छे रहते हैं। बाकी क्रूड ऑयल के बारे में भी उन्होंने यही बताया जो मैंने अभी आपको बताया। यूएस और ईरान कॉन्फ्लिक्ट की वजह से क्रूड ऑयल के प्राइस में क्या इम्पैक्ट आ सकता है, 3 सिनेरियो इन्होंने दिए हैं एज पर बेस्ड ऑन देयर एनालिसिस एंड सोर्सेस, प्राइस कहाँ तक जा सकते हैं।
The UK stands apart as a place to do business, not because of one advantage, but many working together. Over £10 trillion in capital, 4 of the world's top universities, a 10-year industrial strategy in action. It's stability with dynamism, global reach with local depth. It all adds up to greater growth. Find out more at business.gov.uk/growth.
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Karen Moscow. We'll have the latest on the arrest of former Prince Andrew in just a moment. But first, a rebound in U.S. stocks has faded as concerns about a possible conflict between the U.S. and Iran saps risk sentiment. Oil is extending its rally. The S&P 500 down 0.3%. The Dow Jones Industrial Average down about 0.4%. The Nasdaq down 0.4%. 10-year Treasury yield at 4.09%. And Michael Ball is a macro strategist for Bloomberg News.
The market's kind of mulling everything over. It's not seeing a clear picture on the AI angst for sure. There hasn't been any new developments there to put that to rest. And then on top of that, as you just said, the geopolitics are kind of weighing more and more every day as oil creeps higher.
And that's Bloomberg's Michael Ball. While oil is jumping on reports that the U.S. may be edging closer to war with Iran than many Americans may think. And we get details with Bloomberg's David Gura.
We're looking at 2 different tracks here. There is this diplomatic track. We had Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner meeting with Iranian officials in Geneva for the second time, and there are plans for another meeting in a couple weeks' time. All the while, we've seen President Trump marshal all of this U.S. military might in the Middle East. More is on its way. I was looking at what Axios was reporting this morning. The Armada, Trump's Armada, has grown to include 2 aircraft carriers, a dozen warships, hundreds of fighter jets, and multiple air defense systems.
And that's Bloomberg's David Gura. Taking a look at oil right now. West Texas Intermediate at $66.33 a barrel, while Brent is at $71.50. We turn now to the latest on the Epstein investigation and the arrest of former Prince Andrew. Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, the brother of the UK's King Charles, was arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office after further details emerged of his relationship with a convicted sex offender. We get more with Bloomberg's Louise Moon in the UK.
The key question now is what's going to happen next. So we've had a statement not long ago from the former prince's brother, King Charles, saying that the law must take its course, that the police have his full support. He'll with cooperation with the investigation and the whole process. And so that's really, as you say, the key question: what's going to happen next? Whether or not the former Prince Andrew will be charged.
And that's Bloomberg's Louise Moon. Emails released by the U.S. Department of Justice last month showed the former prince allegedly disclosing confidential government information to Epstein during his time as UK trade envoy. It's a position he held between 2001 and 2011. Andrew turned 66 today. Billionaire retail tycoon Les Wexner told the U.S. House panel that he visited Jeffrey Epstein's private Caribbean island, but said at the time he was not aware of any sex trafficking operation involving the disgraced financier. Wexner testified behind closed doors about his relationship with the late sex offender to Democrats on the House Oversight Committee. Meanwhile, Apollo Global Management told clients its top executives had no business or personal ties to Jeffrey Epstein after newly released Justice Department files named CEO Mark Rowan in past communications. The firm said any contact was limited to information shared for Leon Black's tax matters, and nothing in the new documents changes prior findings. President Trump is gathering with representatives from more than 24 countries this morning that have joined his Board of Peace, as well as several others that have opted not to. And today's inaugural meeting is focused on reconstruction for a war-battered Gaza. Authorities say the bodies of 8 backcountry skiers have been found, and one remains missing after an avalanche near Lake Tahoe in California. Heavy snow and the threat of additional avalanches slowed the rescue effort in the mountains near Castle Peak, northwest of Lake Tahoe. Former South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol has been sentenced to life in prison for his brief imposition of martial law to suppress the opposition. The Seoul Central District Court found Yoon guilty of mobilizing military and police forces in an illegal attempt to seize the liberal-led National Assembly, arrest politicians, and establish unchecked power for a considerable time. Taking a look at Walmart shares this morning, they are higher, and this is even after it issued a forecast for full-year earnings that missed higher expectations, and it flagged the unpredictable state of trade and labor market conditions. We get more with Bloomberg's Emily Cohen.
This was expected. Walmart generally does issue conservative outlook at the beginning of the year and then surpasses those numbers as the year goes on. So from that respect, it can be expected. But they did call out some macro factors, the job market specifically, trade headwinds that do give investors some worry.
And that's Bloomberg's Emily Cohen. The U.S. trade deficit widened in December, capping a turbulent year of erratic tariff policy. The goods and services trade gap expanded from the prior month to $70.3 billion. The shortfall culminated in a full-year deficit of $901.5 billion, still one of the largest in data back to 1960. Applications for U.S. unemployment benefits fell by the most since November, adding to evidence of stabilization in the labor market. Initial claims decreased by 23,000 to 206,000 in the week that ended February 14th. And at the Olympics, Norway continues to lead the medal count. It has 34 overall, 16 of them are gold. The U.S. remains in third place with 7 gold medals and 24 overall. And that's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Karen Moscow, and this is Bloomberg.
As a place to do business, the UK stands apart, not because of a single advantage, but a uniquely powerful combination of many. As one of the world's leading financial
नेचुरल गैस भी ऐसा लग रहा है जो एक्सपेक्टेड है कि प्राइस अगर फॉलो करता है फिबोनाची को तो गिरना चाहिए लॉजिकली तो ठीक है कल से वैसे कोई ट्रेड मिला नहीं है इसमें अभी तक नेचुरल गैस में सेल या बाई दोनों कुछ भी करने के लिए इन्वेंट्री वेरी हाई है क्या ये आएगा नीचे वापस 252 253 कल के इस सपोर्ट जोन पे आ जाता तो बेटर है मेरे अकॉर्डिंग यहाँ आए फिर यहाँ से बाइंग हो तो बेटर है जाना ही है अगर ऊपर सपोर्ट बना के जाए सपोर्ट पे आके जाए या फ्रेश सपोर्ट बना के जाए आई एम एक्सपेक्टिंग कि प्राइस या तो देखो डायरेक्टली फॉल करे धीरे धीरे करके कोई नया रेजिस्टेंस ना बनाए यहाँ पर और फिर फॉल करे ऐसा ना हो क्योंकि फिर अगर प्राइस यहाँ से रिवर्स करेगा तो प्रॉब्लम हो जाएगी या फिर नीचे आए ना यहीं पर सपोर्ट क्रिएट करे फ्रेश और फिर जाए ऊपर छोड़ दो ये लेवल दो केस मुझे बेस्ट लग रहे हैं डायरेक्टली फॉल या फिर यहाँ से सपोर्ट बना के ऊपर थर्ड ना हो कि यहाँ पर एक नया रेजिस्टेंस बनाए और फिर गिरे क्योंकि प्राइस नीचे से सपोर्ट लेके ऊपर गया और कोई थर्ड एक्सटर्नल फैक्टर की वजह से प्राइस ऊपर जाता है तो फिर वो रेजिस्टेंस होल्ड नहीं करेगा बिल्कुल भी
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, Scarlett Fu, Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube and streaming live at Bloomberg.com/video. That's where you'll find us. Walmart reported some numbers. I thought they were pretty darn good. They're always seemingly pretty good out of Walmart. They know what they're doing over there. Stock's up 2% here today. Let's break it down with Emily Cohen, consumer team leader for Bloomberg News. Emily, talk to us about the quarter. What's the company saying about their business?
Yeah, I think you nailed it. It's another solid quarter for Walmart in the fourth quarter. They did come out with conservative guidance, which is pretty typical for Walmart. Come out with cautious guidance and then exceed it later in the year, which is sort of their playbook. And then their guidance was also paired with some warning signs or cautious outlook about the economy, which I found interesting.
Yeah, I want to pick up on that idea because the CFO talked to Bloomberg and mentioned that tariff-driven inflation has reached or is reaching its peak, which I thought was really interesting given that there's so many people expecting rate cuts later on this year, given that inflation seems to have settled down. What more can they tell us about pricing?
I think they told us that prices rose 1% in the quarter, which I think was the same as the last quarter. But they also mentioned other things like tepid job growth, student loan delinquencies rising, consumer sentiment being uneven, things that, would give any CEO or CFO or company pause when they're trying to outlay what might happen in the coming year.
And I noticed over the last couple of years, they've talked about how maybe their customer base is changing a little bit. People, some middle class, maybe even upper income areas coming down to Walmart. They're seeing more and more of that. Is that still the case?
I think, yes, that's definitely the case. And that's sort of their superpower right now. That, poor, this is the K-shaped economy that we talk about a lot. Poor customers are pulling back in areas, but what they're seeing is wealthier clientele who might not have come to Walmart in the past, shopping at Walmart, especially for things like their groceries, which they've invested in a lot in the last 10 years. You can now find organic groceries in Walmart, and that's really paying off.
And they also have this Walmart Plus program, which they're really putting a lot of emphasis on. It's actually one of the benefits if you're an American Express Platinum card holder, which speaks to that idea that they're really reaching for the higher income consumer. How's that going? And is it making any headway on stealing market share from Amazon with its Prime program?
Yeah, they're seeing a huge growth in e-commerce. I think that was one of the major areas that grew this quarter. That is drawing in higher income shoppers who actually pay even more than the membership for faster deliveries, speedier pickup times, and that's helping them also grow market share among wealthier shoppers who are looking for convenience over everything else.
So what are they saying about, did they even talk about on the conference call tariffs anymore? Is that still a discussion point? And what's the company saying about tariffs?
Yeah, tariffs came up a little bit, but they said that they, expect that tariff-driven inflation to peak now. I think they also benefit here, again, from their groceries. Yep. Groceries are a portion of their assortment that is less impacted by tariffs. And they're really benefiting from, I think 60% of their sales come from groceries these days.
You mentioned e-commerce. It sounds like Walmart will continue to invest in technology and automation. What were some of the things that they flagged that they're working on in terms of innovation and building on, the technology that they have already implemented into their system? Yeah,
it was interesting. They said most of their fulfillment in stores is now coming from automated warehouses. Most of their fulfillment for e-commerce is coming from automated warehouses. They have really made huge gains here to speed up fulfillment centers. And I think we should expect to see more of that in the coming quarters. They cited store remodels and automation as the main areas where they're going to be continuing to invest.
One of the things that's amazed me really for 10, 15 years about Walmart is how well their digital business has been, their e-commerce business. They have built that to not only, they can go toe-to-toe with Amazon.com on just about anything, it seems like. Is that still a growth story for them?
Yeah, I think they said something like a third. They've seen a huge amount of shoppers are now actually interacting with their AI their AI assistant on their app and on their website, that really helping people make shopping decisions faster. They're seeing an increasing spend from customers who interact with the AI shopping assistant, they said, which I think we can expect to see more
just
of
in
that.
the last 5 years, their EBITDA has roughly doubled, but their CapEx has tripled.
Yeah.
So
well, there's that
really
e-commerce build out, that tech build out.
Yep. So, I mean, they're putting their money where their mouth is here. Wow.
You know what Paul's dream job is, Emily? Has he mentioned this to you?
No.
Be a greeter at Walmart. See, I'm a nice, friendly guy.
He wants the smock. He wants to wear the smock.
Yep.
But, to that point, Walmart employs about 2.1 million people,
amazing. Yeah.
which makes it a huge employer. Do we have a sense of whether they've been growing their employee base at all with this commitment to technology, to automation?
I think they've definitely made a huge investment in technology. They have a lot more people working on tech than they ever have. And I think we could expect to see more of that for sure.
So maybe not a greeter, Paul, but a software developer for
Maybe,
Walmart?
yeah, I'm sure I'd add value there. So, but no, the last job, the post-Bloomberg job, will be as a greeter at Walmart. I feel like it's in my bones. Emily Clone, consumer team leader for Bloomberg News. We appreciate your reporting here. For our listeners in the U.S., a reminder, you can listen to us via satellite radio on Sirius XM channel 121. Access the world's only global audio business network, coast to coast, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg Radio on Sirius XM channel 121 is presented by Golden Crest Metals. Stay tuned for the latest market news and industry research. The next hour of Bloomberg Intelligence begins in just moments with the S&P down 13 points, the Dow off 150 points, and the NASDAQ off 25 points. The dollar index is stronger. We get a little bit of stability here and a little bit of strength in the U.S. dollar. How about that? This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney.
Concern about rising prices spooking investors.
What does renewables investment look like in the U.S.?
More tariff talk coming out of this administration.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
The president wants lower interest rates. He wants a rate cut cycle.
How do you broaden out the AI play?
Are people just looking for something to worry about when it comes to China?
Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio, originals and the Bloomberg Business app.
Good Thursday morning. This is Bloomberg Intelligence in the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in Midtown Manhattan. Paul Sweeney and Scarlett Fu here with you. We've got a lot coming up in the second hour of the program. We're going to check in with Steve Mann. He's our global autos and industrials research analyst on Carvana, whose shares are down more than 6% after the latest earnings report. Chris Cialino is our senior U.S. machinery analyst, going to talk to us about the farm economy after Deere reported earnings that lifted its profit outlook with some improving farm conditions. David Kudla is founder, CEO, and chief investment strategist at Mainstay Capital Management. We get in touch with him about once every couple of weeks to get his pulse on the markets. And Jody Lurie, she is our credit analyst, to discuss whether people are spending money on amusement parks. Six Flags just reported its latest results as well. And then we got to check in with Barry Ritholtz. It is Thursday after all. He's the founder of Ritholtz Wealth Management and the host of Masters in Business on Bloomberg Radio, to get a sense of what he's thinking about and what he's hearing from his investors. First, though, let's check in with Nathan Hagar for our Bloomberg Business Flash. Nathan.
Hey, Scarlett. Stocks are subdued right now, but we are seeing a big surge in oil prices in particular. Heightened geopolitical risk is adding to worries in the market. West Texas Intermediate right now up 2.2%, trading at $66.62 per barrel. Brent, the international benchmark, is up 1.9% at $71.68. The S&P 500 is lower by just 0.2%, down 10 points at 68.70, the S&P level. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is lower by 0.3%, down 144 points. The NASDAQ Composite down 17 points. That's a decline of almost 0.1%. Joanne Feeney of Advisors Capital Management says there's a lot of fear in the market around the AI disruption, even without the geopolitical risk added on to this. But Joanne says a lot of this is misplaced. She joined us moments ago on Bloomberg Intelligence.
In 2026 from some of the tailwinds to the macro economy. We saw very strong housing starts come out this week. We saw industrial production numbers good. We saw jobless claims this morning coming in less than expected. And we have, the fiscal stimulus coming with those tax returns. So there are a lot of macro drivers that are encouraging investors to look elsewhere.
And some of the latest macro drivers, we saw a drop in weekly jobless claims down to its lowest level since November, around 206,000. The sector level, 5 of the 11 main industry groups in the S&P 500 are in the green right now. The biggest decliners, financials, down 1.1%. Energy leading the gainers, as you might imagine, with oil surging right now. Energy is up 1.4%. 10-year Treasury is a little changed right now at 4.08%. Yield on the 2-year is at 3.46%. You mentioned Deere. That stock is plowing higher this morning, up more than 11.5%. The world's biggest farm equipment maker sees the ag economy getting better. So that's a macro mover as well. Blue Owl Capital down 8.4%. The alternative asset manager says it's restricting private credit withdrawals from one of its funds that caters to retail investors. And Blue Owl also sold about $1.4 billion in loans. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Nathan Hager. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Scarlett and Paul.
All right, thank you so much, Nathan Hagar. It is time now to check on stocks on the move, and the list I have before me suggests that we're taking a trip to the mall. Paul.
Sure.
Yeah, let's do that.
Absolutely.
With Isabel Lee. Isabel is one of our cross-asset reporters, and Isabel, where's the first stop we're going to make as we walk through the virtual mall?
It has to be cake. Ticker is cake at Cheesecake Factory.
Yum.
I know. I was like, this is a winner ticker. How come I didn't know of this before? So shares are actually just flat now, but pre-market it was down as much as 6%. But the restaurant chain's comp sales during the fourth quarter came in below average estimates. So this spurred a downgrade at Stephens to equal weight from overweight. The analyst there said same-store sales declined in the quarter and decelerated sequentially. So with shares up already 27% year-to-date as of the last close, he said he sees limited upside from here. The thing with Cheesecake Factory is I feel like everyone knows it, but I actually don't know a friend who has last been there. So
Really?
maybe there was that.
I've gone there fairly recently.
Really?
Yeah.
What do you eat there?
The
Cheesecake.
pasta
Everything.
and the cheesecake. Yeah, I mean, I bring enough home for the next couple of
Oh.
meals. That's what makes it special.
Okay, maybe, yeah. So you contribute to their earnings.
Exactly. All right, how about what's the next one you want to do?
Walmart. So this is in the green, up by 1.5%. They issued a forecast for full year earnings that missed expectations. So it was interesting to see that the stock is still in the green. Walmart said it needs flexibility and unpredictable time for consumers. So Walmart is the world's largest retailer, and they're often seen as the barometer for the broad economy because of its massive size and reach. So this was interesting because it just highlights the state of where the economy is today. I mean, the economy is kind of doing well, but also not really. It's like a soft-ish economy. Worth noting, though, that Walmart is typically conservative at the start of the year, and then they just upgrade or downgrade whatever forecast they
follow
may have.
playbook, in other words.
Yeah.
Exactly. All right, finally, Wayfair.
Wayfair. So our last mall tour is with Wayfair. Ticker is W. Stock is down by 10%. That's an intraday low 4 months as active consumers in the fourth quarter came in also slightly below expectations. So William Blair says that the 6.9 growth in net revenue likely fell short of expectations. Peers like RH and Williams-Sonoma are also in the red. So the analyst there said that he believes that this is a solid print, but nothing major to complain about, just despite their expectations that the buy side was slightly embedding slightly higher top line growth. Wayfair, I used to buy a lot when I was furnishing my apartment.
Okay.
I say used because I've lived in the same place for 4 years, but it's a good brand. I
Is it?
actually
Okay.
really like it. Yeah.
All right,
There's a lot of different price points. I mean, you can go
Yes,
high end.
that's
you can
exactly
go,
right.
You
Yes.
know, value.
And you can customize width, length, height. Very specific with everything.
And the fact that it's a ticker with just one letter, I've always liked that.
Yeah, that's
when you can score that, that's pretty cool.
Yep, that is very cool. All right, very good. Isabel Lee, thanks so much. We appreciate that. For more conversations like this, subscribe to our Stock Movers Report. Listen for 5-minute audio reports on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Subscribe to Stock Movers on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or anywhere you listen. You want to see a chart that's got some serious ups and some serious downs? Look at Carvana. Over its life, it's been all over the place. Today, the stock is down 8% on some margin concerns after reporting some earnings. Let's break it down with Steve Mann, Global Autos and Industrials Research Analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. Steve, what's the latest from our friends at Carvana?
Well, I actually think of the report as positive, even though the stock is down. They did run into some cost issues, and that's part of their expansion. I think they're setting up their capacity for double-digit growth, meaning 30-40% growth in 2026. They had a great quarter on the top line. In the fourth quarter, unit sales up 43%. They're just gaining market share in a very stable market at the moment.
So it sounds like they're reinvesting in the business. How quickly will that pay off? How long will it take for investors to see the return there on that investment?
Yeah, I think they're in a very positive trajectory. So they bought a wholesaler called Dessa a couple years ago, and within that acquisition, there's a whole bunch of warehouses. They call it reconditioning centers. So basically, used cars go in and they come out clean and fixed up for the market. So they're only going through part of those warehouses. There's still a few that they have to go through and bring online. So they don't have to spend any CapEx really to bring those online. And once they staff them, once they equip them, and they're ready to go. So that's why we're expecting sales growth to still see high double digits and EBITDA to grow high double digits in 2026.
Steve, where does Carvana source its vehicles, and is that a pressure point for them?
No, I mean the demand seems to be pretty stable, if not strengthening, because there is this affordability issue in the marketplace right now. People are gravitating to more affordable vehicles in the used car market, and there are a bunch of leases. You remember during COVID, new car sales were very, very good because everybody had to stay home and they cannot travel abroad, so they bought a lot of vehicles to travel within the country. So a lot of those leases are coming due. And on the supply side of used car, we actually don't see an issue. We see these vehicles coming back, and Carvana is vertically integrated. They're very quick in turning vehicles around at low cost, at a lower cost. So I think the experience that consumers are having is very positive.
I think about Carvana and I think about how they've really deployed celebrities to market themselves. John Hamm has been showing up in some commercials, Shaquille O'Neal as well. Who are they trying to protect their market share from? Who's their biggest competitor, Steve?
Yeah, when the company started a few years ago, they were primarily focusing on buyers with lower credit score. These are buyers that probably the mom and pop shop dealerships are not willing to service. So they went and basically, picked on the low hanging fruit. But as years go by, we're seeing an improved mix of buyers. If you look at the loan sales, which drives a lot of their profit, is actually that mix is actually improving to where to more consumers with higher credit scores.
Steve, thanks so much. Appreciate it. Steve Mann, he is Global Autos and Industrials Research Analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. All right, let's move from cars to tractors. We can do that with John Deere. John Deere reported some really solid numbers. The stock's up 12% today, so a big move for Deere. It's up 42% year to date. And when you think about the John Deere company, you think about the U.S. farmer, because that's the primary customer there. When a farmer has money, the farmer likes to buy some new tractors. So let's check in with Chris Ciolino. He covers all the big equipment companies for Bloomberg Intelligence. Chris, tell us about Deere. What did they tell us in their earnings report?
Yeah, it was a really solid beat and raise quarter, and I think this kind of gives us the all clear on the cycle, and that 26 will be the trough earnings year. The 1Q beat was broad based, all segments, better top line, better margins than expected, really on the back of higher shipment volumes, with particular strength in the small ag business and construction. Those are markets that have started to already recover now this year. The large ag business, which is obviously their bigger growth engine, continues to be soft, but I think you're seeing that business stabilize. And really, for the first time in years, we're starting to see some green shoots emerge there. Order books strengthened a little bit during the quarter as well.
How does this compare and contrast with what CNH Industrial reported earlier this week, which took a more feels like a cautious stance.
Yeah, I think so. Both companies are calling 26 as the bottom. I think that's pretty well understood at this point. I think the incremental piece coming out of Deere today is that you're starting to see some early signs of improvement in the North American large ag business. That's a market they're projecting in terms of unit volumes to be down 15 to 20% this year. That's going to put volumes at the lowest level in more than 4 decades. But what you're starting to hear from them this quarter is that the order book strengthened, particularly just in the last month of the quarter. You're starting to see a little bit more trade flows going to China. The fleets continue to age. You have the government aid support. So this is not a big step change, but it's really the first signs of incremental improvement.
You got to have a great sense of timing, Chris. As I said, Deere's up 42% year to date. So the market's anticipating this business bottoming and then turning up. How long is this cycle for some of these companies that you follow here that are cyclical?
Yeah, so a typical downturn in this business will last anywhere from 2 to 4 years. This will be the 3rd year of the downturn. So in terms of the downturn, it looks very similar to what we've seen historically. Typically, the upturns last a little bit longer. But, this is an incredibly volatile market, and it's ultimately dictated by crop prices and farmer profitability. So the crop outlooks do have a significant impact here in terms of what farmers are willing and able to spend.
And it looks like Deere relies on the U.S. for a huge part of its revenue, if not half. What is it doing in terms of growing its business overseas? Is it just kind of a trajectory of growth there that is similar to what it sees in the U.S., or is it competing against some established players?
Yeah, so they're regional markets, but in terms of what markets matter for Deere, it's North America, and then South America is becoming more important. Reason being, those are typically the bigger producers of row crops, corn, soybeans. They're larger farms. They utilize more the larger equipment that is more conducive to some of the precision technologies, which come in at a higher margin. Europe tends to be a little bit more stable. They get a lot of government support, so think of that market as less cyclical, lower peaks, higher troughs. Those are really kind of the 3 big growth engines if you think about Deere's geographic exposure.
So what is Deere saying about the U.S. farmer these days?
Listen, things are still challenging. Let's not understate that. Crop prices really haven't moved that much and still under tremendous pressure as we look at another year of near record production. They are seeing some signs of stability, I would say. And like I mentioned earlier, I think we're starting to see some early signs of improved order activity, again, albeit off a very low base. And a lot of that's predicated on, we're starting to see a little bit more exports go into China. You have continued government support. And then also, there's certainly a need for replacement. The age of the fleet is as old as it's been in a number of years. So as farmers get more money, you start to see some stability on the crop price front. That should, unlock some pent-up demand.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the stock price, trading at a record high, but it really has gone on a tear over the past 3 weeks or 2 weeks. What accounts for that? Was it anticipation of this report, or was it something else?
A combination of things. I think it's pretty well understood now that this year will be the trough of the cycle. So I think there's some positioning ahead of that. And a lot of these heavy machinery companies typically do well early in the rate cut environment. So the anticipation of lower rates, stronger growth environment, not only in the ag business but also construction. I think that sometimes gets overlooked. They're completely refreshing their excavator product lineup. They have a pretty strong position in construction equipment, and I think the growth dynamics there moving for 26 and 27 are still quite favorable.
Chris Giolino, thanks so much. We appreciate it. Chris Giolino, Senior U.S. Machinery Analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. And parents love big equipment, like big backhoes and stuff, because you can just park your infant there for in the stroller for an hour, and they'll watch the dump trucks and all that kind of stuff in it.
We had lots of little Deere Matchbox cars.
Yes.
For our kids.
Yeah.
And they were fascinated by that.
Yeah. So every parent knows the value of a good dump truck or good backhoe, on a construction site. S&P down 11 points. The Dow off 180. That's about 0.3%. The Nasdaq off about 15 points here. Looking at the bond market, 10-year Treasury yields absolutely unched on the day. We're looking at 4.08%, and that pretty much towards the lower end of the trading range there. David Kudla, he's coming up. He's the founder and CEO of Mainstay Capital.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm Nathan Hager in Washington with this Bloomberg Business Flash brought to you by Golden Crest Metals. Inflation, tariffs, and volatility have some investors turning to gold for stability. To get a free gold and silver info guide and learn how to add metals to your IRA or 401k tax and penalty free, go to goldencrestmetals.com/guide. That's goldencrestmetals.com/guide. Right now, gold is trading above $5,000 an ounce, and crude oil is surging by nearly 2% with geopolitical worries dominating the market. Stocks are subdued, but the tech-heavy NASDAQ composite is showing a little bit of signs of life right now. Our latest reporting has the U.S. military building a vast array of forces in the Middle East, 2 aircraft carriers, fighter jets, refueling tankers. You have to go back to 2003 to get an analogy of the kind of buildup we're seeing in the Middle East before the Iraq invasion. Much bigger than the buildup before last month's strike in Venezuela. We check the markets for you all day long on Bloomberg. Right now, the S&P 500 is down 0.1%, down 7 points. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is down 0.3%, 169 points lower. The NASDAQ Composite now just barely in the green, up 8 points. 7 of the main 11 industry groups in the S&P 500 are lower, led by financials, down 1.2%. Energy, with the surge in oil right now, energy stocks are up 1.1%. The 10-year Treasury, little changed, 4.08% is the yield on the benchmark 10-year note. Among stocks moving following earnings, DoorDash shares are higher by more than 5%. The order outlook for this quarter beat. They're trying to expand beyond restaurant takeout. And Molson Coors, have to say it, shares are falling flat, down nearly 7%. The full-year revenue outlook missed Wall Street estimates. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Nathan Hager. That is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Paul and Scarlett.
All right. Thank you so much, Nathan Hagar. When you look at the markets, it does feel like everyone's waiting for some kind of catalyst. The mass exodus out of software seems to have halted for now, but people aren't ready to jump right in either, given that we're still hearing from companies reporting their quarterly results. Walmart was just the latest. And there's also news that Blue Owl Capital, this alternative investment firm, is restricting withdrawals from one of its retail-focused private credit funds. That always gets your attention.
Yes, it does. Can't be good.
Yeah, it feels like, ooh, what's happening there? Is there more to come? Let's bring in David Kudla. He's the founder, CEO, and chief investment strategist at Mainstay Capital Management. David, there's that cocktail of news that everyone's trying to contend with. What do you make from a headline like Blue Owl Capital restricting withdrawals from its retail-focused private credit funds? It feels like, if nothing else, it's really limiting risk appetite.
Yeah, that's what we're seeing really with Blue Owl. We're seeing some of the foundations start to crack in private credit. It's just been a booming area for several years now, and there's concern about private credit. We're seeing concern about in the markets overall, in the Mag 7 technology sector, really flat to down this year so far, and we're just seeing that broadening out into small cap, international, emerging markets. And of course, our favorite last year and our favorite again this year is commodities, specifically metals and miners, gold, silver, and the rest of that complex.
How are you playing that, David? A lot of folks, they hear about commodities and they worry about, gee, do I have to buy the underlying commodity itself? Should I buy companies that are exposed to it? Should I buy ETFs? How do you guys play it?
Yeah, we're doing it through ETFs. We want that daily liquidity. We want that ease in coming in and out of the position. And that gives us a daily liquidity, gives us a direct correlation with the prices of the underlying metal. And then for miners, you could buy the individual stocks. We prefer to take an ETF approach there as well, where we get diversification into a pool of miners. And what we're doing now in our portfolios, we had both metals and miners, and we're biasing now towards the miners because they're just so far undervalued. We're going to see that come through in the earnings quarter after quarter for the miners, for many of the base metals, precious metals, luxury, and industrial metals.
What about energy companies? How do they fit into your portfolio? Where do you want to be with them? We're seeing oil prices surge. There's a lot of questions over whether there's going to be conflict in Iran. And of course, we know that the president has called upon big oil to play a starring role in rebuilding Venezuela's energy industry, crumbling energy industry. But there's a lot of conditions that need to be met before that can begin.
Yeah, there's a lot to work through in Venezuela, but it's promising for that country and for oil supply globally because of the reserves in Venezuela. As far as the Middle East, that's really what we're watching the most right now for oil and the energy complex. We always have a risk premium in oil. It can be anywhere from $5 a barrel to 10 or 15 or 20 or even higher. And what we're seeing right now is that risk premium is growing as the chances of really a major regional war as a worst case scenario for oil. We had Iran with their naval exercises blocking off a third of the Strait of Hormuz. That's the choke point. for much of the world's oil. So there's real concern that risk premium is growing right now. And we think until we get resolution one way or the other, as long as there's just uncertainty, the markets hate uncertainty, investors hate uncertainty. There's a lot of uncertainty around oil right now, and we think prices continue to drift higher as that risk premium continues to build in.
David, last May on the show, you kind of went on the record talking about maybe shorting long-term Japanese government bonds. I think that was a good trade. What's your call there these days?
We're still there. It has worked out very well, and it's really just a function of a significant change, a secular change in policy in Japan after more than 3 decades of ultra low interest rates. The 30 and 40-year bond were near zero at one time, now over 3%. So we look at the yields on Japanese bonds. They don't look that high historically compared to other bonds around the world, U.S. sovereign debt. But for Japan, those yields have literally been skyrocketing. And there's some interesting dynamics when, usually if rates are going up, the country's currency is going up as well, climbing as well. We've seen the yen decline as rates gone up. So there are some real issues in Japan and how they deal with this going forward. It almost has an implosion-like look for the bond market in Japan. And really, it was just clear with the new prime minister coming in, the fiscal stimulus, the spending that she intended, it made it clear that rates were going higher, and that's why we made that call.
Good call there, David. So I want to call that out as well. David Kudla, he is founder, chief executive officer, and chief investment strategist at Mainstay Capital Management, located out there in lovely Troy, Michigan. Six Flags Great Adventure, my first second amusement park. The first one was Hershey Park.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a good starter amusement park.
Yeah, that was a good one. Then you step up to Six Flags Great Adventure. That's some serious park there.
Yeah, you have to be ready to kind of be, have trouble standing because of the roller coaster rides being super aggressive.
Yep, absolutely. And they're still there. Cars going in, packing in all the time down there in Jackson, New Jersey. They're all around the country. They reported some earnings here today. Let's get down to it with Jody Lurie. She's a credit analyst. She covers all the leisure companies, including Six Flags Entertainment. Jody, thanks so much for joining us. What did you hear from Six Flags today with their earnings?
So I think what's interesting, Paul, is that we're seeing that some of what Six Flags said, oddly, was similar to what we saw on Avis's call. And both companies had these large impairment charges to boost EBITDA, but it didn't necessarily equate to cash generation. And both companies are focused on improving their debt load and also just the core of the business, the operational side, adding in AI to boost the business and figuring out ways to turn around. And both companies are dealing with new CEOs. So it's just like a weird sort of compare-contrast scenario that I've been toying with in my head all morning.
I mean, Paul was talking about how Hershey Park was his first amusement park. Yeah. And then obviously the big one would be Disney or Universal. Have you been there?
No.
Okay, that's a pretty good one.
Yeah, I've heard. Yep.
Is that the competition for Six Flags, or does it work on a different level than those?
It is and it isn't the competition, Scarlett. I mean, I think Six Flags likes to compare itself more to alternatives in leisure and entertainment. There was a great slide that they provided that showcased the value proposition if you compare it to like concert tickets or insert sporting event. The amount of time that you spend at Six Flags in theory is all day, right? So the cost to enter and the cost for the the sort of concessions is much lower than what you would pay to go to like a Taylor Swift concert. Now that said, I mean, I think what's so interesting is when the company combined, there was this image that they could create like an all-pass promotion, right, that you can enter in all parks. They've only finally started rolling out something that's a regional pass recently, and I'm curious to see what could happen with the company as they improve those sort of points of it. Because what's funny is if you look at it from a revenue perspective, it did actually pretty well this year compared to 24, and 24 was a pretty strong year. Same thing with some of the per cap spending pieces of it, right? The per cap component, the admissions were down, but the in-park spending was decent. And so you say, what's going on? Like, why are they having such issues? And it comes down to an operational issue. It comes down to the fact that the legacy Six Flags assets, I think, were in way worse shape than Cedar Fair anticipated when they took on the company. And they're saddled with a lot of debt. So it's really a question of if the capital markets are going to be encouraging enough to help them through. You know, they helped them through in January with a new issue.
Yeah.
But really, are they able to sort of support the company through this transition?
That park pass you mentioned sounds like the amusement park version of an Epic Pass, which makes sense if you're a skier and you go, are chasing the weather around the country. But does it make sense to go to, the West Coast for Six Flags and then come back? I don't know.
It could, Scarlett. You don't talk to Ira Jersey enough, apparently, at least when it comes to roller coasters. You probably talked to him about interest rates. Next time when you have him on, ask him about his son's American Coasters Enthusiast card that he proudly carries.
Oh.
If you are deep into the roller coaster dynamics and culture, people will go to the end of the earth. And I am curious to see how the Middle East traction for Six Flags, for SeaWorld, and for some of the other parks that have expanded there, how that's going to play out. If you do see these park coaster enthusiasts fly out to Saudi Arabia, fly out to the UAE to ride certain coasters.
I didn't know that was a thing.
I guess so, but wow, I mean,
right.
then you've got to spend on your roller coasters, make sure that they're the best ones.
Well,
right?
$430 million of capex for Six Flags this year, so that's spending it. Jody, thanks so much for joining us. Jody Lurie, senior credit analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence. She follows all the fun companies like the theme parks and the cruise ships and all that kind of good stuff here.
Yeah,
but
her
again,
research takes her to interesting places, doesn't it?
It does. But it's a capital-intensive business. I'm just looking at Six Flags. For 2026, the forecast is about, call it $900 million of EBITDA. But they're going to spend $430 million of that EBITDA on capital spending.
Yeah, they've got to keep it up because you've got to make sure that you look good compared to the next company.
And the maintenance capex, you got to put in new rides almost every year, it seems like, to kind of keep up. But that's a big business. And in fact, the Walt Disney Company is in effect today a theme park business. That is 60% of their operating income comes from the theme park business, and that is growing. And they just doubled their 10-year investment on theme park business. So they're going to be spending gajillions of dollars there on the theme parks and on the cruise ships. So that is a big business. It's a good business. It's a profitable business. So that's it. Six Flags. Fun is the ticker. This is Bloomberg.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm Nathan Hager in Washington with your Bloomberg Business Flash. I think last time I was on with you, I mentioned that the NASDAQ composite was showing some signs of life. So much for that. The tech-heavy index is back in the red now. Stocks as a whole are extending their declines, and crude oil is extending its surge with geopolitical risk front and center. Strategist strategist Chris Verone says when it comes to market sentiment, it's tough to say where things are headed right now.
The question that we have is, are people optimistic on what was working for much of the last couple of years, or are they optimistic on what is working? And it's a question of what do they own and what do they not own. And when you look at really what's driving this market, certainly, we talk about equal weight over cap weight and the Q's not working, and it's stocks like Dow and Boeing. Is that really the stuff people own right here? So I'm a little bit skeptical of the sentiment data here.
Well, right now, the sentiment is a flight to safety. We check the markets for you all day long here on Bloomberg. Right now, the S&P 500 is down 0.3%, a drop of 19 points. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is lower by 0.5%, leading the index declines down 238 points. And the NASDAQ Composite, as I said, back in the red, down 0.2% or 45 points. 7 of the main 11 industry groups in the S&P 500 are on the decline, led by financials, down 1.2%. Energy is up 0.9%. The 10-year Treasury, little changed right now. 4.08% is the yield on the benchmark Treasury note. The 2-year is at 3.46%. The Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index strengthening a touch, up 0.1%. Klarna, the payments company, is on track for its worst day since its IPO less than 6 months ago. It is right now down 26%. Klarna pulled in record revenue last quarter, but a pre-tax loss of $241 million on the year has investors worried whether this company is going to turn a profit. Not so when it comes to Figma. Those shares are up 5%. The creative software company's full-year outlook beat Wall Street estimates, easing fears that that company could be threatened by its AI rivals. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Nathan Hager. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash, Scarlett and Paul.
All right, Nathan Hager, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney, we're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. We're streaming live on YouTube and on Bloomberg.com/video. 2004, 2005, as I was getting ready to leave the sell-side equity research and think about the next step, I looked long and hard at the hedge fund business. And I decided not to make that pivot, even though all my friends were doing the same thing, because I realized I had zero edge. I didn't bring anything to the game that would create alpha.
All your connections, all the people that you talked with, all the company executives?
The more I looked, I thought I had a great idea. 20 people were already in the idea. So having edge is important in this business. Barry Ritholtz, he writes about it all the time. He thinks about it all the time. Barry Ritholtz is a host of Masters in Business on Bloomberg Radio. He's also the founder of Ritholtz Wealth Management. Barry, what does edge mean to you in a world where, boy, there's so much information out there?
Yeah, edge is something, especially in the modern world of Reg FD, Reg Full Disclosure. Edge is where you have a specific and unique insight that the rest of the market doesn't have. And I'm genuinely shocked that people imagine the things that are out there, they're public, they're well distributed. It's on the Bloomberg terminal, it's in broker research reports, it's even in things like, Yahoo Finance. There's no edge whatsoever if everybody already knows it. I began on a trading desk and the answer was always, hey, how come that news didn't move stock prices? The answer was, it's already in the price.
So, Barry, why is there this gajillion-dollar business where people charge 2 and 20? I don't get it.
Like so much else on Wall Street, it really is a winner-take-all haves and have-not environment. If by some chance you have the opportunity to put money in one of the top tier firms, and that's really the top 2%, 5%, maybe even 10% firms. These are the Citadels and the Balyasnys and the DE Shaws, or heaven forbid, Renaissance Technology or Point72. If you have the opportunity to put money with those shops that have a track record of consistently outperforming their benchmark, well, by all means. The challenge with 2 and 20 is it is such a drag on returns. First, 2% alone is a drag on returns, and the vast majority of mutual fund managers who charge less than 2%, they don't justify their fees. They underperform their benchmark. Certainly less than half outperform in any given year. It drops to about 20% over 5 years, 10% over 10 years, and by 20 years, it's virtually everybody is underperforming their benchmark. But that's just 2%, but 2 and 20 is just such a different number. It's such a heavy lift that unless you're shooting the lights out, it's hard to justify. And other than, the top 5% of firms, they're just not hitting those marks.
But isn't it true also that most hedge funds don't charge 2 and 20? I mean, that was kind of the practice originally, but when it comes down to it, only a few are able to do that.
So there's a couple of firms that charge what's known as pivot firms, where there's a minimum carry, a minimum 1% fee or so, something like that. And then they only charge the participation fee when they beat their benchmark. So if the market's up 10 and they're up 9, you're paying the 1%. If the market's up 10 and they're up 15, well, then you're going to pay 20 or 30% of that 15 because it's, you're beating what a simple index would have done. So 2 and 20 is fewer than it used to be. Some of these are 1 and 15, things like that. But it's still, in a world where I could go buy VOO or SPX or some other broad index for 3 bips, forget 2, forget 1. How about 0.03? It becomes really challenging to justify paying high fees, except for these, rare firms that just consistently shoot the lights out. They're few and far between. Look, even the best of the best, even, Ray Dalio's Bridgewater occasionally has an off year. But when they hit it, they do amazing.
I mean, I think about what Janet Lauren, our higher education and finance reporter, has written about. A lot of the endowments are falling out of love with the Yale model, where you put a lot of your money into private equity, into hedge funds, into funds that are locked up for years because it hasn't come through. In fact, they do better. UC has an endowment where it does better just investing in the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ, and that's paid off in a much better way. Are endowments falling out of love with hedge funds and private equity from what you see?
I must have written a dozen Bloomberg opinion articles on the endowment world and how late they were to the party of the Yale model, which Swenson started in the 80s when he first took over the Yale endowment. I think Charlie Ellis was chairman of the endowment back then and was for a long time. He moved into areas that were white spaces, meaning commodities and timber and venture funds and private credit. And they were not crowded trades. He had a choice of all these emerging funds that were new to the space. They had identified actual alpha. They were doing something different than the crowd. Fast forward 40 years, even 25 years, and the numbers just weren't there. It became crowded. It became hard to get into the best firms, even if you're slinging around a couple $100 million or $1 billion. And, eventually all the alpha gets arbitraged away. Yeah, the Yale model that was great in the 90s and the 2000s. It's that ship has sailed.
Barry, thanks so much for joining us. We always appreciate getting a few minutes of your time. Always something to think about there. Barry Ritholtz, host of Masters in Business on Bloomberg Radio. It's a podcast, very, very popular. Check it out. He's got a day job. He's the founder of Ritholtz Wealth Management. S&P down 32 points, about 0.5%. The Nasdaq's off about 100 points. That's 0.4%. This is Bloomberg Morning.
You're listening to Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney. We're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York City. We are streaming live on YouTube. We're also streaming live on Bloomberg.com. Well, certainly the news of the morning has come out of London, where former Prince Andrew has been arrested on suspicion of misconduct. King Charles III issued a statement outlining his, quote, deepest concern about the matter and promising Buckingham Palace's, quote, full and wholehearted support and co-cooperation with the investigating authorities. Let's get the latest reporting on this fluid story. We're joined by Michelle Hussein, editor-at-large for Bloomberg Weekend and a host of the Michelle Hussein Show. She is based in our London bureau. Michelle, thanks so much for taking the time here today. I know it's a fluid situation. What do we know about former Prince Andrew and where he stands now?
Well, Paul, as far as we know at the time that we're speaking, he's still in police custody. So that happened from 8 o'clock in the morning local time in the UK. We learnt about it a short time afterwards from the police force responsible. They said the two properties were being searched in Berkshire, that's around Windsor, where the former prince used to live, and Norfolk, where he lives now, the King's Sandringham estate. So that was the first we heard. There were pictures of what are believed to be unmarked police cars, and the police's statement, while it didn't name the prince himself, said that an arrest had been made on suspicion of misconduct in public office, which is why it appears that this investigation is linked to the time that the former prince was a trade envoy for the UK, flying the flag for British business, supposedly, around the world, although there were there was quite a lot of disquiet, diplomats, certainly in the media, about the extent to which this was actually of value to the UK. And I think then the really striking moment a couple of hours later was the statement in the name of the King himself that came from Buckingham Palace, which had this line in it: "Let me state clearly, the law must take its course." So that's exactly the process that we're seeing unfold, that he's in custody, his properties are being searched. There are no charges. This is an investigation at this time. But of course, it's a massive milestone in the very long story of the former prince's association with convicted paedophile Jeffrey Epstein.
And Michelle, former Prince Andrew, he's repeatedly and strenuously expressed his innocence. What has he said most recently, or has he been quiet? Because there was so much press speculation over the years, and as more and more of these Epstein files become, get released, the pressure mounts.
Yes, there have been layers of this, and the controversy over his association with Jeffrey Epstein was part of the background to him stepping down as a UK trade envoy way back in 2011, but there have been numerous other milestones along the way. He, of course, forced by first the Queen, and then later on, the late Queen, his mother, and then by the present monarch, his brother King Charles, really forced to keep an incredibly low profile. They wanted him out of the public eye entirely, which is why, when statements have come, and there haven't been any, certainly not today, there have been denials. They've been through lawyers. The royal press offices no longer represent him in that way. But I think the key moment that has led to today was in that massive swathe of material that was released in the US in the Epstein files, because that's where we see these emails that appear to show him passing on reports of visits to places like Singapore, Hong Kong and Vietnam on official business for the UK government, as well as confidential details of investment opportunities to Jeffrey Epstein, in one case within a few minutes of receiving them. Trade envoys are supposed to be under a duty of confidentiality. So as far as we can see, that's at the heart of what the police are looking at right now. But as things stand, we don't know if or when this might go broader than that.
Yeah. Michelle, what has been kind of the response from the average English person on the street today? Is this a story where people are just tired of it, or is this, oh boy, this is a bombshell, this is something bigger?
Definitely the latter, Paul. This has been a massive shock, because the controversy and the various, the drip of information, Andrew's own disastrous interview with the BBC in 2019, I think, yes, the public have factored all of this in over the years. But you hear something like this, that he is in police custody, that an arrest has taken place. It takes this to a completely different level. And for the royal family, it means, as happened today, they're out and about, and people are, not everyone, clearly there's a lot of respect and affection for the royals as a whole, but people have shouted out at them. Reporters are calling out questions, but members of the public have also heckled them on this topic. So it's an incredibly difficult moment. One can only begin to imagine what it's like behind the scenes. But however much distance that the king has tried to put, notably a few months ago, between him and his younger brother, these are questions that necessarily, will relate to them all, or certainly they will face them in public in a way that would be difficult for anyone, and particularly difficult for people who are used to a very controlled public environment.
Absolutely. Michelle, thank you so much for your reporting. We really appreciate it, with all your experience at the BBC before Bloomberg, and your experience following the royal family. We really appreciate you taking a few minutes of your time. Michelle Hussein, editor-at-large for Bloomberg Weekend and host of the Michelle Hussein Show on Bloomberg Television here. Market's still trading off here. The S&P is off 0.4%. So is the NASDAQ, and the Dow's off 280 points. That's a 0.5% there. Bond market pretty steady here. 10-year Treasury 4.08%. For our listeners in the U.S., a reminder, you can listen to us via satellite radio on Sirius XM Channel 121. Access the world's only global audio business network, coast to coast, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg Radio on Sirius XM Channel 121 is presented by Golden Crest Metals. Stay tuned for the latest market news and industry research. Your top stories and global business headlines are coming up in just a moment. Again, markets are selling off here, and looking at WTI crude oil, it is up $1.5, $66.74. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Cammie McCormick. In a stunning development, British police have arrested former Prince Andrew, the brother of King Charles. It's in connection with the Jeffrey Epstein case. Ramy Anacencio reports police are investigating whether Andrew gave Epstein confidential government information.
In a statement, police confirmed, "We have today arrested a man in his 60s from Norfolk and carrying out searches at 2 addresses. He remains in police custody and will not be named." Andrew has vehemently denied any wrongdoing whatsoever since he befriended Epstein in 1999.
I have no recollection of ever meeting this lady.
Including knowing Virginia Giuffre, who accused Epstein of sex trafficking her as a teenager. She took her life last year.
Giuffre's family issued a statement saying he was no prince. President Trump today hosted a first meeting of his Board of Peace. Linda Kenyon reports.
Speaking at the inaugural meeting, President Trump said the initial goal is to rebuild war-torn Gaza.
Kazakhstan, Azerbaijan, UAE, Morocco, Bahrain, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Uzbekistan, and Kuwait have all contributed more than $7 billion.
But the U.S., he said, is contributing even more.
A contribution of $10 billion.
The president added Iran cannot continue to threaten the region.
National security officials have told the president the U.S. military could be ready to strike Iran by Saturday, but he's made no decision, as Weijia Jiang reports.
There are contingency plans that are ongoing, and some sources say it could happen as early as this weekend, but we do want to be cautious about that because the president himself has just said a diplomatic solution is preferable, and from the very beginning he has said that that would be what he wants.
Law enforcement sources tell CBS News the FBI has contacted the Mexican government and Mexican law enforcement regarding the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie. Michael Wallace reports a man stole an ambulance in Wisconsin with a patient inside.
2 paramedics were tending to a patient in the back of their parked ambulance when Benjamin Feltz hopped into the driver's seat. The paramedics tried to stop him, but eventually hopped out. The 18-mile chase ended when the ambulance got stuck in a muddy field.
Hands up! Hands up!
The patient in the back was not injured. Feltz faces auto theft and disorderly conduct charges.
The U.S. trade deficit slipped modestly in 2025. The year double-digit tariffs went into effect. The Commerce Department says the gap between goods and services the U.S. sells other countries and what it buys from them narrowed from $904 billion to $901 billion. On Wall Street, stocks are lower today. This is CBS News. Some Irish rock stars are weighing in on ICE crackdowns, as Deborah Rodriguez reports.
U2 has just released what it calls an American obituary.
Renee Good, born to die free, American mother of 3.
It's a tribute to Renee Good, the anti-ICE protester who was gunned down by federal agents in Minneapolis last month after she blocked officers, then tried to drive away. The song calls for a, quote, rise against the people of the lie. It's the first track on U2's EP, Days of Ash, released on the first day of the Christian Lenten season. Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem called Good a domestic terrorist. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
The grandson of the Reese's Peanut Butter Cup creator is angry over what he says is Hershey's move to cheaper ingredients. The company told the New York Post it has made recipe adjustments. I'm Cammie McCormick, CBS.
Live from Washington, D.C., this is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew.
The window for diplomacy is closing. Welcome to the Thursday edition as the UN's atomic watchdog delivers that warning for Iran with a massive U.S. military buildup in the Middle East now and the first meeting of President Trump's Board of Peace today in Washington. We're going to get the latest on this delicate moment for international affairs when we spent some time with Bloomberg National Security Editor Ian Marlowe. Washington, D.C. declares a massive sewage spill a public emergency. We'll talk the politics on the Potomac with our political panel. And later this hour, we'll bring you a special conversation with the CEO, the co-CEO of Netflix, Ted Sarandos, in the company's pursuit of Warner Brothers, an interview you will only hear right here on Bloomberg Radio. We start, as always, with Wall Street. Not a great day so far. Nathan Hager has his check on the markets for us live from Washington. Nathan, what do you have?
Yeah, certainly not, Joe. Geopolitical risk front and center. It is sending stocks deepening in their declines and crude oil surging. Right now, the S&P 500 is down 0.5%, 35 points lower, 68.45 is the S&P level. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is down 0.7%, lower by 355 points. The NASDAQ Composite's down 102 points. That's a loss of nearly 0.5%. West Texas Intermediate crude is now up 2.5%, trading just shy of $67 a barrel. Brent crude up 2.25%, close to $72. Mainstay Capital Management founder and chief investment strategist David Kudla joined us last hour on Bloomberg Intelligence to talk about the geopolitical risk.
We always have a risk premium in oil. You know, it can be anywhere from $5 a barrel to 10 or 15 or 20 or even higher. And what we're seeing right now is that risk premium is growing as the chances of really a major regional war as a worst case scenario for oil.
We're seeing that risk premium certainly in commodities. As far as the treasuries go, not a whole lot happening there. The 10-year is little changed for a yield of 4.08%. 7 of the main 11 industry groups in the S&P 500 are lower. Financials with the biggest declines down 1.25%. Energy, the biggest gainer at 0.8% higher. Walmart, investors trying to figure out where they're going in terms of how they'll react to these earnings. The retail giant gave a cautious full-year sales outlook. First earnings, though, under new CEO John Furner. Right now, the shares are little changed. Deere is booming this early afternoon, up nearly 13%. The world's biggest farm equipment maker sees the ag economy getting better with China buying U.S. soybeans again. And this red headline just crossed the Bloomberg terminal. Joe, NASA is putting the botched 2024 test flight of Boeing's Starliner capsule in the same category of disaster as the Challenger and Columbia shuttle accidents. You'll recall Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams were stuck on the International Space Station for 9 months because of the botched test flight of that Boeing capsule. Boeing shares right now down 1.6%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Nathan Hager in Washington. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Joe Matthew.
Yes, sir. Nathan Hager with us for the hour here on Balance of Power. It's always great to have Mr. Hager with us, and great to have you, too. Thanks for joining us on the Little Friday edition of Balance of Power. Yeah, we got to Thursday. We're working our way through the week here. I have to just start by saying happy birthday, happy 10th anniversary to Bloomberg Daybreak. Do you start your day with DAYB on the terminal? I do. I actually do. This is how I start my read-in every single morning. It's one of the coolest things that we have. DAYB. It evolves through the day with the news flow throughout the morning, and it includes all the front pages and a lot of the stuff that, you know, when you're bleary-eyed, instead of the doom scroll and getting depressed on Twitter, I start with Daybreak. They're actually asking for input, which I thought was nice. Help us shape the next decade by emailing us, which I might do. I've never met anyone at Daybreak. They must be good people, so happy 10th. It's shut down, day 6. Nobody cares. No one's talking about it. They're going to care when they start missing paychecks. But if you look again at the front page of any major newspaper, it is nowhere to be found. You will, however, find the Board of Peace. Hat tip to Politico today. Very rarely, maybe never, have I ever heard people walk around repeating the headline from Politico as if it were the New York Post. Board of Peace, B-O-R-E-D. Tired of winning? The president, on his way to Georgia shortly to talk about affordability, begins his day, yes, at the board of the Trump, Institute of Peace. They had actually changed the name months ago. He let us know it was Marco Rubio who did that. Not far from where I'm sitting right now, not far from the Lincoln Memorial, probably, a minute or so walk to the Potomac River, which currently smells like sewage. Life in the swamp. We did hear from the president. He spoke among several world leaders who've decided to accept the invitation. 60 or so went out. We've got about 24 countries who've agreed to join the Board of Peace. Some might surprise you. More than half the countries that have joined, including Belarus, by the way, Alexander Lukashenko's on board, are on the administration's recently released list of 75 nations barred from U.S. visas pending a State Department review. These are some interesting folks here. Javier Milei, Viktor Orban, Alexander Lukashenko, although I guess he sent a foreign minister. Here's President Trump speaking earlier at the Institute of Peace.
I believe it's the most consequential board, certainly in terms of power and in terms of prestige. There's never been anything close, because these are the greatest world leaders. Almost everybody's accepted, and the ones that haven't will be. And some are playing a little cute. It doesn't work. You can't play cute with me.
Don't play cute with me. Yeah, everything does go back to this sewage situation. We'll talk about, you had a conversation with Glenn Ivey about this last evening, because his district is downstream from where the break happened. The Delta Smelt of 2026. I stole that from producer James. The wild part of all of this is that Ian Marlowe, who covers the State Department, diplomacy, and national security for Bloomberg, has to cover this like a straight news event. And I'm curious to hear what he thinks about it all. He's with us now. Ian, it's great to see you. Is this Board of Peace an organization that will lead to peace?
Yeah, it's funny to hear Trump warning Iran about impending U.S. military strikes from his perch at the Donald J. Trump Institute of Peace.
You're noting the timing as well of this event.
Yeah, so it's, this was an organization that came out of the Gaza peace process. Mm-hmm. The U.S. got a stamp of approval for it at the United Nations, and then almost immediately sort of rolled it into controversy by saying it was going to be a rival to the United Nations. It was going to tackle conflicts all over the world. Mm-hmm. They had a map on its logo that just focused on America, didn't even have the Middle East or Gaza in it. Huh. It was prompting a lot of jokes and memes. He disinvited Mark Carney of Canada from it. He never invited Denmark, who he was threatening to invade, their territory of Greenland at the time. Mm-hmm.
So and offered permanent seats at $1 billion each. Are these people I mentioned, are they paying that kind of money?
So the other funny thing about this meeting today was that they invited a bunch of people who are not actually members of the Board of Peace to it. So we were wondering, is that sort of an act of desperation? Because there were a lot of G7 allies and others, France, Canada, that did not, are not formal members, who never wanted to be, because it is a rival to the United Nations in some ways, and that's what they're pitching it as, and there's other issues there. Mm-hmm. Everyone wanted it to be focused on Gaza. The worry was that it was not focused on Gaza enough. One of the issues is that the same people handling Gaza here are also handling U.S. negotiations with Iran, U.S. negotiations with Russia over Ukraine, and so there is a general sense, a worry, I think, that the U.S. is not closely following developments on the ground in Gaza. Mm-hmm. And the main issue has been, since they signed the ceasefire, is that Hamas is not giving up their weapons. Mm-hmm. And if you were Hamas, and Israel has assassinated negotiators, has continued airstrikes, Hamas was trying to, at one point, they were executing people publicly in Gaza, trying to maintain control, with rival gangs and everything. Mm-hmm. So if you're Hamas and you give up your weapons, you effectively disappear as an entity. And it appears that there's still people in Hamas who do not want to do that. And so the U.S. and Israel are in a situation where they either go back in and the war starts again, and the ceasefire that Trump, took a lot of acclaim for, it is effectively over, or you keep pressuring them and try and bring them around some way. But the thing is that everything now hangs on Hamas giving up their weapons, like reconstruction, any sort of stabilization force that the Board of Peace wants to send in. And people at this event this morning were talking about, the stabilization force and is it going zone by zone and expanding throughout Gaza. But it's not there yet. It's not, there's no one on the ground in Gaza maintaining security because Hamas hasn't given up weapons. Right. So before that happens, none of this can happen. The fundraising is a bit irrelevant in the sense that there's no reconstruction because there's still armed militants there.
And you're technically not even in a phase 2 without their disarming, correct?
Exactly. So they are trying in many ways to talk past the problems that are there on the ground. And I think we saw that when they first announced the Board of Peace executive board and the members, and everyone was, who was invited, who is being disinvited, but all of that stuff is kind of irrelevant if the facts on the ground haven't changed. Yeah. And the issue now, and we had a good piece out today from the region, from our colleagues in the region, laying out that the facts on the ground have not changed and that this ceasefire is very tentative. They're still fighting, and it's hard to see moving beyond that at the moment.
Yeah. All the while, the buildup in the Middle East continues with our eyes on Iran. Now the UN Atomic Watchdog says the diplomatic window is closing. That carrier strike group is going to arrive, it looks like, this weekend. The second carrier strike group, maybe the beginning of next week. In our remaining moment or so here, Ian, how are you looking at this? Has this much hardware ever been assembled and not been used?
A lot of people are talking about this being bigger than the military buildup in advance of the 2003 Iraq invasion. We obviously tracked the military buildup in the Caribbean ahead of the Venezuela operation. And I think ahead of the Maduro raid in early January, a lot of people would have looked at that hardware assembled in the Caribbean and said, it was just to kind of pressure them, and it was just a show of force, and how much is it costing? People are kind of asking the same questions now, but they're asking it in a different environment, an environment where they did go into Venezuela to capture Maduro. He did make good on his threats. And so, especially with the diplomatic talks being very vague and ill-defined, everyone is watching them to see what happens.
And so the context has changed before our eyes. You're so good at this, Ian. Thank you so much. Ian Marlowe helping us make sense of exactly what might be happening next here as we refer to this very delicate moment here in Washington. He's Bloomberg's national security editor. Ian Marlowe, thank you. We'll turn to the markets next. And later this hour, an important interview with the co-CEO of Netflix on Bloomberg.
From the Bloomberg Newsroom in Washington, I'm Nathan Hager with your Bloomberg Business Flash, watching stocks fall and crude oil surge with geopolitical risk front and center. A major U.S. military buildup is underway in the Middle East, the biggest since 2003, going back to before the Iraq invasion. President Trump says the U.S. has to make a meaningful deal, in his words, with Iran. He added that the next 10 days are going to be key. We check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg. Right now, the S&P 500 is down 0.3%, a decline of 20 points. 6860 is the S&P level. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is down 0.5%, down 241 points. The NASDAQ Composite is lower by 0.2%. NYMEX crude up 2.4%, trading at $66.75 per barrel. Brent, the international benchmark, is up 2.2%. Not a whole lot happening in treasuries. The 10-year is unchanged at 4.08%. The 2-year is at 3.46%. 7 of the main 11 industry groups in the S&P 500 are lower, led by financials, down 1.1%. Energy is leading the gainers. That sector is up 1%. Alternative asset managers are getting hit this early afternoon. Blue Owl Capital is down just about 8%. The company is restricting withdrawals from one of its private credit funds aimed at retail investors. Carvana is getting clobbered, down nearly 11%. The online used car dealer has been buying new car dealerships, building vehicle reconditioning. Those higher costs are leading to some growing pains. Mortgage rates are down to their lowest level since September 2022, so that's looking up. Freddie Mac says the average 30-year fixed so close to getting back below 6%, 6.01. This time last year it was 6.85. And Redfin says the median home price rose just 1.1% last month. Compare that to the double digits we remember from just after the pandemic. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Nathan Hager in Washington. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash, Joe.
Yes, sir. Nathan Hager, how about it? On board with us today, Washington, D.C. radio legend Nathan Hager. If you're with us on 99.1, you know what I'm talking about. I love spending time with Nathan here in D.C. as we keep our eyes not only on the broad market today, but this whole Walmart situation is interesting. You know, we could, by the way, as soon as tomorrow, get a Supreme Court ruling on the president's tariff regime. This is going to be a big deal. No one's talking about that either, right? It's day 6 of a government shutdown. Nobody cares. And the Supreme Court is about to drop an anvil on Washington and maybe also on the market. Whether they strike it down, uphold it, do something in between, it's going to matter. Tariffs matter to retailers in general. And as we look under the hood of the Walmart earnings report today, it's actually interesting. The markets are sagging, but the stock is hanging in there. It's still barely positive, issuing a full-year earnings forecast that missed expectations. This place has been a shooting gallery lately. You can beat and raise and still get crushed. Today, Walmart misses expectations, citing the need for flexibility in unpredictable times for consumers and also warning about the impact of tariffs on prices. But maybe that's why the stock is hanging in there, because Walmart, of course, is one of the only retailers been able to steer around the tariffs. Shares are up, by the way. Again, not a lot. It's 0.5%. It's at $127. TJX is lower. Costco is lower. Retail is not having a good day, but Walmart is hanging in. And so we try to read the tea leaves because there's a big connection here, right? We talk about connecting the dots between Washington and Wall Street. Rarely do we have an opportunity like now. So before we hear this conversation with Ted Sarandos, that's coming up about 5 minutes away. We want to talk to Eric about this. Bloomberg News senior editor for U.S. Equities, Eric Weiner, live from world headquarters in New York. What do you make of this dichotomy here, Eric? And why is the market sagging today in general if Walmart seems to be getting along fine?
Well, the market is it's its own thing. So, and there are a couple things going on with Walmart as well. So just to the market, there's a lot of skepticism out there. You look at the number of stocks that are up, and it's like 170 out of the S&P 500. So the sentiment is kind of skittish right now, and the S&P 500 has really been range bound. So when things go up, they go back down, but we're not seeing a lot of momentum, and there does seem to be a lot of skepticism. Now, what you say about Walmart is exactly right. However, the stock has its own internals that are going on. So let me just help unpack that a little bit. You take a look at what's going on with Walmart when they speak broadly about the concerns about the consumer spending, about their customer demand, about hirings and, you know, job growth and all of that. And that's just bad for retailers. You look at the sort of the K-shaped economy that we talk about. This speaks to the lower leg of the K, where everybody who's, you know, the well-off have been continuing to spend, but the concern is what's going to happen on the other end. When it comes to Walmart, though, analysts are strange. So you have this dynamic where they regularly will come into the year and sort of downplay expectations and then beat them. So you have analysts saying, well, yeah, you know, they're being very cautious, but they usually are. And that, you know, this gives them targets that they can beat. So if the consensus comes down, the stock will eventually do well if the earnings do well. The much broader point that you're alluding to, which is, you know, the Wall Street Washington axis, is dangerous. And it's really scary in the sense that if we're talking about demand at Walmart really decreasing, and we're talking about prices staying high, and the prices for goods that people need staying high, that means that there's a lot of deceleration coming in a consumer economy, and that would be the kind of thing that would really wipe out a lot in the stock market if that were to play out over the next couple months.
Yeah. Wow, really interesting. Great take, Eric. I'm looking at Netflix only because we're about to hear from Ted Sarandos. It's flat today. It's taken a beating since this whole Warner Brothers Discovery thing started. Is that stock in the penalty box unless Paramount wins the deal?
Well, possibly. Wall Street doesn't like the deal. That's true. And the general consensus, or the rule of thumb, say, when these things happen, is that the longer it goes on, the more likely there are that the terms are going to improve for the seller. So, you know, the idea is that, like, people didn't already like this deal, and Netflix is going to have to pay more to get it done. That's very concerning. The question, though, is what Netflix plans are with the stock. And, you know, look, if streaming is the future and they're going to have this, you know, wealth of content, then it could work out long term. In the short term, yes, they're in the penalty box.
Interesting. You know, it brings us to the whole concept of animal spirits here. And Eric, we get back to Washington and its relationship with Wall Street. As long as the Trump administration is in place, there is an appetite, it seems, for more M&A activity. And I wonder if you see that carrying through the year, regardless of where this market's going.
That's actually very market dependent. So there is a lot of potential for M&A, and it's all because it's been held back for the last couple of years. So there should be a flood of deals coming. However, financing is weird right now. Credit markets are strange, and you know, companies getting beaten up for making deals. When you see what's going on with Netflix and it's trying to grow and it gets beaten up, it makes managements much more skittish about spending their money on this stuff. That being said, there are a lot of companies out there that are technically for sale. So if things were to calm down, we could see a flood of deals and a flood of IPOs.
What's the catalyst to move higher at this point? We're coming through the end of earnings reporting season. Everybody's upset. Nobody wants to talk about AI. God forbid I mention software or the SaaS apocalypse. You're looking at Bitcoin with a 66 handle here, Eric. Gold is doing what it's doing, near $5,000 an ounce. How do you rationalize the next move?
It's hard. And you also have to back up a little bit and realize that, like, we're coming off of 3 straight years of double-digit growth in the S&P 500, 2 years of over 20% growth. So we kind of are due for a pullback. But that being said, there's so much uncertainty. I mean, we're not even talking about Iran right now. There's so much uncertainty out there right now that it's really hard to see what most of the catalysts that we're looking at, and when we talk to traders, most of the catalysts do look kind of down. You look at what's going on with AI, and people were rewarding AI companies for spending all of this, and now there's this skepticism about, will this pay off? We want to see a payoff. Nobody cared about payoffs like last October, but now all of a sudden we're hearing about this. So like the idea that risk and sentiment change, and then suddenly people go from a buying interest to a selling interest, that is where you kind of need to change mindsets. It may be the Supreme Court. Look, if the Supreme Court rules that the tariffs are illegal and they have to come off, that will take a lot of pressure off of the economy. I mean, the Trump administration could get a win in spite of itself on that one. But we really have to see, because right now it feels like pressure on the downside comes in hard, pressure on the upside comes in soft. And that is really different than the last 3 years.
Save a ruling on tariffs, that would be a game changer for Wall Street.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And it would be clarity. I mean, right now we're dealing in a regime where, anything can happen. And on any given day, you don't really know what's going to happen when you walk into the office. So that's hard for traders. It's hard for employees. It's hard for everybody. If the Supreme Court were to just actually rule one way or another, that would be clarity. But if the Supreme Court were to strike it down, because markets don't like these tariffs, if the Supreme Court were to strike it down, that would set a lot of certainty around cost certainty, around what people are going to be spending, and that would really calm things down. Whether that would cause a huge updraft is another story, because really the S&P is trading near all-time highs, so it's hard to really complain. But in terms of like getting that growth like we've seen the last couple of years, the Supreme Court has a lot in its hands right now.
Really interesting. So I'm going to throw another log on the fire here, Eric. I'm really enjoying this. I appreciate you being so generous with your time. You've got the wild card called Iran, or maybe it's just a broader wild card called geopolitics, because I could throw Greenland or Venezuela or Cuba at you, but Iran is special because it's in a place geographically that's very sensitive, and of course it's already moving oil prices. I want you to listen to Donald Trump from a bit earlier today talking about the prospect for strikes against Iran.
Iran is a hot spot right now, and they're meeting, and they have a good relationship with the representatives of Iran, and, good talks are being had. It's proven to be, over the years, not easy to make a meaningful deal with Iran. We have to make a meaningful deal. Otherwise, bad things happen. But we have to make a meaningful deal. Now we may have to take it a step further, or we may not. Maybe we're going to make a deal. You're going to be finding out over the next probably 10 days.
So the market now gets to sweat for 10 days. We knew there was maybe a 2-week period based on what we had heard from Tehran, Eric. But with this massive buildup that the president has amassed in the Middle East, how worried is Wall Street about this? We barely blinked the last time we struck Iran.
Well, the word is struck. So the people that we're talking to that are sort of trying to game this out, and God bless you if you are, the real hope is that Trump is reluctant to get us involved in a quagmire. He's been real clear about that. So the idea of putting boots on the ground and redoing a Iraq war seems unlikely. So if you're just talking about, but if you're talking about launching missiles, and last time we hit a bunch of stuff, but we didn't really take out their capabilities. If we're not talking about us getting on the ground and getting stuck in Iran, then I think Wall Street actually can kind of bizarrely look past it. It's a very strange dynamic. It's very unsettling. From a humanitarian perspective, it's awful. But like you pointed out, oil stocks do well. So, the market is kind of cold-blooded when it comes to these things. And, in this case, it depends on what it means to get a good deal, and what it takes to get a good deal. And right now, Wall Street's betting that we won't put boots on the ground in the Middle East, and that'll keep things somewhat calm.
Interesting. This obviously allows for a lot of different scenarios, but when do you start getting worried about oil? We're at $66 WTI. Brent's been above 70 on this week. It was a 2% jump today. I mean, one of the things that the president had to celebrate was lower oil prices, lower gas prices this winter.
I mean, we are actually brushing up against the level. If WTI gets up to 70, that's when prices at the pump start getting ugly. We also are, we're coming out of winter right now. So the heating oil stuff is calming down. People aren't driving a ton. A couple months, it becomes a much bigger deal. And so that's when demand and all of that factors in, but we're not like really focused on summer driving season, and we're coming out of the heavy oil use for heating. So we'll see.
Mm-hmm. Okay. ExxonMobil's creeping back up to an all-time high. I see the XLE has been cranking lately. Is this energy trade something that carries through the year?
It could. I mean, if we are going to destabilize Iran, then yeah. I mean, the weird thing about oil prices is that it moves in inverse of the stock. So if oil comes way down, like we go below 60 on WTI, the companies don't do well. So they do great when these prices go up. It's that the consumer doesn't do well, and it has a huge read through on the rest of the economy. So oil companies do great, but the rest of the economy doesn't do so great. And then on the flip side, when things come down, the oil companies don't do so well, but it enables spending in a lot of other ways. So like there's this balance that you want to have between oil being too expensive and too cheap. And right now we're kind of still in the middle. A strike on Iran would really destabilize that.
Even if there was no major interruption in supplies, just that headline brings the risk, right?
Yeah, well, and then there's also what are the other oil producing countries going to do? They don't like this. So what is OPEC's reaction going to be? How much has to be extracted from, the US? How much more development needs to go on to make up for that demand? It opens up a Pandora's box of questions that, the market doesn't really want. The market which really, really likes certainty. It really likes to know what's coming next. This introduces a whole variable that you can't really plan for.
Yeah. Eric, I love spending time with you. Let's do this a lot more often. Thank you so much for the insights with us live from World Headquarters in New York. As promised, Ted Sarandos, the co-CEO of Netflix, beginning his conversation right now with Bloomberg's Ed Ludlow. Let's listen in live on Bloomberg Radio.
Boost its bid for Warner Brothers Discovery's studios and streaming business if needed.
Let me tell you, we feel very good about the position we're in right now. So this process opened up. Warner Brothers Discovery determined that it was in their strategic best interest to sell these assets. We entered into a negotiation. It was a very, very clear bidding process that they laid out for us, which we followed and won that bid. I think in the alternative, P-Sky has gone, missed every deadline. They've been taking 9 runs at this bid, and they just won't accept this outcome. So what we've done here is we've given Warner Brothers Discovery a 7-day window to get some clarity about what Paramount is offering for this company. I believe that it's important to have that clarity. I think it's important that the Warner Brothers Discovery shareholders deserve to have that certainty and clarity about this deal.
Now, your stock is down more than 30% since you announced this deal. So you feel good about it. Your shareholders, it's a little less clear. I know that I've heard you say that is because of uncertainty, but it went down basically as soon as you went into this. So I'm just wondering, is there a point at which it goes down so much that you and your fellow board members have to reconsider if this is the right path?
Look, guys, remember, we've run this company from the beginning for the long term. We think this deal will have a positive impact on the business for the long term. Remember, what we're doing in buying these assets is we've been creating original programming on Netflix for about a decade. They've been making original films and series for about 100 years. They have incredible IP, and we just happen to have a consumer model that can better maximize the returns on that IP. So I think it's a great long-term outcome. I think there has been some headwind in the stock. There's been some headwind in the sector. And there's been some headwind because of the AI trade, which I think is ironic because I think AI will be an amazing creator tool to actually make the entertainment business bigger and better than ever. So I do think those things have got to play out. When I said they don't like uncertainty, there's concern about bidding wars and all those things. And we have always been an incredibly disciplined buyer, and we will continue to be one here.
Ted, on those headwinds you mentioned, there are a portion of the Netflix investor base and the Warner Brothers Discovery investor base that kind of see this as defensive by you and look at growth, right? Engagement growth in the second half of last year, such as it was. What would you say to those people that this is response to that growth rate that you've experienced more recently, as opposed to something proactive and strategic?
I think that they're incorrect. They're reading it wrong. I'd say that if you look at the year we just came out of in 2025, we grew revenue 16%. We grew operating income by 30%. And our engagement did go up, went up a couple billion hours. And I feel like, there's engagement, which is an important, view hours is one component of engagement. And it's certainly one component of the value of engagement. We're very confident, you saw that in our 26 guide, that we're going to continue to operate this business well, and that this model is very much works, and that this Warner Brothers acquisition is an accelerant to that model, and it also future-proofs that model, for decades to come.
Ted, I appreciate there's a process here, and thank you, kind of earlier for outlining it, right, through February 23rd. But before that, the section of the investor base that basically thinks Netflix should walk away, look at the regulatory road ahead, they look at the integration risk, and then, like what Netflix is, a big global technology company, as opposed to being something sort of micro-focused on
global entertainment
Hollywood. Right, and so answer those investors, right? Why are they wrong that actually there is a longer list of reasons to walk away than stick with it at this juncture?
Well, this deal offers great value to the Warner Brothers Discovery shareholders. It offers great long-term value to Netflix. We have a normal regulatory path ahead. There's nothing uniquely challenged about that process. We are about in the middle of it with the DOJ, with the European regulators, with regulators all over around the world, and with states' attorney general. This is a process that we're very confident that we're going to navigate. And in fact, I'd say, again, when you look at these deals that are out there, I think people would like the status quo. And we have a long history of running the business well and pivoting when it's time to, and adding new business lines to the business that people get upset about sometimes. And then when we do it successfully, they're thrilled. I think advertising probably is the most recent example. Live could be a more recent example. Some of our live sporting events could be a more recent example of things that have been pivots in the business that have gone on to grow the business very well, and people are very happy about it. People don't like change. They don't like any degree of uncertainty sometimes. And anytime there's a new deal, there is regulatory scrutiny. There is execution risk, all of those things. But we are highly confident that we're going to bring this deal close, and that we're going to successfully integrate the business. And I think about it as the reason why we're not talking about these deals so much this week is we've granted the 7-day window to get some clarity about the Paramount deal, because Paramount has been out spreading a lot of misinformation to shareholders, into the markets, into regulators, in ways that have run the narrative into a state of confusion. We're trying to say, well, take 7 days and get some clarity. Because what we believe is, and what the Warner Brothers Discovery Board agrees with us on as well, is that our deal is a superior deal. We believe it's good for them, we know it's good for us, and we are excited about getting it done.
When you talk about kind of clarity and certainty, one of the aspects of the Paramount deal that they have stressed is better, and I think some of the Warner Brothers shareholders seem to agree, or at least entertain it, is they're offering to buy the whole company. They will just take it out, $30 a share. Warner Brothers doesn't have to proceed with a spin beforehand. What is your argument for why your more complex deal is better for all those shareholders than just getting the cash tomorrow?
Look, this deal is not complicated at all. It is $27.75 at plus the value of Discovery Global. By the way, it's the deal that they want. It is the deal that they asked for. These are the assets that were for sale. So the more complex thing is buying the whole company. If you do that, then you're buying these European sports networks. As you know, sports rights in Europe are incredibly highly regulated, as is the television landscape, which they'd be stepping themselves into. So I would argue that our deal is quite simple: $27.75 per share plus the value of Discovery Global, and which I think is an incredible asset, and they do too. That's why that they set the offer up this way. That's why when we were bidding, we bid for the assets that were for sale.
If Discovery Global is a great asset, I'm just wondering, have you guys talked about just buying the whole company and doing the spin yourself?
No, as you know, the linear broadcast business is not something that we're interested in, but others are. And I think when I look at the business, particularly those European networks are not in decline the way that some of the way they are in the U.S. So it is not of our interest, but it's I'm sure of interest of many buyers.
Ted, you are competing in a politically sensitive media deal. There is reporting, and we are in a time where the Ellisons and their relationship to the Trump administration has been discussed. It's also reported, of course, that you met with the president, I think, on November 24th. How are you weighing that and assessing that in this scenario, that relationship between Paramount's leadership and this administration?
Look, I have spoke to the president about the state of the entertainment industry. We've had multiple conversations about how do we protect American jobs? How do we keep the entertainment industry healthy? What are those headwinds? What are those things that we're working on to try to keep production up in the United States? We are investing $1 billion into a new state-of-the-art production facility at the old Fort Monmouth military base in New Jersey. Obviously, the president is very keenly interested in entertainment, and he's very interested in American industry and American jobs. So those are the conversations that we've had. I don't know why the Ellisons intimate that they have some direct line to the Department of Justice for faster path of clearance, but I doubt that they do. This is a process that is being run by the Department of Justice. The president has been very clear on that. We've been very clear on that. The Department of Justice published in 2023 the guidelines for mergers that they're following right now. So that's what's happening here. This is a business deal, not a political deal.
You're joining us on Bloomberg Television and Radio. We're speaking to Netflix's co-CEO, Ted Sarandos. And Ted, last night, Bloomberg News reported that the Justice Department and its attorneys had made contact with movie theaters, the industry, to try and understand what either outcome would mean for the movie theater business. I know that you actually have discussed this a little, theatrical releases, but just your latest thinking on that and what your pitch is to people on seats in movie theaters if you were to close your proposed deal.
Yeah, it's a very important thing to look at, and I think why the DOJ is having those conversations. Those are all laid out in the 2023 merger guidelines. To better understand the landscape, they're going to talk to competitors and suppliers, and to better understand the landscape, including how it impacts adjacent businesses like the theatrical business. Now, our pitch is very simple because it's the truth, which is we're going to keep Warner Brothers running pretty much like they are today, releasing their movies in theaters for the traditional 45-day windows. And in fact, it's even quite better for theaters because now that we're going to be in that business and own a theatrical distribution entity, we're going to take some of the Netflix films and put them through that as well. So it's very likely that you'll have even more outcome of high-quality films for the theaters if this deal goes through. Now, remember, Paramount has got this kind of fantasy proposal of somehow they're going to go from the half a dozen or so movies they distributed last year to 30 movies a year, which is about 10 movies more than the healthy studios are making now. I don't think that's likely, but what I know is very likely is that we're going to continue to operate that business largely as it is today, starting in the theaters, running through traditional windows, hitting HBO Max through the pay TV output deal, the output deals around the world. That's going to continue, and it's going to be good for the theaters because they're going to have more. And by the way, I've been talking to them more about creative things that we do together, like we did the Stranger Things finale, which had thousands and thousands of sold-out shows all over the country, or the K-pop Demon Hunter sing-along, which energized the theaters on an otherwise very slow week. So we're excited about working together with the theaters to make that business healthy again as well. And I think that what they really need is more good movies, and we're going to provide them for them.
Now, we both know that, as many times as you've made this commitment on the theaters, it seems that there's a certain contingent of the population that just struggles to believe it. And I'm wondering, my sense is, and I've heard that both theaters and some of the trade unions in Hollywood have asked for sort of formal commitments on some things like level of production, theatrical releases. Are you willing to kind of put those commitments in writing? And if not, why not?
Lucas, let's be clear. This deal does not represent any concentration risk at all. So those two would typically be remedies for a situation like that. According to Nielsen, we have 9% of the business. We're going to add HBO to that. We're going to have 10% of the TV business, which is the primary driver of this deal and of our business. In the theatrical business, it's highly competitive. There's a lot of output that's going to go through there. The reason I'm not going to put it in writing, I wouldn't want to do this deal only to put ourselves at some bizarre competitive disadvantage down the road. And I've earned some of the skepticism about the theater business because I've said things about the state of the theater business, but I said that in the context of a business that we were not in. And today we own Warner Brothers, we own a theatrical distribution entity, and we're going to want to continue to invest against the success that they've had. Pam and Mike just opened their 9th #1 film at the box office, 9 in a row. That's the kind of winning that we want to do with Warner Brothers and the theater owners.
You mentioned HBO, and one of the
Lucas, sorry, if I can go back to what you said about the trade unions as well. I think it's very important that I would like to have the trade unions to support this deal on behalf of their membership. Because what's going to happen in the alternative of this deal, I know there's some people who believe, maybe if this deal doesn't happen, there'll be no sale of Warner Brothers. This sale is going to happen. It's going to be Netflix or it's going to be Paramount. And if it's Paramount, they've told everybody what they're going to do. They're going to have they've said $6 billion in cuts, but they've also told everyone who they're borrowing the money from that they're going to delever the company from 6 or 7 times down to 2 times in 18 months, which means $16 billion in cuts. So that's what the trade unions who represent the people who make movies, writers, directors, producers, the crews of IATSE and the Teamsters, they're going to be working in a business that's going to be $16 billion smaller, even than the $3 billion that Paramount has already cut out of its own company. So you're talking about an enormous contraction of the business, and the trade unions, I think, should come out and support this deal explicitly on behalf of their membership to protect employment and jobs.
Now, I'm curious, you brought up HBO, and one of the big kind of regulatory questions around this, antitrust law depends on, will prices go up for consumers? Is this bad for consumers? Are you going to offer HBO on a standalone basis going forward, and will you offer it for less than it is offered today?
We will continue to offer it as a standalone unit. 80% of HBO Max subscribers in the United States have a Netflix subscription today, actually closer to 85%. So I think what that says is this is a very complementary business, and we'll be able to put those businesses together and give those consumers a pretty steep discount. So that we're excited to do, and that's why I think this will be pro-consumer, because I think consumers have already said these are complementary businesses that they today pay a 100% premium for.
Netflix co-CEO Ted Sarandos, we're grateful for your time. We covered a lot of ground, and of course, Bloomberg Screen Times managing editor Lucas Shaw, also over in Los Angeles. Going to throw it back to the team in New York.
All right, good stuff. Thank you.
All right, there you have it. Really interesting stuff and a live conversation from San Francisco you're only going to hear on Bloomberg today. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Thanks for spending some time with us on the Thursday edition of Balance of Power. Ted Sarandos with, of course, one of the biggest deals of the year in the balance here, and a really fascinating conversation as we wait for this to wrap up. We've got a lot more ahead in our second hour as we welcome our global television audience to the program. Kaylee Lyons is going to be with us, and we're going to zero in on what is happening in Iran, or what might be about to happen on this day that the President's Board of Peace met for the first time here in Washington, D.C. There has been a military buildup in the Middle East rivaling anything we have seen since the invasion of Iraq in 2003. And to that end, we're going to spend some time with Megan O'Sullivan, who was instrumental in that invasion in the George W. Bush administration, former Deputy National Security Advisor in that White House, now at the Harvard Belfer Center. We'll get an update as well from Skylar Woodhouse at the White House as part of our Thursday edition. So do stay with us here on Balance of Power. I'm Joe Matthew in the nation's capital. This is Bloomberg Radio.
Live from Washington, D.C., this is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines.
President Trump's Board of Peace holds its first meeting, even as he assembles the biggest military buildup since the invasion of Iraq in 2003. That, of course, happening as we speak in the Middle East. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lines in Washington. Thanks for being with us on this little Friday edition. Kaylee, the president's talking peace today, but he's got Georgia on his mind. He just got on Air Force One on his way to Rome as the White House pivots to affordability.
Yeah, two areas of focus for the president today, one abroad and one here at home, which is where his chief of staff, Susie Wiles, would probably prefer his attention really be targeted as we get closer and closer to the midterms. Yes, he is going to Rome, specifically to the old district of former Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, with whom he, of course, has had a famous falling out. I'm not sure how much of his remarks will be targeted at the woman he now calls Marjorie Trader Greene, and how much he's going to stick to the script on prices and what the American people are experiencing.
Well, that's the whole point, is to stick to the script. And of course, the Weave can get to a lot of different topics. He's been awfully busy today with a group of world leaders here in Washington, not the ones you might suspect to join a president of the United States on the Board of Peace. Jared Kushner was there. We're coming off of Iran and Ukraine talks, Kaylee, and of course, still beating the drum with more military equipment arriving even as we speak in the Middle East. We're going to have a lot to talk about coming up straight ahead this hour.
Yes, we will. We're going to be joined by Megan O'Sullivan, former Deputy National Security Advisor during the George W. Bush administration at the time of the invasion of Iraq in 2003, which is the last time we saw military hardware and assets going to the Middle East at this scale, which may tell you something about what could happen within the next 10 days if President Trump is to be believed.
A 10-day window that we're looking at. The UN watchdog saying that window for diplomacy is closing as we speak. And you're right, she was instrumental in arranging that invasion and creating the surge strategy that followed several years later. So this is going to be an interesting conversation coming up.
Indeed it will. And of course, it has market implications too. We certainly saw that in oil yesterday, again today. So let's get a check on that and other asset classes as we turn to Nora Melinda up in New York. Hey, Nora.
Hey, Kaylee. We check markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. U.S. stocks falling as heightened geopolitical worries pressured sentiment. We see the S&P 500 is down just about 0.6%. That tech-heavy NASDAQ 100 down about 0.7%. And the blue chip Dow Jones Industrial Average down 0.8%. We see financials and information technology the worst performing sectors in the broader market in that S&P 500. And utilities and energy stocks the best performing group. Taking a look at the volatility in the market, we do see the VIX hanging just around that 21 handle, just below 21 right now. We do see the yield on the benchmark 10-year Treasury right now just below 4.1%. That policy-sensitive 2-year Treasury yield at 3.5%. Oil jumping. The rising risk of an attack in the Middle East is impairing risk appetite near term, with over 350 firms in the S&P 500 falling. And we're keeping an eye still on those treasuries. But let's look at West Texas Intermediate crude, because we do see that at $66.62 per barrel. Gold and silver both advancing. We see gold up about 0.2% at $49.86, while spot silver at $77.63. Bitcoin today lower, down about 0.1% at that $66,000 handle. And digging into some of the individual movers, I'm keeping an eye on Walmart. Shares lower. The company did, though, issue a full-year earnings forecast that fell short of Wall Street estimates. The retailer citing the need for flexibility amid unpredictable times for consumers. And Deere shares climbing for double-digit gains. That's after the company boosted its annual profit outlook, anticipated a long-awaited upturn in the agriculture economy. The company increased its outlook for small agriculture and turf, as well as construction and forestry. And lastly, Klarna shares plunging, a brutal day for them. Less than 6 months after its IPO, it's reported 2 consecutive quarters of losses and is struggling to convince investors to hold on for future profit. Shares of Klarna down about 27% as we speak. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Nora Melinda, and that's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Bloomberg's Nora Melinda in New York. Thank you so much. I'm Kaylee Lines alongside Joe Matthew here in Washington, D.C., where I have to say traffic was pretty abysmal this morning, in large part thanks to the gathering that was taking place at the Donald J. Trump Institute of Peace. Whether or not it's going to remain named that probably is going to depend on the outcome of what's happening in courts of law after he effectively seized it last year. The question, of course, though, that was being visited beyond the name of the building, inside the building, was the rebuilding of Gaza and the role the various members and signatories to the Board of Peace will play in that. President Trump announcing today that the United States will be providing $10 billion in the aid of rebuilding Gaza. Other nations on the Board of Peace will be providing $7 billion. And he described the mission as an incredibly important global one that could extend well beyond Gaza. Here's a taste of what President Trump said this morning.
I believe it's the most consequential board, certainly in terms of power and in terms of prestige. There's never been anything close, because these are the greatest world leaders. Almost everybody's accepted, and the ones that haven't will be. Some are playing a little cute. It doesn't work. You can't play cute with me.
The Institute of Peace on the west side of D.C., a very short walk from the Potomac River, which at the moment apparently smells like sewage. So that was the atmosphere for these world leaders. And we want to start ahead of our conversation with Megan O'Sullivan with an update from the White House. Bloomberg White House correspondent Skylar Woodhouse joins us right now from the North Lawn. This is interesting, Skylar. About 60 invitations sent to heads of state around the world. Only about 24 countries have agreed to join, and they are not the countries that you might expect. Who sits on this board?
Yeah, I mean, what we're seeing with this board is it's pretty in line with President Trump as a person. He's going the non-traditional route as he tries to establish this board of peace. Today, we had the president of Argentina. You had representatives from Morocco, Czech Republic, Israel, Azerbaijan. So you had Armenia. You had representatives from, countries that don't traditionally are at the forefront of peace conversations as the president tries to make this sort of a dupe of the United Nations. And one thing that we were watching today, as the president has hinted at a potential attack to Iran, was this going to come up in conversation today? The president didn't offer any new details on what he plans to do, but it was definitely something that folks are watching as he really tries to lean into peace in the Middle East.
Yeah, peace or perhaps lack thereof, depending on what happens 10 days from now. I guess, Skylar, as he said, that's when we'll find out whether or not diplomacy can win out in Iran. As we think, though, about the geopolitical elements of which President Trump has been largely focused as of late, obviously, there are forces within the White House, including the Chief of Staff, Susie Wiles, who are hoping to narrow the focus back on domestic issues ahead of the midterms. Hence, the trip to Georgia today that the president is literally on board the plane about to take off for Rome, Georgia, to talk about affordability. To what extent is this just a preview, Skylar, of what he's going to say at the State of the Union on Tuesday?
Yeah, well, Chief of Staff Susie Wiles, I mean, she has aides around the White House, not just herself, but they have really been trying to push the president to talk about affordability as the November midterms are just around the corner. I know it might seem like it's a couple months or it's just months away, but it's going to come very quickly. And Republicans are trying to crack down on their affordability message. Obviously, with the president's tariffs, higher costs, they're trying to figure out how they can best get their message to voters. And like you mentioned, Kaylee, at the top of the show, this is former Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene's district. So this will be an interesting speech for President Trump. It'll be interesting to see, does he just sling shot after shot on the former Congresswoman, or does he stick to the script and really lean into affordability as he talks about housing? He's also expected to visit a local business, and he's going to tour a steel factory. So he's trying to get out there and essentially talk to the people. But I mean, with President Trump, you never know which way the script might go. He could lean into affordability or take it a total different direction.
Well, that is very true indeed. Skylar Woodhouse reporting for us live from the White House. Thank you so much. Meantime, President Trump did speak with reporters on the tarmac before boarding Air Force One en route to Georgia, once again saying that, quote, really bad things will happen if there's no Iran deal. It echoes what we heard from him earlier today, speaking at the Institute of Peace.
Iran is a hot spot right now, and they're meeting, and they have a good relationship with the representatives of Iran, and, good talks are being had. It's proven to be, over the years, not easy to make a meaningful deal with Iran. We have to make a meaningful deal. Otherwise, bad things happen. But we have to make a meaningful deal. Now we may have to take it a step further, or we may not. Maybe we're going to make a deal. You're going to be finding out over the next probably 10 days.
So for more, we turn to Megan O'Sullivan, former Deputy National Security Advisor during the George W. Bush administration, now Director of the Harvard Belfer Center, here with us on Bloomberg TV and radio. Megan, thank you so much for being here. I guess I have a few questions based strictly off what President Trump said. First, to have a meaningful deal, is 10 days enough time?
Well, I think it depends on how you define meaningful. If you look at the deal that the Trump administration fashioned around Gaza, that was a meaningful deal, but it was short on details. And so that could be what President Trump has in mind. If he's thinking of a meaningful deal like the deal that the Obama administration, the JCPOA, did with Iran many years ago, that was a document over 1,000 pages long, many months, years in the making. That kind of thing is not obviously possible. The Iranians are used to negotiating, haggling over every detail, and the pace and the pressure with which the Trump administration and the president in particular want to see actions and deals made. These two things are very much at odds with one another, and certainly a 10-day time frame could allow for a deal in principle, but certainly won't allow for a detailed scope.
Megan, it's good to see you, and I'm glad you're back with us on this day of days. I'm seeing 2003 mentioned in stories all over the terminal and all over the internet today. The biggest military buildup since the invasion that you helped to prepare, the invasion of Iraq in 2003. Have we ever seen this much hardware assembled in one place without it being used?
Sure, and I should say that I was there. I went to Kuwait before the invasion of Kuwait, but at the time I was reasonably junior, but certainly I was there for it and part of it. This, as you pointed out, this is the largest military buildup of American force and firepower that the world has seen since 2003. And I think it really raises questions about what kind of action could the Trump administration be preparing. Certainly, this wouldn't be the first time that the Trump administration, or President Trump, I should say, would be using force in Iran. But the nature of this buildup and the lack of clarity around exactly what the objective would be in this particular use of force, I think is adding to some of the insecurity around the moment, is adding to the global jitters. Also, the questions around Iran's retaliation. I think in the past, what we've seen, whether it was the assassination of Qasem Soleimani in the first Trump administration or the strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities last summer, those were very specific and targeted military actions, and Iranian response was quite contained. I think the possibility is real that we'd be looking at something that was larger, more uncertain, and less contained. Of course, as President Trump made clear today, there's still the possibility of a deal on the table, and it could continue to be the case that this show of military force is to increase the pressure on the Iranians, because no doubt there's still a large gap between the U.S. and Iran on what each side would like to see in a deal.
Well, and so certainly there is some flexing happening, Megan, of America's military might. But to your point on potential retaliation from Iran, what military might does Iran have right now, knowing that we did do damage back in June with the first strike? What is their capability to respond? Where do you think Iran could target?
Sure, Kaylee, thanks for that question. First of all, your viewers should have no doubt that the U.S. is militarily superior in every dimension that is meaningful in a long-term sense here. Where Iran still does have capabilities, it still has missile capabilities, and that is one of the issues that the Trump administration would like to see, and the Israelis and others would like to see be part of a deal, which hasn't been the case in the past deal that has been solely related to nuclear issues. So it still has some missile capabilities, and that would likely be the focus of any initial American strike. What is causing concern is that Iran's remaining capabilities could still have an impact on America's Gulf friends and partners. So the region, I think, feels on edge and very vulnerable. There's also Iran, as your viewers will know, staged a military exercise in the Straits of Hormuz. That is, of course, also making people quite nervous, because that's, of course, where 20% of the world's daily oil consumption passes through that strait. Now, when we've seen the military action that I referred to earlier unfold in the Gulf over the last months and even years, but particularly in the last year, all that military operation didn't really raise the price of oil because it didn't disrupt supplies. Something that brought conflict into the Gulf and particularly into the Straits of Hormuz would certainly disrupt supplies. And the markets are telling us that they really do distinguish between military force and military force that disrupts oil supplies.
Megan, we talked about your experience in 2003. 4 years later, you are credited with being one of the original advocates of the surge strategy. And I'm wondering what your advice would be to the administration when it comes to the day after conversation. What are they mapping out for scenarios, and what should they be prepared for?
Well, I think this gets to the point I made earlier about what is the objective that the Trump administration would be seeking. There's several objectives that they may embrace, and it's not entirely clear to someone who's not involved in the internal discussions. You know, certainly one objective could feasibly be regime change, and that makes it akin to the American action in 2003 that got rid of Saddam Hussein from Iraq. Now, in the last year, President Trump has demonstrated the kind of an allergy to that kind of intervention because of the really open-endedness of that. And certainly that is one of the scenarios that I think deserves very significant attention, is what would happen if one of two things happened. What would happen if U.S. military force was targeting the regime, the supreme leader, elements of the IRGC that brought about a regime collapse? Now, certainly my experience in Iraq and that of many, many other Americans and our coalition allies was that that collapse takes a very, very long time to rebuild, to reconstitute, and opens up a security vacuum that can have a lot of unanticipated consequences. So I find it hard to manage that a collapse of the regime wouldn't require a much more robust American engagement in Iran for potentially a much longer period, something way beyond, I think, the American people are interested in right now. Whether the Trump administration has had a relationship with some members of the IRGC that could take over and something that would be more seamless and less disruptive is only probably known to the president and his closest advisors.
Well, so Megan, it sounds like you're saying in our final minute here that there is a risk that we accidentally tumble into another, if not forever war, forever presence.
You know, I think there is a risk. I wouldn't say it is the central risk right now. My guess is if we look at President Trump's his propensity to use military force, it has always been quite targeted for a specific objective without the intention to get involved over the longer term. And so my near-term expectation would be, first, a real push for a deal. I don't take the 10-day window to be definitive. Certainly there's been flexibility on timing on a lot of these conflicts. So look at Ukraine, which was going to be solved, you know, in the hours running up to the inauguration. So I think the desire for a deal is going to be real. It depends if the Iranians can show more flexibility. Secondly, if there is military force, I think it'll go after the ballistic missiles. I think the idea that the Trump administration would want to topple the regime without any real prospect for stabilizing the country is something that I think is a risk, but not the largest risk that we are exposed to right now.
Megan, we'd like to stay close to you for the next 10 days as we figure this out. Really appreciate your insights. Megan O'Sullivan, former Deputy National Security Advisor in the George W. Bush administration. She's now at the Harvard Belfer Center, where she is director. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons in Washington. We'll assemble our political panel next with a lot to talk about this Thursday on Balance of Power, only on Bloomberg.